Chapter 275. Shen Miao knew how to swim, but in this cold winter of the 12th lunar month, the Wanli Lake's water was bone-chilling, and once one entered it, one would feel that one's entire body was a block of ice, and after struggling to move a few times, one would feel that one's entire body could no longer move. That skinny and tall one was about to jump into the water to fish Shen Miao out, since Shen Miao was the one who knew the whereabouts of the people in the secret chamber. But before he could take action, he heard an inexplicable sound of firecrackers coming from the horizon, and when he looked up, he saw a firework lighting up in the west. The situation has changed. The short one wiped off the blood stains on his face and said, "Retreat. Bring the person away first." The skinny and tall one scolded and was about to jump into the lake when one did not know that the boat suddenly jolted, and one did not know when two black-clad people were standing at the bow of the boat. The shoulders of the two black-clad people had golden embroidered eagle patterns. The short one cried out involuntarily, "MOU Army! Why is there the MOU Army here?" Before the two of them could recover to their senses, the two black-clad people were already in front of them. A silver light flashed past, and the two of them had a look of horror on their faces before they slowly fell down. In the lake, Shen Miao was still violently churning. From the words of the short and tall one just now, it was not just the two of them alone. It seemed that there was another force behind them, and it sounded like the force was rather large. Shen Miao had an intuition that was beyond imagination when it came to such matters. If she fell into the hands of these two people, she would naturally be able to think of a way to escape, but if she fell into the hands of that force, even if she died outside, the Shen family would never be able to find the murderer. But she did not expect that this desperate jump would actually trap herself in a dead end. Those two people did not come down to save her, and the lake water was ice cold. Could it be that she would die here? Her head started to feel heavy, and her ears could not hear a buzzing sound, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. It was obvious that the light from the surface of the water was in front of her, and she could see the bright lights from the lanterns flowing down the river, but she could not catch it and could not see it. Just when her eyes were about to blur, she suddenly saw a figure swimming over from afar. That person's body was strong and vigorous. In the bright lake water, it was as if a god had descended from the heavens, bringing with him the light as he swam towards her. That person swam in front of Shen Miao and hugged her waist as he swam towards the surface of the water. In such a world of ice and snow, the lake water was bone-chilling, and it was difficult for one person to swim, but it was easy for him to carry another person. When he swam to the front of the pleasure boat, he lifted Shen Miao up and threw her onto the boat before flipping himself up. Shen Miao choked on a few mouthfuls of water and did not get up after boarding the boat. She only pinched her throat and coughed a few times. However, she saw the figure in front of her turn. When she looked up, she saw that the person was also dripping wet from head to toe. There was no longer the playful expression on his face as he looked at her with a frown. It was Xie Jingxing. Seeing Xie Jingxing at this moment, Shen Miao did not even have the thought of being surprised. Those two people were here for Xie Jingxing, and it was assumed that Xie Jingxing himself knew the news, thus he rushed over. She struggled to prop herself up and saw that there were two more corpses in the cabin. They were the skinny and tall man and the short man from before. Two black-clothed men walked out from the depths of the cabin. One of them walked to Xie Jingxing's side and whispered something. Xie Jingxing waved his hand, and the two men left with the two corpses. Before they left, they even cleaned up the bloodstains in the cabin. Shen Miao did not bother to think who these two people were, as even a fool would be able to guess that they were Xie Jingxing's people. She moved her body and felt that there was no part of her body that was not sore. She had been soaking in the ice water for half a moment and was shivering from the cold. Previously she was thrown by the skinny tall one several times, and her back was in pain. The most painful part was probably her calf. She lowered her head and looked at her skirt. The skirt was stuck to her body, and there was a flower of blood on her calf. It was mixed with the red embroidery on her skirt, and it was not clear. That was the wound that the skinny tall one used a dagger to. Chapter 276. She was so cold and in pain that she could not say a single word. It was Xie Jingxing who walked into the cabin. In these exquisite pleasure boats, there would be some spare furnaces and clothes. He took out a furnace from the wooden box and lit it up with a match before adding some charcoal inside. The furnace burned warmly, and the pleasure boat swayed in the lake. Xie Jingxing glanced at Shen Miao, and suddenly his lips hooked up. "I want to change clothes, and you want to keep your eyes open?" Shen Miao suddenly closed her eyes. At this moment her state of mind was somewhat chaotic, and it was difficult for Xie Jingxing to still have the mood to tease her. One only heard a light chuckle followed by the rustling of clothes, and after a moment, Xie Jingxing's voice sounded, "Done." Shen Miao opened her eyes, and Xie Jingxing was buttoning the last button. He had changed into a dark green robe and a white fox fur coat which made him look cold and solemn. A pair of black peach blossom eyes stared at Shin Miao with a smile that was not a smile. Do you also want to change? It was very easy to catch a cold when wearing cold and wet clothes. Even if one were to sit by the furnace to bake, it would take a lot of time to completely dry up. One feared that at that time she would also suffer from the cold. She had always cherished her body. In addition to the fact that her entire body was uncomfortable at the moment, she looked at Xie Jingxing and said calmly, "There are other clothes?" Xie Jingxing got up and took out a set of clothes from a cloth bag on the wooden table. He leaned against the wall and said, "My subordinate sent me clothes. The current situation is somewhat troublesome and there is no way to find female clothes for you. If you want to change, you can only change mine." An unmarried female changing into an unfamiliar male's clothes. If this situation were to be set out, it would be somewhat of an erotic color. Shin Miao looked up at Xie Jingxing and the smile on his lips was slightly nasty. One did not know if it was really forced by the situation or it was intentional. Shin Miao found that Xie Jingxing really had a special charm. Ever since her rebirth, she faced everyone with the mentality of Empress Shun. Even when facing Shinqiu, he couldn't treat Shinqiu as his big brother. Sometimes he even felt like he was taking care of Shinqiu. But every time she met Xie Jingxing, his viciousness would always make Shin Miao absent-minded, as if she was not the Empress Shin who had experienced ups and downs, but a naive fifth young lady of the Shin family who did not know the evils of the world. After taking a deep breath in her heart, Shin Miao said, "Give it to me." Her answer made Xie Jingxing somewhat surprised. He looked at her suspiciously and asked, "You want to wear my clothes? Are there any other clothes here?" Shin Miao asked. Xie Jingxing smiled and threw the clothes in his hands to her. Shin Miao took the clothes and endured it before saying to Xie Jingxing, "May little Marquis turn around." When Xie Jingxing heard it, he sized her up from head to toe meaningfully. Shin Miao's clothes were now wet and stuck to her body. She was petite and the figure of a young female was almost revealed. Her somewhat disheveled appearance revealed a delicate posture that was not usually seen. Xie Jingxing said with interest, "A little girl still smelling of her mother's milk would also be shy? Do not worry." His eyes were picky and disdainful. "There is nothing and there is nothing to look at." Finishing, he turned his head away and did not look at Shin Miao at all. Shin Miao's heart was slightly relieved and picked up Xie Jingxing's clothes. It was a light green cotton robe and the cuffs were ironed. The material and embroidery were of high quality. Shin Miao subconsciously touched it. This kind of workmanship, most likely only the palace would have such enjoyment in her previous lifetime. It was rumored that the Marquis of Linan's fortune could rival a country and it was not false. She slowly took off her wet outer and inner clothes and used the wet clothes to warm them on the stove to wipe off the water droplets on her body before picking up Xie Jingxing's robe. Who knew that Xie Jingxing's robe style was complicated and she did not wear it properly. Not only that, the belt was also wrapped around her left calf. Her calf originally had a dagger wound and previously one thought that it was not serious, but now it seemed that the badly mutilated appearance was somewhat scary. The belt rubbed against the wound and Shin Miao sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. She did not sit properly and fell to the ground with a bang, and even knocked over the teapot on the table. When Xie Jingxing heard the movement, he immediately turned back and saw Shin Miao falling to the ground and stepped forward to help her up. Shin Miao was not able to stop him in time as her entire body leaned into his embrace. Her clothes were not properly worn and were loosely wrapped around her body. Her shoulders were slightly exposed and her hair was not dry, making her look somewhat charming. No matter how calm she was, there was a moment of panic and helplessness. It was Xie Jingxing who frowned as he held her calf and stared at the wound. What happened? Chapter 277. What happened? Shin Miao was surprised for a moment. From her point of view, such a frivolous action should have been stopped with a stern shout, but she did not know why. She honestly replied, "Just now when I was escaping, I was injured by a dagger." Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her and took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and threw it to her. "Apply the medicine." Shin Miao took it and did not speak much as she wanted to apply the medicine. But because at the moment she was sitting on the ground and because she had been soaked in the cold lake for a long time, she did not have any strength at all. Not to mention applying the medicine, it was difficult to even sit up. When Xie Jingxing saw this, he could only walk to her side and hold her shoulders to support her to the small couch on the boat. Shin Miao had lived for 2 lifetimes and was not a young lady who had her first awakening of love, so naturally she would not be embarrassed because of the two of them being alone. However, she was draped in Xie Jingxing's wide clothes and her snow-white shoulders were exposed. When the cold wind blew, one did not know if it was because of the cold or discomfort, but there was a layer of goosebumps. Before she could say anything, a warm thing covered her head and directly buried her head in it. Shen Miao shook her head and discovered that the thing covering her body was Xie Jingxing's fox fur coat. That fox fur coat was warm and Shen Miao subconsciously wrapped it tighter, only revealing her small palm-sized face. She looked at Xie Jingxing without speaking and really looked like a furry little fox. Xie Jingxing found it somewhat funny and got up to walk to the other side. One did not know what he was holding, but he squatted down in front of Shen Miao and reached out to grab Shen Miao's leg. "What are you doing?" Shen Miao avoided and asked. "If your injury is not treated, it will fester tomorrow." Xie Jingxing said, "Don't think of taking advantage of me." Shen Miao. This person's words were really too hateful. What taking advantage of him? He even used such a serious expression to say it. Shen Miao simply did not want to bother with him. She said, "I will do it myself." "All right." Xie Jingxing did not say anything further and stood up and leaned against the cabinet at the side like he was watching a show. He crossed his arms and said, "I will watch you. You do it." Shen Miao bent down but her hands almost could not hold the bottle steadily. Previously, when he was arguing with the other two, he had been thrown by the tall and skinny man several times. His entire body was aching from the impact. At this moment, his hands were trembling. He forcefully opened the bottle but he almost spilled the contents inside. After struggling for a long time, she finally gave up, but she did not want to admit defeat so easily with Xie Jingxing, so she just sat on the snow-white fox fur and stared at Xie Jingxing without saying a word. Xie Jingxing laughed out and took the medicine bottle from Shen Miao's hands before squatting down again and holding Shen Miao's calf. He casually said, "I am not a good person. If you want to be angry, one fear that you will bet your leg." Shen Miao remained silent. Xie Jingxing held her calf and slowly lifted up the trousers. His hands were cold and slender, and seemed to have the unique calluses of a martial artist. When it was grinding on the delicate skin, Shen Miao had an uncomfortable feeling, as if that piece of skin was also heating up. In the next moment, the cloth that was stuck to the wound because of the blood was suddenly pulled apart, and it was so painful that Shen Miao almost cried out. "The wound is somewhat deep." Xie Jingxing looked at it and said with a frown, "Why did you not say it earlier? I did not think that you would be so kind-hearted." Shen Miao said. She indeed did not think that Xie Jingxing would be so kind to apply medicine for her. With their friendship, Xie Jingxing coming over to save her life could be said to have deep feelings. Such a person with deep thoughts was also not a good person, so Shen Miao could not think of any reason why Xie Jingxing would help her. So this leg injury could only be treated after returning to the Shen residence. Chapter 278. Xie Jingxing got up and picked up the teapot from the small table at the side and poured the water inside clean. He then stretched one hand out of the boat and scooped up a pot of lake water and placed it on the stove to boil. He said, "I indeed do not have good intentions, but seeing that you are loyal, one will be a good person for once." Speaking till here, he looked up at Shen Miao and said, "Everyone said that Shen Xian is loyal and righteous, but one did not expect that a girl from the Shen family would also be loyal. Many thanks to you for not selling me out." He was half joking and half serious, so Shen Miao did not explain that he had misunderstood. At that time in that situation, if she had immediately said that the person in the secret room was Xie Jingxing, those two people would have immediately killed her. Who did not know how to stall for time, but Xie Jingxing thought that she did not say it because of loyalty and to make Xie Jingxing feel that he owed her a favor. Why not? Thus Shen Miao did not intend to clarify this misunderstanding. However, Shen Miao lowered her head and pondered. Even if she really sold Xie Jingxing out, with Xie Jingxing's ability, he would still be able to retreat unscathed. Just now she heard clearly that those two people definitely had companions nearby, but now there was no movement at all, so one could imagine who was the one who did it. After a short silence, the water in the teapot boiled. Xie Jingxing casually tore off a piece of cloth from the corner of his robe and dipped it in the hot water. With one hand, he held Shen Miao's calf and placed it on his knee, and the other hand wiped the dirty blood around the wound. Shen Miao's feet were almost in Xie Jingxing's embrace and she could feel his cold clothes. The material was also cold and stiff, as if his frivolous appearance was cold and solemn. Shen Miao was somewhat uncomfortable and turned her head away, and her toes could not help but curl up slightly. In her past life, other than Fu Xiuyi, she did not have such intimate contact with other males. Even if it was Fu Xiuyi, now that she recalled it, it was more of a reluctance. Most of the time, Fu Xiuyi left her with the impression of a sovereign king. Thus there were almost no males that she had seen in her youth. Feeling somewhat silent, Shen Miao looked for a topic and asked, Who are those people? Those people that she was talking about was naturally that skinny and tall person. Hearing this, Xie Jingxing did not speak. He only wiped off the dirty blood on Xin Miao's calf and sprinkled some medicinal powder before taking out a handkerchief to bandage it for her. When he was doing this, he lowered his head and looked extremely serious. His technique was also very skilled, as if dressing wounds was something that he was very familiar with. The lights on the boat flickered. The lanterns of the Wanli Lake were like brocade, shining brightly on his face. The youth's features were unbelievably handsome, and it seemed that in this brief moment of brilliance, there was an illusion of gentleness. Even Xin Miao could not help but be slightly startled. However, this illusion of gentleness did not last long. Xie Jingxing put down her feet and suddenly both hands were by Xin Miao's side as he leaned closer. His well-defined face was in close proximity and his peach blossom eyes seemed to be filled with intoxicating wine as he looked over with a smile that was not a smile. It was clearly a casual action, but it was so strong that it made one unable to breathe. Xin Miao calmly looked at him. After staring at Xin Miao for a while, Xie Jingxing then released his hands and lightly said, "It is not good for you to know too much." "I do not want to know anything." Xin Miao said, "I only hope that you do not implicate me." When the words came out, her heart was somewhat vexed. One did not know what was going on today. Perhaps it was because the matter happened suddenly, or perhaps it was because of the injury that made her feel agitated, but when facing Xie Jingxing, it actually stimulated some of the little temper that was buried deep in her bones. Those random venting of anger, willfulness and bickering were unknowingly drawn out by Xie Jingxing. "As long as you know propriety, no one can implicate you," Xie Jingxing said. He tidied up the messy cloth strips on the boat and found a long pole to hang Xin Miao's wet clothes on to warm them. Chapter 279. When can I leave? Xin Miao asked. There are people watching outside, and if one were to go out now, it would attract criticism. Moreover, if you stay with me, it would be hard to avoid blaming me. Xie Jingxing's words were still able to anger people to death. So for my innocence, when the boat docks, I will bring you to the princess residence. The people from the princess residence will send you back. Xin Miao was slightly startled. Princess residence? Princess Rongxian. Xie Jingxing fiddled with the charcoal. She will help. Princess Rongxian was also born from the late emperor's imperial concubine, and even though she was not as favored as Princess Yuqin, she was deeply loved by the late emperor. Among the children of the late emperor, Princess Yuqin and Princess Rongxian had a deep sisterly relationship. Princess Yuqin married the Marquis of Lineage and Princess Rongxian married the current Zhuangyuan scholar, but unfortunately the Zhuangyuan scholar died of illness a few years later. Princess Rongxian did not change and moved back to the princess residence and was a widow for so many years. With Princess Yuqin and Princess Rongxian's friendship, they would help Xie Jingxing in this matter. Xin Miao looked up at Xie Jingxing. You really thought far ahead. If at this moment the Xin family were to come over and see them alone with disheveled clothes, it would be hard to avoid thinking too much. With the relationship between the Xin and Xie family, who knew if it would become more complicated in the future? For Princess Rongxian to come forward, it was a good idea. The sound of fireworks came from the top of her head. Xin Miao was originally leaning against the window of the boat, and when she heard the sound, she looked out of the window. In the night sky of the Ding capital, there were all sorts of colorful and bright fireworks. Just like what Bai Lu and Shuangjiang said, the fireworks would not stop tonight. Just now, when there was a surge of people, the mood was different from looking at the quiet lake. You like to see these? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. I do not like. Xin Miao replied. During the annual banquet of the Mingqi imperial family, the emperor and the concubines would have fun together and there would be countless fireworks in the imperial garden. At that time she had just returned from the Qin country and suddenly there was an additional Mei Furan in the palace. On the night of the banquet, Mei Furan and Fu Xiaoyi were drinking and having fun in the imperial garden. She sat in Kuanning Palace accompanied by Wan Yu and Fu Ming as she watched the fireworks by herself. That was the coldest fireworks that she had ever seen, and since then she did not like these things. It's just a fleeting thing. What's there to see? Nice to look at but useless. There was a hint of anger in her voice, but her eyes seemed a little sad. Xie Jingxing looked at her strangely, and after thinking for a while, he got up and took something from the cabinet. He walked to Xin Miao's side and handed the thing in his hand to Xin Miao. One do not know how long it would take for the boat to reach the shore. Since today is the Jade Rabbit Festival, you should also make a flower lantern, Xie Jingxing said. Xin Miao looked at the lantern in her hands. Most likely it was left behind by the people who were playing on the boat as the candles had not been put in and was neatly folded. Looking out of the window, the surface of the Wanli Lake was surrounded by layers upon layers of lanterns. Their boat shuttled back and forth in a sea of resplendent lights, like a fairy in the beautiful Milky Way. Not waiting for Shen Miao to answer, Xie Jingxing made one himself. After he finished making the lantern, he casually placed it into the lake. His actions were also very casual. When Shen Miao saw it, she asked, "Why did you not write a note?" One had to put a note in the lantern, and on the note was the wish of the person who made the lantern, so that the deities would be able to hear the prayers of the person and would bless the person who made the lantern in the coming year. "I do not believe in deities," Xie Jingxing said lazily. "It is fine not to write." Shen Miao thought about it and was really unable to imagine what kind of scene it would be like with Xie Jingxing's arrogant and unruly temperament to seriously pray for the deities' blessings. She folded the 2 lanterns but did not write a note and did not put any candles inside. Instead she lit the flower at the top of the lantern and placed it into the lake. Chapter 280. The 2 lanterns were burning from top to bottom and looked like 2 balls of fire on the lake. Xie Jingxing was startled for a moment before asking, "These are the lanterns for worship. What are you doing?" Lighting the lanterns was a lantern for the dead. It was so lively without rhyme or reason, but Shen Miao was actually here to worship the dead. Shen Miao did not care about Xie Jingxing's words and only watched as the lanterns gradually burned until the flames engulfed the lanterns. After a long time, there were no longer any shadows of the 2 lanterns on the lake. After being reborn, there were some things that could be repeated but some things could not be repeated. For example, Wan Yu and Fu Ming. In the previous lifetime and this lifetime, the meeting was an eternal farewell. In this lifetime, there was no longer that gentle and generous princess or the sensible and steady crown prince. A handkerchief was handed to Shen Miao. She raised her head and Xie Jingxing said impatiently, "Why are you crying again?" Shen Miao touched her cheeks and unknowingly her cheeks were actually wet. Most likely it was Lu Jingsheng's sorrow that she was not even conscious of her tears. Seeing her take the handkerchief, Xie Jingxing said, "You have some loyalty. If there are any difficulties in the future, you can come and find me." The words that came out of nowhere made Shen Miao stun for a moment before looking at Xie Jingxing. The youth's side profile under the bright lights of the lake was even more beautiful. He leaned against the window and looked at Shen Miao with a flash of complicated light in his eyes. But he casually said, "I do not like to owe people favors. Since you did not betray me today, I will not treat you unfairly. Seeing that you have gotten into a lot of trouble, perhaps in the future there will be a need for me. At that time, on account of today's account, I will lend a helping hand." Shen Miao said, "Then many thanks to little Marquis." Xie Jingxing smiled and suddenly turned his head to look at her. There was some teasing in his tone, "But help is help, but you must not fall in love with me." Shen Miao was so angry that she wanted to laugh. She said, "Little Marquis is thinking too much." "Is it?" Xie Jingxing walked over from the window and looked down at Shen Miao who was sitting on the couch. He suddenly pulled out the hairpin from Shen Miao's head and thoughtfully looked at it in his hands. "Then why are you wearing the hairpin that I gave you?" He deliberately emphasized the word, "I." Shen Miao was at a loss for words. Just as she wanted to say that it was the maid who put it on for her, she heard Xie Jingxing continue, "Today you have touched and seen me, but forget about pledging one's body." He smiled maliciously, "A little girl that has not grown up yet. I'm not that hungry that I cannot be choosy." This person's words were too vicious. You even like to distort the truth. In Shen Miao's past and present lifetime, those that she met were either hypocrites or those that had a look of awe-inspiring righteousness. It was the first time that she met a scoundrel that could anger others to death with just one sentence. "I don't like little Marquis and I won't like him in the future. Little Marquis can rest assured." Shen Miao said sarcastically. "That's good." Xie Jingxing stared at her, the smile on his lips was still playful, but in his pitch-black eyes, there was a kind of warning and indifference. He said, "Little girl, I am not a good person." Shen Miao did not speak. Xie Jingxing was not a good person, but could she be considered a good person? Perhaps in the past lifetime, but in this lifetime she was sinister and ruthless, and was completely not related to the word good. The boat quietly drifted down with the current and outside the window, it started to snow lightly. Half of the lake was sparkling with snowflakes and the other half was bright lights. The fireworks in the sky were colorful. This New Year's Jade Rabbit Festival did not seem to be very good, but after all it was special. The purple-clad youth leaned against the window and looked out indifferently. One did not know how long he looked, and when he turned his head, he discovered that Shen Miao had fallen asleep on the small table. Chapter 281. When she was asleep, there was no alienation or dignified expression on her face. Because of today's torment, her cheeks were still red, and with Xie Jingxing's slightly large fox fur coat, she really looked like a young lady that had not grown up yet. Her hair was already slightly dried by the stove, and a lock of long hair covered her eyes. Most likely it was a little itchy, as Shen Miao frowned in her dreams. Xie Jingxing walked to her side and paused for a moment before reaching out to tuck the lock of hair that was covering her eyes to the back of her ears. He then took out the jade begonia hairpin that he just plucked from Shen Miao's head and gently inserted it into Shen Miao's head. He crossed his arms and looked at Shen Miao for a while. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he raised his brows. To be able to sleep so well in front of a strange male, one really do not know fear. After sitting for a while, the boat came to a sudden stop. It had finally reached the shore. Xie Jingxing walked to the bow of the boat, and a few black-clad figures appeared from the shore. The leader said, replying to Master, "Everything has been dealt with cleanly. Is Master returning to the residence now?" Xie Jingxing looked back at the cabin and said, "Head to the princess residence first. Tai Yi, bring a horse carriage over." He turned back to the cabin and knocked on the small table. Shen Miao sleepily raised her head, and Xie Jingxing said, "Reached the shore." "Already reached?" Shen Miao suddenly woke up and looked out of the window before walking out. However, the injury on her leg had not healed, and when she stood up, her legs softened and she almost fell down. Xie Jingxing grabbed her arm, and after thinking about it, he stretched out his hand and wrapped the fox fur around Shen Miao's body tighter. He carried her along with the fox fur and walked out of the boat. Shen Miao jumped in shock and subconsciously reached out to hug Xie Jingxing's neck. Looking up, Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. "Be more honest. Do not take advantage of me." Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing's hand wrapped around her shoulders. He was tall and had long legs, so it was effortless for him to carry Shen Miao. Shen Miao's head was in his embrace, and she could feel his tall and sturdy chest and his powerful heartbeat, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. When they left the boat, they discovered that there was already a group of black-clad people standing outside. When they saw Xie Jingxing carrying a little girl out, even though they tried their best to endure, their expressions were somewhat strange. The most relaxed one was Xie Jingxing. He walked to the front of the horse carriage and threw Shen Miao inside before saying, "To the princess residence." He left without even turning his head back. The carriage wobbled away, leaving the group of black-clothed men looking at each other in dismay. A tall young man said, "Tai Yi, why did Master carry a girl out? What is the relationship between that girl and Master?" That's right, that's right." Another woman also walked over, rubbing her chin as she muttered, "After so many years, how many beauties have been unable to get close to Master's body? So Master has this kind of taste." Her eyes lit up. "Ha, no wonder. Shoo, who said that?" Another charming mature woman said with dissatisfaction, "What's there to look at that silly little girl? Has her hair grown out yet?" "Huolong, I know you like Master, but this, you can't be jealous." The woman from before smiled and looked at the middle-aged man in the middle. "Tai Yi, you are the closest to Master. Who is that little girl? What's the matter with Master? Tell us about it." "All shut up." Tai Yi, who was standing in the middle, could not bear it anymore. "All go back, go back. The people in the secret department are all so idle. Tomorrow go and guard the tower prison." When those words were spoken, everyone immediately retreated and said, "Suddenly remembered that there are still some matters. Just now those corpses have been cleared? It is better to return to the secret department to report the situation. Today was really dangerous." As they chatted, they walked away. Tai Yi let out a sigh of relief before turning back and disappearing into the night. Chapter 282. Speaking of the other end, in the princess residence. When the people outside reported Xie Jingxing's arrival, Princess Rong Xan was already preparing to sleep. She had been a widow for many years and had no children by her side, thus every New Year's festival she would appear to be alone. Even if Emperor Wenhui in the palace had the title of siblings with her, but after all they did not crawl out from the same mother's womb, so how could they be that close? Moreover, it was better to stay in the princess residence than to interact with the emperor in the palace, so for so many years of Jade Rabbit Festival, Princess Rong Xan would not enter the palace nor go out to play, but quietly stay in the residence, just like usual. Today was different. When she knew that Xie Jingxing had come, Princess Rong Xan was somewhat surprised. After changing her clothes, she then went out to welcome him. When she walked into the hall, she saw that Xie Jingxing was already sitting on a chair waiting. When he saw her he smiled gently. Rong Yi. Princess Rong Xian's maiden name was Yu Rong and she had a deep sisterly relationship with Princess Yu Qing, thus it was not wrong for Xie Jingxing to call her Rong Yi. Why did you come over today? When Princess Rong Xian saw Xie Jingxing, she was somewhat puzzled but there was more joy. She did not have any children and had long treated Xie Jingxing as her own son. She pitied Xie Jingxing's life experience. When Princess Yu Qing passed away, when Princess Rong Xian came to the residence of the Marquis of Lin and to offer her condolences, she even scolded Xie Ding badly. Even though Xie Jingxing was mischievous, he treated Princess Rong Xian with great respect and would come over to the princess residence to pay his respects during every New Year's festival. It was just that normally he would come over on the first day of the new year, but this year he came on the Jade Rabbit Festival, which made Princess Rong Xian somewhat surprised. Miss Rongyi, so come over to take a look. Will Rongyi not welcome me? Xie Jingxing smiled. His appearance was outstanding to begin with, and now that he was speaking in a half-joking, half-serious manner, his handsome and romantic appearance caused all the maidservants in the hall to blush. Princess Rong Xian tapped his forehead and smiled. You even dare to tease an old person like me. You little brat, your guts are getting fatter. It is one thing to miss Rong Yi, but there is another matter to seek Rong Yi's help in coming over tonight. Princess Rong Xian was surprised for a moment before she sat up straight and said seriously, Jingxing, did you encounter any difficulties? If there is anything difficult, just tell Rong Yi. Aunt Rong, don't be nervous. It's just a small matter. Xie Jingxing explained with a smile. I have a friend who got separated from her family during the Jade Rabbit Festival and unfortunately fell into the water. Even though I saved her, it was somewhat inconvenient. She even wanted Aunt Rong to send her back in the name of the princess residence. He said it was simple, but when Princess Rong Xian heard it, she understood the matter. Even though Ming Qi was more open to the matters between men and women, but after all, a female's reputation was very sensitive, and if some rumors were to spread, it would be unbearable. But Princess Rong Xian looked at Xie Jingxing. That friend of yours is actually a young lady? Xie Jingxing nodded. It's been so many years, but I've never seen a girl by your side. Princess Rong Xian suddenly mischievously said, Jingxing, you are also an adult. One do not know how old is that young lady, and is there any marriage arrangement in the family? Aunt Rong. Xie Jingxing helplessly said, she is still a young lady. He had no choice but to help her because he owed her a favor. Don't tell me you don't want to help me? What are you talking about? Princess Rong Xian pretended to be angry. Which time did Aunt Rong not help you? Alright. Where is that young lady now? In the horse carriage outside. Aunt Rong will help her find a set of clothes to change into. Xie Jingxing said. Hearing that, Princess Rong Xian's gaze towards Xie Jingxing became more meaningful. When Xie Jingxing saw it, he only shook his head and found it funny and was too lazy to explain. Princess Rong Xian instructed the maids by her side to bring Xin Miao, who was in the horse carriage, to the residence's bedroom to rest, and said to Xie Jingxing, but you have not told me which family's young lady is she from? Shen family of the capital, formidable great general's daughter, Xin Miao. Xie Jingxing lazily said. Princess Rong Xian was drinking tea and almost choked on the tea when she heard that. She looked at Xie Jingxing and said in disbelief, that idiot noble girl. Isn't she in love with Prince Ding? Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders. Princess Rong Xian carefully looked at him and deliberated over her words. Jingxing, there are thousands of young ladies in the world and you are still young. Wait a while more. Xie Jingxing, 2 flowers bloomed, each representing 1 branch. On one side, Princess Rong Xian and Xie Jingxing were having a heart-to-heart talk, while on the other side, Xin Miao was sitting in Princess Rong Xian's bedroom, watching the maids coming and going to tidy up her clothes and hair. In the previous lifetime, Princess Rong Xian did not treat her with such enthusiasm. Perhaps she looked down on her self-seeking behavior or felt that her learning was crude, thus she always treated her coldly. Even after she became the Empress, Princess Rong Xian was lukewarm towards her. And because Princess Rong Xian was not in the palace all year round and would occasionally enter the palace, her gaze towards her was not very friendly. In Xin Miao's heart, Princess Rong Xian was not a person that was easy to get along with. Who knew that with such hospitality, it made Xin Miao somewhat inexplicable. Chapter 283. Xin Miao sat in Princess Rong Xian's residence for a moment and changed her clothes before having her hair combed by the maid. After drinking a cup of tea, Princess Rong Xian then walked in. Xin young lady is still all right. Princess Rong Xian smiled, already instructed the kitchen to bring the ginger tea. In such a cold day warm the body and do not catch a cold. Shen Miao replied with a smile, many thanks to your Princess Highness. But there was some suspicion in her heart. Princess Rong Xan had never been this kind to her before. At this moment it was still that face, but there was not a trace of the previous life's harshness and coldness, making Shen Miao suspect if the person in front was really Princess Rong Xan. When she was thinking, Princess Rong Xan was also sizing her up with a thoughtful gaze. Even though Princess Rong Xan did not like to go out, but the rumors in the Ding capital would eventually fall into her ears. Because she did not move out often, the news stopped a long time ago, which was the fact that the D5th young lady of the Ding capital was an idiot. In Princess Rong Xian's impression, Shen Miao was a timid and weak female who was extremely brazen in pursuing males. She had no talent and virtue and was born vulgar, so how could she match up to Xie Jingxing, who had superior looks and learning? However, at this moment, the young female's appearance was delicate and her eyes were as clear as water. Even though she was sitting, there was a rare air of nobility and majesty that one could not help but change her view a little. Tonight the Wanli Lake is crowded and Shin young lady was separated from her family. Presumably she must be frightened. Princess Rong Xen smiled. After drinking the ginger tea, Bengong will let the servants send you back. Her face had some probing on it. Today you met with an accident. Bengong's nephew had unprecedentedly asked me to help. The nephew, naturally referred to Xie Jingxing. Shin Miao looked at Princess Rong Xian's meaningful expression and did not know how to continue the words. She paused before saying, Little Xie Marquis is chivalrous and courageous. Today I have troubled you. Finishing, she felt sour at her own words. Xie Jingxing was chivalrous and courageous? Clearly he had a black heart. Today she was implicated by Xie Jingxing, but now it seemed like she owed Xie Jingxing a favor. When Princess Rong Xen saw Shin Miao's somewhat distant words, it seemed that she was deliberately drawing a line between her and Xie Jingxing. She felt even more satisfied. If Shin Miao was a person that climbed all over one's face, she would take advantage of Xie Jingxing's little time and could not wait to show that her relationship with Xie Jingxing was not ordinary, and pester Xie Jingxing no matter what. Princess Rong Xen would look down on Shin Miao without saying a word. Although he was happy to see the feelings between a young man and a young woman, he was, after all, from the strict etiquette of the royal family. He really didn't care about private matters. What are you talking about? Princess Rong Xen smiled cordially. Jingxing, that child also said that you are his friend and there is no need to be so formal between friends. Speaking of which, Jingxing is Bengong's nephew, and since you have a friendship with him, it is possible to treat Bengong as your emu. Shin Miao held the teacup and almost choked on the tea in her throat. To see Princess Rong Xian as one's own Yumu? It was when she married Fu Xiuyi in the last lifetime and Princess Rong Xian really became her own Yumu. Afterwards, when she wanted to curry favor with Princess Rong Xian privately, Princess Rong Xian coldly said, Never mind. Bengong do not have a niece like you. That Princess Rong Xian, who coldly rejected her closeness, now said to her cordially, It is possible to treat me as one's own Yumu. Shin Miao felt that she was most likely dreaming. Seeing that she was somewhat stunned, Princess Rong Xen felt that this child was honest and did not have the schemes of those noble young ladies. She pulled her hand and said, Bengong do not have any children. In the future you may come over to Bengong's place to sit. She took off the bracelet on her wrist and put it on Shin Miao's hand. Treat this as a meeting gift from Bengong to you. Chapter 284. This is too valuable. Shin Miao declined. This bracelet was a sand-sprayed peony jade double ring, and there were a total of 5 gold rings interlocking with each other. It was the dowry of the deceased great imperial consort, which was also Princess Rong Xian's birth mother's dowry. Afterwards, when Princess Rong Xian married, it was given to her. In Shin Miao's past life, she had seen Princess Rong Xian wearing this double ring, and it was enough to see how precious it was. You can just wear it. Princess Rong Xian smiled. It is just a small toy. One think that your Shin family have gold, silver and jewelry, so one must not dislike it. How would this official's daughter dare to dislike the great imperial consort's bracelet? Shin Miao said, but it is still too valuable. Princess Rong Xian was surprised for a moment. How do you know that this is the great imperial consort's bracelet? Shin Miao also paused and secretly cried out in her heart. Because she was the head of the 6 palaces in her past life, naturally she knew all about the matters of the womenfolk in the palace. But in this life, she was a daughter of an official's family and naturally would not know about the imperial family's private matters. Seeing Princess Rong Xian's suspicious gaze, Shin Miao suddenly had an idea and smiled. One heard Little Xie Marquis mention that Little Xie Marquis and your Princess Highness have a good relationship and often mention about your Princess Highness. So it was like this. Princess Rong Xian's expression suddenly softened and said with relief, Ben Gong had treated him as one's own child all these years. It is difficult for him to have a conscience. Speaking till here, the gaze that looked at Xin Miao was different, but he actually told you about this matter? Xin Miao's body stiffened and indeed heard Princess Rong Xian say, it seems that he really treat you as a friend. Princess Rong Xian sighed, Jing Xing, this child, even though he looks a little mischievous, he is a good one. For so many years, Ben Gong had not seen him being so attentive to any young lady. She smiled at Xin Miao, you are the first. Xin Miao secretly said in her heart that Princess Rong Xian's appearance was really like Xie Jingxing's birth mother. But Xie Jingxing did not fancy her because of any romance. One feared that Xie Jingxing was suspicious of her. To deal with such an intelligent person, one would have a headache at every step. Just at this time, the maid sent boiled ginger tea over. Princess Rong Xian was chatting with Xin Miao as she watched Xin Miao drink ginger tea. The more she chatted with Xin Miao, the more Princess Rong Xian liked Xin Miao. She found that Xin Miao was not the idiotic idiot that was rumored to be. Instead, she was very knowledgeable and had a great magnanimity. Even though it was just a simple chat, she did not feel that it was by the book. One did not know how a daughter who was raised in the boudoir would have such broad horizons. Thinking of the matter of Xin Miao being in love with Prince Ding, Princess Rong Xian actually had a trace of worry in her heart. Even though Prince Ding was her nephew, but compared to Fu Xiuyi, Princess Rong Xian's heart was naturally more biased towards Xie Jingxing's side. Princess Rong Xian also did not wish for her nephew to miss such an outstanding young lady, thus she kept on praising Xie Jingxing as they chatted. Princess Rong Xian's temperament was cold and inflexible. Not to mention outsiders, even if it was her relatives, she would have an ice-cold appearance when facing Emperor Wenhui. But today she was chatting happily with an unfamiliar young female, which almost shocked the jaws of the servants in the princess residence. One did not know that Xin Miao was married to Fu Xiuyi in the past lifetime and was looking forward to pleasing all the relatives around Fu Xiuyi. She had inquired a lot about Princess Rong Xian and naturally knew how to cater to her liking. It was just that in the past lifetime there was little effect, but now because of the additional layer of relationship with Xie Jingxing, it was just to Princess Rong Xian's liking. If one knew that Princess Rong Xian was so easy to please, in the past lifetime one only needed to build a good relationship with Xie Jingxing. There was no need to be so powerful. Princess Rong Xian spoke until the time it took for an incense stick to burn before she stood up and said, the time is not early anymore. If one do not send you back to the residence, one think that General Shen and Shen Furen would be very anxious. Ben Gong had already prepared the horse carriage and will send you back. Finishing, she got up to instruct the servants. Chapter 285. After Xin Miao followed Princess Rong Xian out, she was shocked by the array. Princess Rong Xian's horse carriage was incomparably gorgeous, and what was even more shocking was that there were a group of armed guards. Princess Rong Xian smiled, there are many people on the streets today. With more people guarding, it would prevent any accidents from happening. The other party had good intentions and Xin Miao had no reason to refuse. Moreover, borrowing the power of Princess Rong Xian's array, it was just nice to punish some of the people in the Xin residence. She then followed the advice and thanked Princess Rong Xian before walking up the carriage. On the streets of the Ding capital, until now the crowds of people had not decreased. The fireworks were really going to be displayed for the entire night, and on the streets where people were coming and going, a group of ostentatious people and horse carriages would inevitably attract attention. On the city wall at the corner of the street, there was a youth wearing a fox fur coat and beside him was a middle-aged man. The man said, Her Princess Highness actually sent so many guards to escort Xin young lady back to the residence. Aunt Rong is not a person that is easy to please. The youth said with interest, This young lady of the Shen family has great abilities. The middle-aged man was silent and suddenly heard the youth beside him said, How are the people that were caught alive today? Replying to master, they are all locked up in the tower prison. 3 of them were death warriors and had already committed suicide by biting poison. The remaining 3 had their jaws removed and refused to speak even if they die. Then pick one and crush his bones. Do not let go of even an inch of his body. I do not need to teach how to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. Yes. The man hesitated for a moment. Those that sneaked into the city, find them and kill without mercy. The bustling flow of people in the Ding capital and the restlessness and danger under the bustle could not be seen at all in the general residence. In the main hall of the Shen residence, Everyone was standing solemnly. Shin Xian and wife who were standing in the middle could not hide their anxiety and worry, and Shin Qiu's face was filled with annoyance. After searching for an entire night, they were not able to find Shin Miao's whereabouts. Shin Xian and his wife were not fools and knew that in this situation, most likely she was not kidnapped by kidnappers, who would not care that the Shin family's guards were just a few steps away to forcefully kidnap Shin Miao. Normal kidnappers would not take such a big risk, and they were afraid that someone was seeking revenge. Shin Xian and wife did not know about the matter of Prince Yu residence, but Shin Qiu was well aware that the extermination of Prince Yu residence most likely had something to do with Shin Miao. If it was the remnants of Prince Yu residence who had the heart to take revenge for their master, one could imagine the result of Shin Miao falling into their hands. Shin Xian even mobilized the Shin family's army and secretly informed the city's garrison to guard the city gates. They could not be found even after going from house to house in the Ding capital. As time passed, Shin Xian and the few of them almost went crazy. Qin Roqiu opened her mouth gently. Eldest brother and eldest saw, this matter is not a solution. Why not? It is better to report to the authorities. If it is reported to the authorities, it would be better if the capital administrator came forward. It is not a solution for us to search like this. Correct. Shin Wan also opened his mouth. Eldest brother, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it would be for little five. The Shin family's army has been searching outside, and others would be suspicious if they saw it. Shin Yu stood behind Qin Roqiu and lowered her head so that others could not see her curled-up lips. Serves her right. The matter of Shin Miao going missing was probably the happiest thing that she heard today. She did not think of anything else and only hoped that Shin Miao would be like Shin Qing and be sent back with her innocence tainted. Then from then on she would be the only daughter of the Shin family. At that time, so what if Shin Xian and wife had the military power and Shin Qiu, her older brother, would protect her? Shin Miao's reputation would be ruined and she would not be able to lift her head up for the rest of her life. No. Luo Shuiyan's eyebrows were vertical and she glared at Qin Roqiu. If it is reported to the authorities, Jiao Jiao's reputation would be completely ruined. Today Shin Miao went missing and she wanted to hide it from others, but the few households of the Shin family were all shrewd and the paper could not wrap the fire. The matter of Shin Miao going missing was finally revealed. Chapter 286. Shin Xian and Shin Qiu searched for the entire night but to no avail and could only order their subordinates to continue searching while they returned to the residence to make plans. Eldest saw. Qin Roqiu had a sincere face. Is Jiao Jiao's reputation more important or her life? If females lose their lives for the sake of reputation, one think that eldest saw would regret it in the future. Qin Roqiu, who are you cursing? When Luo Shuiyan heard it, she immediately shouted angrily. She was an impatient person and it was nothing much to say about herself, but she could not tolerate others saying bad things about Shin Miao and immediately fall out with Qin Roqiu. What are you quarreling about? Old Shin Furin, who had been silent all the while, opened her mouth and glared at Luo Shuiyan. You yourself lost fifth lady and why are you getting angry at others? Did number two's family say something wrong? After a long time, fifth lady's life would be gone, so what is the use of reputation? On the surface these words sounded like they were thinking for Shin Miao, but Luo Shuiyan felt uncomfortable and subconsciously wanted to refute. That's right, eldest Shin. Shin Yuan also opened his mouth. Even if one does not report to the authorities, with the Shin family's guards outside searching in such a large array, one fear that someone would guess the truth tomorrow. At that time, what is the difference if one reports to the authorities or not? Shin Yuan had already seen Shin Miao as a thorn in his eyes and could not wait to get rid of her. Now that he had not even made a move and Shin Miao had already suffered a calamity, how could it be justified if one did not add oil to the fire? Shin Gui was even happier, but he was not one who would take the lead and only had a regretful expression on his face. AI, little five is such a good child. How could she encounter such a thing? Eldest brother, do you have any enemies? The person Shin Gui hated the most was Shin Xian. Shin Xian's meritorious services were outstanding and he was always pressured by the court. If Shin Miao met with an accident because of Shin Xian, one feared that Shin Xian would feel guilty for a lifetime. Shin Gui then stabbed a knife into Shin Xian's heart. Wan Yinyang pulled Shin Dongling and stood behind Shin Gui. She was a Yinyang and had no right to speak here. He listened to the others talk without making a sound, but he was secretly glad that he had held Shin Dongling tight, and did not let Shin Dongling be abducted. Shin Dongling's head was lowered and one could not see her expression clearly. That's enough, eldest sister's family. Others will find out anyway. If we report it to the authorities now, we might be able to make fifth sister suffer less. Report to the authorities earlier. Old Shen Furen said, but a glint flashed in her eyes. What she hated the most was that the son of the old general's first wife would always suppress her son in everything. At least Shen Miao did not live up to expectations and made her feel much better. Who knew when it started, Shen Miao had surpassed Shen Qing and Shen Yu, and in addition to Shen Qiu loitering around the residence every day, it made her heart feel suffocated. This time it was rare to see Shen Miao in misfortune, thus old Shen Furen was almost secretly delighted. She could not wait to report to the authorities so that all the people of Mingqi would know that Shen Miao was abducted by kidnappers. It would be best if she lost her innocence and the first household of the Shen family would not be able to lift their heads up. This would be delightful. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan had yet to speak, but Shen Qiu clenched his fists tightly. He was young and full of vigor, but it did not mean that he did not know how to read people's expressions. On the surface these people were saying that they were thinking for Shen Miao's sake, but their eyes were flashing with schadenfreude and hitting others when they were down. No wonder Shen Miao changed so much in 1 year. Her schemes were deep and she was so mature that she was not like a child. It was all because she was forced out by the Shen family. There was never a moment like now where he clearly realized what kind of environment Shen Miao was living in. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xian looked at each other and their gazes were fierce. If one were to say that there was still some misunderstanding regarding the fire in the ancestral hall, after all they did not see the cause of the matter, but the scene in front of them was clearly presented in front of them. Luo Shuiyan was angry, but Shen Xian was extremely shocked and disappointed. He treated them with sincerity, respect and helped them, but when his daughter met with an accident, he saw that he was secretly delighted. Shen Xian suddenly felt that those happy and harmonious and friendly scenes were so ironic. Chapter 287. Shen Yu worriedly said, "What would those people do to fifth younger sister? Fifth younger sister is very good-looking, and one heard that good-looking young ladies would be sold especially far away by kidnappers. If they were not kidnappers, one feared that they would not let fifth younger sister have a good time after so much trouble." As she spoke, 2 drops of tears flowed down as if she was extremely sad. Shen Dongling, who was standing quietly at the side, had a touch of ridicule in her eyes, but she was still in a daze and did not speak. "Eldest brother, are we going to report to the authorities or not?" Shen Wan asked. The atmosphere was in a deadlock when suddenly one heard the panting voice of a servant. "Foreign master, fifth young lady has returned." That servant ran into the main hall and did not even take a breath before saying, "Fifth young lady was sent back by the people from the princess residence." Everyone was first shocked by the servant's words of Shen Miao's return to the residence. Shen Xian and wife were pleasantly surprised, and when they heard the 3 words princess residence, they did not recover to their senses for a moment. It was Shen Wan's heart that moved and stepped forward to ask, "Which princess residence?" That servant caught his breath and said with some excitement, "It is Her Highness Princess Rong Xian. She had sent a lot of people to escort fifth young lady back to the residence, and the guards are standing at the entrance of the residence." "Princess Rong Xian?" Chen Rochio's footsteps paused and she bit her lips. Princess Rong Xian did not ask about court matters, and it was nothing to males, but it was different to females, especially to the circle of noble ladies in the capital. Now all the females in the palace had to give face to Princess Rong Xian, but Princess Rong Xian herself was hard to get close to. She was serious and old-fashioned, and many noble Furins who wanted to please her suffered a loss. But this legendary, most old-fashioned and serious princess actually personally sent Shen Miao back? Looking at this situation, it was actually not low. Chen Rochio's heart was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan did not say anything further as they ran out of the residence, and when the rest of the people saw the situation, they also followed. One saw a dense crowd of people at the entrance of the general's residence, and when one walked closer, one could see clearly that they were all armored guards, and the number of people was really frightening. And there was a crowd of commoners surrounding the entrance to watch the bustle. Most likely they did not know what tricks the Shen residence was playing. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan were surprised for a moment, as it was out of their expectations to see so many guards. They then saw a female official walking to the side of the carriage and helped Shen Miao down. Luo Shuiyan quickly went up and said worriedly, "Jiao Jiao." She looked at Shen Miao from top to bottom and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Shen Miao's expression was normal. That female official smiled and said, "Today Her Princess Highness was playing at the Wanli Lake and coincidentally met the lost fifth Shen young lady. The princess carriage accidentally knocked down fifth Shen young lady and thus brought fifth Shen young lady back to the princess residence to rest." One did not think that General Shen and Shen Foreign would be anxious, and the princess let this servant apologize. These words frankly explained why Shin Miao would walk together with Princess Rong Xen. Even though there were still some peculiarities, but since Princess Rong Xen had spoken, who would dare to question it? Today, with so many guards and attracted so many onlookers, one feared that no one would believe even if someone wanted to spread some unfavorable rumors. This was a genuine confirmation of Shin Miao's innocence. At the back of the crowd, old Shin Furen was so angry that her face turned green. It was not easy to wait for Shin Miao to be unlucky, but Princess Rong Xan appeared midway. Old Shin Furen even hated Princess Rong Xan, who was a busybody. Your Princess Highness is too polite. It should be this Shen thanking your Princess Highness for saving my daughter. Shin Xian replied. That servant quickly moved sideways to avoid it and smiled. One dare not accept General Shin's courtesy. Since the person has been sent, this servant will leave first. Finishing, she urged the guards to move, and when she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and walked to Shin Miao's side. The princess is very fond of 5th Shin young lady. Today the reception was rushed, and before leaving, she said that if 5th Shin young lady is free in the future, please visit the princess residence. Her Princess Highness will definitely entertain you well. Finishing, she then left with the guards in the carriage. Chapter 288. Princess Rong Xan was very fond of Shin Miao, and even let Shin Miao visit the princess residence when she is free? The Shin family stood at the residence's doors and were stunned by the last sentence that the female official said. Shin Yu almost crushed the handkerchief in her hands. She naturally knew about Princess Rong Xan and also knew how difficult it was to get close to this princess. Now one did not know what sorcery Shin Miao used, that even Princess Rong Xan had a whole new level of respect for her and was able to climb up a relationship with the imperial family. Then in the future would she be able to build a relationship with His Highness Prince Ding? Shin Yu was really anxious this time. Shin Dongling's eyes moved and heard Wan Yinyang's envious voice. 5th young lady is really lucky. This is a princess. Shin Yuan snorted coldly and did not look at the residence's doors again before turning and leaving with a brush of his sleeves. Shin Miao gently smiled at the Shin family. Today I have made everyone worried. She said it in such an understated manner and immediately made Shin Xan and wife recall the faces of the Shin family's people just now, and their faces became somewhat ugly. Seeing that Shin Miao was fine, everyone in the Shin family was disappointed, and when they looked at Shin Miao again, they were so angry that they could not breathe. After old Shin Furen reprimanded Shin Miao with a few words, they all found an excuse to leave. Shin Miao followed Shin Qiu and the rest to the western courtyard, and when she saw Shin Qiu and the rest's ugly expressions, she understood in her heart. Previously she deliberately dragged the princess residence's people to not inform the Shin family of her whereabouts in advance. True feelings were seen in adversity, and similarly, false feelings could be seen in adversity. It was impossible for Shin Xian to change his temperament towards the Shin family overnight, just like how in her previous lifetime, she still had hopes for Fu Xiu-yi until the very last moment. One's feelings towards the Shin family could not be recovered in one night. Thus it would take some time for Shin Xian to completely change his view towards the Shin family. Just nice to take this opportunity to let Shin Xian see clearly what kind of a group of jackals and wolves the Shin family were. When they were still in the residence, facing Shin Miao who was in distress, the Shin family were able to hit her when she was down, and when Shin Xian was not in the Ding capital, Shin Xian was not a fool and naturally could guess what had happened to Shin Miao. Sure enough, when they reached the western courtyard, Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan carefully inquired about tonight's matters, and after confirming that she was all right, they then instructed Shin Miao to rest early, and both of them left. Before they left, they called Shin Qiu along, obviously wanting to discuss something. After the three of them left, Shin Miao took the opportunity when there was no one around to roll up her trousers. On her calf, the wound was bandaged with a white silk cloth, and it seemed to still have the warmth of someone's palm. It was a night full of surprises, but it seemed that he understood Xie Jingxing more, but the more he understood his opponent, the more dangerous he felt. In the future, it would be best if we don't come into contact with each other. In the eastern courtyard of the Shin residence, Shin Yuan was sitting in the room with a gloomy expression. After Ren Wanyun went crazy, he rarely went to visit, and there was a faintly discernible estrangement between him and Shin Gue. He was not a person who valued friendship and would even kill his own younger sister, so naturally everything was based on benefits. One thought that Shin Miao would not be able to escape this calamity tonight, but who knew that not only did she return unscathed, she even got involved in the princess residence. This made Shin Yuan feel a trace of danger. The strength of the opponent was not enough to be feared, but what made one fearful was that this opponent was still getting stronger. From an idiot young lady who was bullied by others to someone that no one dared to belittle. Her thoughts were deep and her methods were ruthless. Princess Rong Xn, that old-fashioned person, was also subdued by Xin Miao at the end. This made one could not help but think that if Xin Miao had the heart in the future, would she be able to find even more powerful people to back her up? After roping in more people, would the next person to deal with would be him? It was shameful for a proud and arrogant person like Xin Yuan to treat a young female as an opponent. However, he had to admit that it was this young female who had just reached marriageable age that made his second household become like this. Xin Yuan would never leave any future troubles for himself. Xin Miao had harmed the second household to this extent, and it was obvious that she would not be kind, and one day the spearhead would be aimed at him. It was just that Xin Miao was not difficult to deal with, but the difficult thing was that there was still Xin Xian and Luo Shuiyan behind her. After all, some considerations were needed, but Xin Yuan looked at the letter in his hands and suddenly smiled. Even though the first household of the Xin family had strong military power, but if there was no successor, then it would only be a pile of mud. One did not know if Xin Xian and wife would be like Ren Wanyun and go crazy from the pain after losing Xin Miao and Xin Qiu, this pair of siblings. Chapter 289. In the 69th year of Ming Qi's Winter New Year, there was a night of heavy snow. Auspicious snow indicated a good harvest, and the common people were in a joyous mood as they prayed for a good harvest in the coming year. However, to the general residents in the Ding capital, this was definitely a special year. The Xin family's second household lost a daughter, and the matriarch of the household went crazy. And the first household that had the most power and influence seemed to be in discord with the other two households. It was not as close as in the past, and there was an obvious estrangement. The Huang family that was previously engaged to Xin Qing, because of Xin Qing's matter, it was considered as a complete enmity with the Xin family. Because Xin Xian and wife were not in the Ding capital all year round, they did not vent their anger on him. As for the Wei family that was engaged to Xin Miao, Luo Shuiyan personally came forward and personally confirmed that it was just a misunderstanding. The Wei family was honest and did not make things difficult for her. In addition, Xin Xian also promised to help Wei Darren in court in the future. Thus the Wei family was naturally willing to give this face. Thus to Xin Miao this new year was rather good. Without Fu Xiuyi, without Prince Yu, and without Ren Wanyun and Xin Qing, some things were still changing step by step. However, she was happy, but some people were not so happy. In Rongjing Tang, old Xin Furen was sitting on her seat as Xin Yuan Bo crawled around beside her, but she was somewhat impatient. A look of resentment appeared on her shriveled face. Eldest Xin, now do not place me in her eyes. This year there was not even a little more money in the public residence. The few chests of treasures that were previously bestowed by the palace were all locked in their own courtyard. What do they want to do? And they still do not place me in their eyes. Old Xin Furen got angry when the matter was mentioned. In the past, Xin Xian would send the things bestowed by the palace to the public residence every year. Because both husband and wife were not in the Ding capital, other than leaving some toys that Xin Miao liked, the rest of the things were useless to them. Old Xin Furen had tasted the sweetness of it, and now that there was an unforeseen event between Xin Xian and the Xin family, Xin Xian did not even send any money. In old Xin Furen's eyes, it was simply disgraceful. Old Furen must not be angry. Perhaps after these few days, when eldest master's anger has dissipated, the things will be sent over. Zhang Mama, who was at the side, comforted. One think that eldest master is dissatisfied with the treatment of fifth young lady, thus he is not willing to send the things over. How did you treat fifth girl? Old Xin Furen said angrily. For so many years I provided for her to eat and drink and raised her up to this age. Eldest Xin is still not satisfied? I think he just doesn't want to recognize me as his mother. An ingrate who can't support his family. And that Luo Shuiyan, now even the fifth girl has become so cunning. Who knows if there's someone teaching her behind the scenes. Zhang Mama saw that old Xin Furen was angry and was silent for a moment before saying, now fifth young lady has grown up and her thoughts are heavier. However, fifth miss had grown up in front of old grandma. Fifth miss had always been obedient to old grandma's words. It could be seen that she still respected old grandma. It would be better for old Furen to summon fifth young miss in front of her one day and coax her. Both of them were young girls, so it would be easy to coax them. Fifth miss is the lifeblood of first master and first madam. If we can control fifth miss, doesn't it mean that we can control first master and his family? This Zhang Mama was also a scheming person. In fact, old Xin Furen was after all a prostitute and had endless despicable means, but when it came to being the matriarch of the household, she had the heart but not the ability. For so many years, if it was not for Zhang Mama's guidance, one did not know how big of a joke would have been. Old Xin Furen sneered, I still need to coax her? Once I see that girl I would think of that slut. She had been dead for so many years but still occupied Master's heart, favoring their first household and everything, and now I still need to please her? I feel disgusted when I see her. Chapter 290. Zhang Mama was somewhat helpless and wanted to continue persuading but saw the maid at the door saying, "Second young master, you have arrived." Xin Yuan walked in big strides. Yuan. Seeing Xin Yuan enter, old Xin Furin's attitude eased up a lot. Xin Yuan Bo, who was on the couch, saw it and also smiled as he looked at his second older brother. Xin Yuan did not reach out to hug Xin Yuan Bo and only smiled, "Come over to take a look at Zumu. What is there to see about me?" Old Xin Furin said angrily, but her face was filled with joy. Among these grandsons, the one she loved the most was Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan was talented and learned at such a young age and even entered an official career. Everyone praised him and gave her face. Naturally, he was the most valued by old Xin Furin. One was fortunate to obtain a bottle of snow jade ointment and specially brought it over for Zumu. Zumu must not disappoint this grandson's good intentions. Xin Yuan smiled as he handed the bottle over to old Xin Furin. Old Xin Furin was somewhat surprised and then pretended to be angry. "How old am I already and still need these? Could it be that you are deliberately angering me?" Even though it was so, there was an expression of fondness on her face. Old Xin Furin was after all a songstress, and these rouge and cosmetics would not be broken even when she was old. Xin Yuan also knew how to cater to her liking, and immediately old Xin Furin's gloomy mood was swept away. Zumu is still young and this kind of good thing is to be used on Zumu. Xin Yuan flattered without a change in expression. Both grandfather and grandson then spoke a few more words. Xin Yuan was an astute person and old Xin Furin liked him, and in addition he deliberately picked words that made old Xin Furin happy. The atmosphere in Rongjing Tang was incomparably harmonious, and even Xin Yuan Bo, who was on the couch, was left out. After speaking for a while, Xin Yuan suddenly thought of something and said unintentionally, "Speaking of Zumu, it seems that in a few days Biao younger sister and Biao younger brother will be coming." Old Xin Furin was surprised for a moment before speaking in a cold tone, "What Biao younger brother and Biao younger sister?" "They will leave after staying for a few days." Before old Xin Furin became a singing female, she also had a family, and perhaps it was her family that sold her to a brothel. Old Xin Furin's ancestral home was Suzhou, and afterwards old Xin Furin was brought to the Ding capital by General Xin to become a general's Furin. Thus naturally she cut off all contact with her family. It was just that this year one did not know where that family heard about old Xin Furin's news and let their own pair of grandchildren to come to the Ding capital, saying that they were here to visit old Xin Furin, but in fact everyone knew that it was just to borrow the autumn wind. For a person like old Xin Furin, who would forsake righteousness at the sight of profit, and having not met for so many years, it was naturally impossible for her to have any kinship. Now that Xin Yuan mentioned the matter, naturally she was not willing to talk more. Xin Yuan said with a smile, "I have never seen this pair of Biao younger sister before. One think that their age is similar to fifth younger sister." He sighed. "Speaking of which, during eldest brother's return to the Ding capital, I heard that eldest Bo and eldest Shen were helping him to pick out a favored young lady. Most likely they would be worried about him." "Xin Xiu wants to pick a wife?" Old Xin Furin suddenly sat up straight. "Why do I not know of this matter? Yuaner, do you know which family's young lady they are picking?" "This one do not know." Xin Yuan thought about it, but with eldest Bo's and eldest Shen's family background, naturally they should pick that young lady from the residence that has a high position and power. Eldest brother already has such a future, and with the support of eldest Sa's residence, it would be like adding wings to a tiger and he would be able to go up another level. The more Xin Yuan said it like that, the uglier old Xin Furin's face became. After a long while she then said sourly, "That would also depend on whether the other young lady would fancy him or not." Xin Yuan pretended not to know and said unintentionally, "But the most important thing is that eldest brother likes it. If eldest brother likes it, then there is no harm in not having a family background. If I were to say, perhaps our youngest Biao younger sister would be fancied by eldest brother, and at that time it would be even closer." Chapter 291. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Xin Furin's brows wrinkled and subconsciously refuted Xin Yuan's words. What kind of identity does she have? How would eldest Xin take a fancy to her? I'm just speaking casually. Grandmother need not take it to heart. Xin Yuan smiled and changed the topic. After saying a few more words, he then took his leave. Before leaving, he looked at Zhang Mama without batting an eyelid. After Xin Yuan left, old Xin Furin kept thinking about what Xin Yuan said. On one hand, she knew that Xin Yuan's words were outrageous. No matter how open-minded Xin Xian and wife were, they would not take a fancy to that family's lowly status. Moreover, Xin Qiu was not a lecherous person, so this matter was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But on the other hand, old Xin Furen was moved by Xin Yuan's words. If Xin Qiu found a noble family's young lady, would not his power go up a level? Old Xin Furen could not see Xin Qiu doing well, so how could she watch him grow more powerful? If he married her own grandniece, not only would it not be better, it would drag the first household of the Xin family down and drag Xin Qiu down. That was called good. Zhang Mama was massaging old Xin Furen's shoulders as she softly said, "Old Furen, actually this old servant also feel that second young master's words are somewhat reasonable." After a pause, she then said, "Think about it, if eldest young master and Biao young lady were married, they would be even closer. Biao young lady would be on old Furen's side, so it would be much easier to do anything." She said softly, "If the marriage is successful, in the future money matters would be easy. Biao young lady's money would not be your money?" When the words were said, old Xin Furen's eyes lit up. Correct, if Xin Qiu and the family's grandniece were married, then the grandniece would naturally be on her side. By controlling Xin Qiu, it was the same as controlling the first household. Zhang Mama continued, "If Biao young master and fifth young lady were married, it would be even better. In the future the entire first household's money and property would all belong to old Furen." Old Xin Furen's heart moved. Zhang Mama's words were all aimed at her, making her heart burst with joy. Thinking of being able to seize the first household's assets and secretly use all kinds of methods to make the first household in chaos, old Xin Furen was extremely happy. But in the blink of an eye, he became worried and said, "It's easy to say, but my grandnieces and nephews all came from small families. It's not like old master hasn't seen the world. How could you take a fancy to them?" "My old madam." Mother Zhang smiled. "You've forgotten about the methods you used in the past. It's just a small matter between a man and a woman. How can it be so complicated? Nothing is impossible if you use your brain a little." Her words caused old Xin Furen to have a little reverie, and after a moment, old Xin Furen also laughed. Most likely she wanted to laugh in a charming manner, but because of her old age, it was somewhat strange. That kind of old amorous expression made her look exceptionally ugly. She said, "That is also true. A man and a woman's love is just a small matter." After saying those words, she and Zhang Mama looked at each other and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. Old Xin Furen said, "Someone come and find the box in my room. My pair of grandnieces have not seen for a long time, so it is time to give them some greeting gifts." Outside the room, Xin Yuan looked at Rong Jing Tang's low laughter, and a trace of sneer flashed in his eyes before he slowly walked out of the courtyard. In the western courtyard, Xin Miao handed 10 banknotes to Mo Qing. "Go to Baoxiang Lu and look for a young lady called Lu Ying. I have already inquired about it. 100 taels of silver can buy her for a night. Take the money and sit with her for a night. Do not do anything and go every 3 days." Xin Miao said. When Mo Qing heard the 3 words Baoxiang Lu, his face turned green, and when he heard that Xin Miao wanted him to look for young lady Lu Ying, his face turned from green to red. He delayed taking the banknotes and looked at Xin Miao. Young lady, you are joking with this subordinate." Chapter 292. When did you see me joking around with others? Xin Miao's face was serious, and Mo Qing thought about it. Ever since he knew Xin Miao till now, Xin Miao had always been serious and did not do anything to joke around with others. But it was too outrageous to want him to go to the brothel. Mo Qing shook his head and stammered with a red face, "Young lady, this subordinate. Why must this subordinate go to Baoxiang Lu?" Xin Miao looked at him. Speaking of which, after following her for so long in her previous lifetime, she indeed did not see Mo Qing involved with any young lady. After being a servant for so many years, one thought that it was because of the strict rules in the palace, but who knew that Mo Qing had such a temperament, hemming and hawing? How was he like a commander of the guards? She said, "Let you go, then go. If that young lady Lu Ying asks why you are like this, then do not say anything. In short, listen clearly and be a mute." Mo Qing, seeing Mo Qing's unwilling expression, Xin Miao said in a sharp voice, "You do not even listen to my words? This subordinate does not dare." Mo Qing quickly said. When the words came out, he felt somewhat depressed. He was a dignified 8 feet tall man, and there were few opponents under Xin Qiu's command, so why did he feel flustered after being shouted at by Xin Miao? Logically speaking, even though he was protecting Xin Miao's safety, he was still Xin Qiu's subordinate, and he did not treat Xin Qiu with such caution. Could it be that after following Shin Miao, his servility had become so strong? He was puzzled after much thought but heard Shin Miao continuing, I heard that this young lady Lu Ying is naturally charming and has many means, and there were countless of people that fell under her skirt. Even though she is not the signature of Bao Xiang Lu, she is still considered a popular young lady. I picked you because I know that you are a gentleman and have a firm will. Let you sit for a night, then sit for a night, and do not take advantage of the opportunity to do anything. If you mess it up, you do not need to stay in the Shin family's army anymore. Mo Qing's face alternated between green and red as he had never felt so embarrassed before. It was fine if Shin Miao said it so blatantly, but she even used a scrutinizing gaze to sweep over his entire body and even stopped at a certain place on his waist. If Shin Miao was not the mistress, one feared that Mo Qing would have brushed his sleeves and left in a huff. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. He did not know how Shin Miao grew up to have such a temperament. To look at him in such a manner, Mo Qing felt that he was like a pork on the chopping board. Seeing that Mo Qing's face had turned purple, Shin Miao then let him off and waved her hands, Go. Remember what I said. Mo Qing ran out in a flash. Jingzhe had just returned from outside and when she saw the situation she said, What happened to guard Mo? You look like you are in pain. Did something happen? Mo Qing had always done things calmly and this was the first time one saw him in such a sorry state. Nothing, just feeling shy. Shin Miao said, How is the matter of inquiring? Jingzhe was somewhat curious as to what Shin Miao was talking about when she heard it, inquired clearly. Old Foreign's maiden family's Biao young lady and Biao young master will arrive in 2 days. Really? Shin Miao smiled faintly, that Biao young lady's maiden name is Jing Chu Chu. How did young lady know? Jingzhe was surprised. Shin Miao did not speak and lowered her head to hide the killing intent in her eyes. Naturally she knew that it was her previous lifetimes. Elda saw. 2 days later the skies cleared up. Shin Miao got up early and went out to the courtyard to watch Shin Qiu and Shin Xang compete in swordplay. On such a cold day, both of them were sweating profusely and the surrounding guards were secretly applauding. Just when they were in high spirits, they saw old Shin Foreign's maid, Shier, running over and saying that old Shin Foreign wanted everyone to rush to Rong Jing Tang as the maiden family's Biao young lady and Biao young master had arrived. Chapter 293. Shin Qiu scratched his head and asked curiously, Which Biao young lady or Biao young master? How come I do not know? Luo Shuiyan quickly understood. It is the relative of old Tai Tai's paternal family. Previously one had not heard of it and did not know why they suddenly came over. Shin Xian did not have any reaction. Old Shin Foreign was his stepmother but old Shin Foreign's background doomed her to not be seen in public. For so many years, there was no news at all from that paternal family and only knew that they were from Suzhou. But they came to the Ding capital from thousands of miles away and were of the younger generation. Since old Shin Foreign was so fond of them, they could only go and put on an act. Shin Qiu put down his sword and went back with Shin Xan to change clothes. When he turned back, he saw Shin Miao standing at the door with a somewhat cold expression. He could not help but walk over and ask, Why is younger sister suddenly unhappy? Just now it was still all right. Shin Miao recovered to her senses and looked at Shin Qiu before smiling, Nothing. When the few of them reached Rong Jing Tang, they heard old Shin Foreign's laughter from afar. Ever since Shin Qing's accident, old Shin Foreign had a sullen face every day and there was no time for her to be this happy. Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan were somewhat surprised. When the few of them stepped into Rong Jing Tang, they saw that Shin Roqiu's and Shin Gui's household were actually there. In front of old Shin Foreign stood a male and female. When old Shin Foreign saw Shin Xian and the rest coming, she said to the two people in front, This is your eldest beau's family. She then said to Shin Xian, This is my brother's grandson and granddaughter, Guansheng and Chu Chu. Jing Guansheng Jing Chu Chu. When the two of them heard it, they quickly turned around and greeted Shin Xian and entourage. Shin Miao stood motionless and calmly sized up the two people in front of her. Jing Guansheng was 18 this year and Jing Chu Chu was 16 this year, both at the prime of their youth. Jing Guan was ordinary and slightly plump. However, his skin was white and he had a scholarly air. He wore a brown long robe. The material was considered good and the cut was also generous and fitting. However, his eyes revealed a faintly discernible shrewdness which completely destroyed the scholarly air. This Jing Chu Chu was actually not bad. Perhaps old Shin Foreign's maiden family had always looked good as Jing Chu Chu's appearance was similar to old Shin Foreign's, a pretty daughter of a humble family. But compared to old Shin Foreign when she was young, she was much more restrained. The primrose-colored fragrant silk skirt and the autumn-colored lotus gown were also extremely exquisite. She had the countenance of a flower and the face of the moon but seemed to be extremely shy and bashful as she shyly spoke and saluted, but her eyes were staring straight at the ground, not daring to look up at anyone. When she greeted Shin Miao smiled. "Why is Biao older sister only looking at the ground? There's no sign of me underground." Jing Chu was startled for a moment and raised her head. She looked at her at a loss and then looked at old Shinfuren. Old Shinfuren suddenly frowned. Chu has just arrived and is somewhat afraid of strangers. "Fifth girl, you should be more courteous." Old Shinfuren's unscrupulous shielding immediately made Shin Xian and the rest's expressions change. They would not let Shin Miao feel wronged for an unknown relative who was not related by blood, thus their attitude towards Jing Chu immediately became somewhat cold. Old Shinfuren did not feel it at all, but it was Shin Yuan who frowned and looked at Shin Miao without batting an eyelid. Shin Miao smiled, afraid of strangers. No matter, one would not be afraid after staying for a few more days. In this place, one would eventually become familiar with one's surroundings. Her words were kind and there seemed to be some rare warmth, but in the ears of those who were attentive, they felt that it was not the case. Jing Chu smiled shyly at Shin Miao before lowering her head to play with the handkerchief in her hands. It was as if one would blush with one more look. It was Jing Guansheng who was at the side who smiled gently and elegantly at Shin Miao. Chapter 294. Shin Miao's gaze did not even land on Jing Guansheng. She stared at Jing Chu but could hear the sound of her teeth grinding. Jing Chu was always like this, shy and bashful. She had no schemes and would always lower her head timidly, as if anyone could bully her. So when the incident happened, when they saw her and Shin Xiu lying on the same bed after drinking, everyone would insult Shin Xiu for being worse than a beast. Who would have thought that this young lady who was as pure as a piece of white paper would at the end put on a green hat for Shin Xiu, and because she accidentally killed her adulterer, Shin Xiu was sent to prison. Those military matters that often went wrong after marrying in and Shin Xiu's broken leg from the horse, most likely all had something to do with Jing Chu. And at the very end, Shin Xiu's body was found in the pond and Jing Chu ran away with the money of the first household of the Shin family. A woman's heart was the most poisonous. Shin Miao felt that this face that was as gentle as a rabbit was more poisonous than a snake. After all, even though Shin Xiu did not like it, he still treated Jing Chu sincerely after marrying her, and with Shin Xiu's sincere temperament, he would definitely not let Jing Chu suffer. But Jing Chu was an out-and-out white-eyed wolf. Shin Miao kept staring at Jing Chu, and even with Shin Xiu's careless heart, he also sensed that something was wrong and asked in puzzlement, "Younger sister?" Jing Guansheng also said, "Why is fifth younger sister staring at Chu?" Jing Chu took a step back and somewhat nervously turned her body sideways to let Jing Guansheng block Shin Miao's gaze, as if she was very afraid. Shin Miao smiled gently. "Biao older sister is really too beautiful. One was not careful and looked too much." Shin Yu bit her lips. Now that Shin Miao's appearance was getting older, she had already taken away a lot of her limelight, and now there was an additional Jing Chu, making her heart extremely uncomfortable. Jing Chu's face turned red and whispered to Shin Miao, "Younger sister is the one who is beautiful." Shin Miao smiled and declined to comment. Old Shinfuren coughed twice and said, "Since Chu and Guansheng have arrived, they are guests of our residence and are all one family. Fifth girl, eldest brother, bring them around more on normal days." There was obviously Shin Yuan and Shin Yu, and at the very least there was Shin Dongling. It was not like the Shin residence only had Shin Miao and Shin Xiu, these two grandsons, but he came over to warn them. Shin Miao's lips slightly hooked up and looked at Jing Chu, who had her head lowered, and smiled warmly. "Naturally I will take good care of older sister." She usually had a delicate appearance, but in this room of females, there was a kind of unruffled bearing, and that unhurried smile that bloomed just now had an indescribable charm. Jing Chu was still all right, but Jing Guansheng was somewhat infatuated looking at her. Seeing Shin Miao like this, old Shinfuren was extremely satisfied. She said with a smile, "Since that is the case, all of you can withdraw. I still have some words that I want to discuss with Chu, that girl. After so many years of not seeing one another, one do not know if the family is well." Old Shinfuren's loving look fell into Chen Rochio's eyes and she was somewhat moved. However, she only respectfully agreed and followed the crowd to leave, except for Rong Jing Tang. Outside of Rong Jing Tang, Jing Guansheng said to Shin Miao, "What does fifth younger sister like to do at home?" Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan were walking at the front and did not hear the words, but it was Shin Xiu who walked to Shin Miao's side vigilantly when he heard it and did not speak as he looked at Jing Guansheng. Shin Miao gently smiled, nothing much, just reading books. Coincidentally, I also like to read books in the residence. Jing Guanxing smiled, most likely one can seek advice from Biao younger sister. Shin Miao swept a glance at him and even Shin Qiu noticed the contempt in her eyes and was somewhat surprised that Shin Miao would be so unfriendly to a person whom she had just met for the first time. He only heard Shin Miao saying, "Forget it. One think that Biao older brother's residence does not have many books, to seek advice from me? It is better to get someone to send a few books to Biao older brother as they are all unique copies." She actually did not conceal her disdain of the other's poor background. Jing Guanxing's face stiffened in a moment. In Rong Jing Tang, old Shin Furen was holding Jing Chu Chu's hands and said benevolently, "To be so beautiful at such a young age, one do not know if there is any betrothal at this age?" Jing Chu Chu softly said, replying to old Furen, "Not yet." "Not yet." Old Shin Furen's smile deepened. "With your appearance and temperament, it would be good if you can be my Shin family's granddaughter-in-law." Jing Chu Chu lowered her head and her face turned even redder as her hands gradually clenched. Their Jing family was only an ordinary merchant and heard that their grandfather had a sister who had prospered in the Ding capital. Thus they sent the two of them to the Ding capital, hoping that the other party would be able to help them. Early on when they reached the Shin residence, Jing Chu Chu was already dazzled by the riches and honor of the Shin residence. If she was able to marry into the general residence, then she would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life and she would be a Furen of a wealthy family. How could Jing Chu Chu's heart not be excited? It was just that she could not show it on her face. Old Shin Furen patted her hands and smiled. "At this age, you are very compatible with eldest family's Chioer. Our Chioer is now a deputy general and what is even better is that he is still unmarried." Jing Chu Chu was born timid and weak and looked to treat others sincerely, but was somewhat timid. But no matter what, a young lady who was skilled in making pastries would be welcomed everywhere, especially when this young lady was good-looking. Luo Shuiyan was a female general, so how would she know how to make soup? Shin Xian and his son had a good impression of a young lady who could cook. Chapter 296. Jing Chu Chu said, "After disturbing for so many days, one's heart is terrified." Chu Chu does not have much ability so she made some snacks to express her feelings. Look, she even knew how to repay kindness. Shin Xian and his son liked people who were polite and sensible. Generals were affectionate and Jing Chu Chu's performance was indeed not bad. Shin Qiu said, "Biao younger sister need not worry. Just treat this as your home and as one family, there is no need to disturb." Jing Chu Chu shyly lowered her head and Shin Qiu picked up a piece of cake and smiled, "Then I will not be polite." Just as he was about to bite it, he suddenly heard a voice from behind, "Eldest brother." Shin Qiu turned his head over and saw that Shin Miao had come over since some time ago. She was standing at the side of the courtyard with 4 maids behind her, looking at him with cold eyes. One did not know why but Shin Qiu had a feeling of guilt and subconsciously put down the cake in his hands before asking, "Why is younger sister here?" Shin Miao did not speak and lifted her feet to walk towards them. When she got closer she saw Guyu, Jingzhe, Bailu and Shuangjiang holding a basket in their hands. Shin Xian asked, "Jiao Jiao, what is in your basket?" Today's weather is somewhat cold and thinking that everyone are tired and thirsty from practicing the sword, one made some soup. Shin Miao lightly swept a glance at Shin Qiu and Shin Qiu felt a chill on his back. He heard Shin Miao saying, "Let those soldiers come over to drink the soup. After stewing mushroom chicken soup for the whole morning, it is good to warm up the body." "I will go call." Ah Chi, who was standing beside Shin Qiu, was overjoyed when he saw that and ran over to the training grounds. After a while, the dozens of soldiers in the courtyard followed over. Shin Miao led Jingzhe and the rest scooped the soup for everyone. Those soldiers were Shin Xian and Shin Qiu's most capable subordinates, thus they were placed directly in the general residence. When the soldiers saw that there was soup to drink, they were very happy and smiled, "It is still young lady who is considerate of us. Young lady is really kind-hearted." Rough people were actually the best to bribe and win over. Shin Miao knew this very well. Ah Chi drank a mouthful of soup and exclaimed, "This soup is really not bad." He finished it in 2 or 3 gulps and passed it to Jingzhe, another bowl. Jingzhe rolled her eyes at Ah Chi, "Of course it is good to drink. This is personally cooked by our young lady." When Shin Xian and Shin Qiu saw it, they were surprised for a moment before Shin Qiu said, "Younger sister personally cooked it?" "Yes." Shin Miao said lightly. "Old geese do not drink any more." Shin Xian roared, "You are not allowed to drink," he shouted at Guyu. "Give me a big bowl." Luo Shuiyan had just drunk by Lu's soup and was also very surprised. "Jiao Jiao, you actually made this soup yourself? How did your cooking skills improve so much?" The fragrance of the soup floated out and naturally made one salivate. Shen Miao smiled as she looked down. "Casually made it." In the first few years of her past life, in order to gain Fu Xiuyi's favor, she used all sorts of methods to hone her cooking skills. Afterwards, when she went to the Qin country, she learned a lot of rare dishes under the difficulties of those people. Speaking of which, she had at least seen the dishes of the imperial family of the two countries, thus her horizons and means were much more profound than ordinary people. As for that young lady from a humble family that came to the Ding capital for the first time, Shen Miao's eyes swept over to Jing Chu. Jing Chu was standing behind the pillar, and this time she did not lower her head, but bit her lips and held back her tears as she looked at the group of boorish people who were drinking happily, as if she had suffered a lot of grievances. The D young lady personally cooked the soup, and it was much more precious than the snacks that Biao young lady made. Moreover, Shen Miao gave a portion to all the soldiers in the courtyard. With such a comparison, Jing Chu, who only made snacks for Shen Xian father and son, was really too stingy and could not be seen in public. Jing Chu was ashamed and angry as she looked at Shen Miao with a trace of hatred. Chapter 297. Shen Qiu also wanted to scoop some soup, but Guyu and the rest did not give it to him. Shen Qiu also sensed something and guessed that Shen Miao was angry with him, but he did not know what he did wrong and could only look at Shen Miao. Shen Miao waited until everyone had almost finished drinking before she let Bai Lu take out a bowl from the bottom of the basket and said, "You like sweet, so this bowl has honey in it. Drink it. Younger sister is really good." Shen Qiu was overjoyed and snatched it over to drink big mouthfuls of soup. Shen Miao could not bear to look at his gluttonous appearance. When those soldiers received the soup that Shen Miao personally made, their hearts were half touched and half liked it. Naturally, they flattered Shen Miao and felt that Shen Miao did not have the temperament of an eldest young lady and was approachable and beautiful, just like a fairy. Shen Miao was surrounded by the soldiers and Jing Chu was completely left out. There were several times when she wanted to leave, but at the end she clenched her teeth and stayed. When everyone went to practice their swords, Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan also went over. Shen Qiu sat on the stone lion to rest, and Shen Miao then walked over to Jing Chu's side and said with a smile, "Biao older sister's desserts are not bad, but martial artists would be tired and thirsty after practicing swords during the day. You still make desserts, wouldn't it make their mouths even more parched?" Shen Miao said with a smile, "Next time it is better to make soup." Jing Chu's face turned green and white. Shen Miao's words were clearly exposing that she was using the pretense of sending desserts, but her thoughts were not really thinking for these martial artists. Otherwise she would not have sent these dry things. Even though she was angry in her heart, Jing Chu still lowered her head in panic as if she was very afraid. "Many thanks to Biao younger sister's reminder. Chu will not need to worry." Finishing, she looked at Shen Qiu, who was at the side, for help, hoping that Shen Qiu would help her out. Unfortunately, even though Shen Qiu's personality was sincere, he was a blockhead who did not understand amorous feelings and matters between men and women, thus he felt inexplicable when he met Jing Chu's gaze. It was Shen Miao who smiled when she saw it. Eldest brother did not want to eat Biao older sister's pastries just now. "Eat some now." Shen Qiu waved his hand. "I just drank a bowl of soup. I'm a little full and can't eat much. Let's eat later." Shen Miao was very satisfied. The bowl of soup that was given to Shen Qiu was especially sufficient. She did not believe that after Shen Qiu drank this bowl of soup, he would still have the stomach to eat Jing Chu's pastries. Unless Shen Qiu was transformed from a pig. Jing Chu was somewhat disappointed. Shen Qiu stood up and said, "I will also go and practice." He then walked towards the courtyard. Looking at Shen Qiu's receding figure, Jing Chu was somewhat unreconciled and wanted to say something but could only bite her lips as she watched. Shen Miao gently smiled and patted her hands. "One fear that Biao older sister's pastries will not taste good when they are cold. If Biao older sister does not mind, one can send it to second older brother." "Second older brother?" Jing Chu looked at Shen Miao in puzzlement. "Yes." Shen Miao smiled gently. "Like my eldest brother and the rest, they are always in the bitter cold northwestern region all year round and would not be able to appreciate these exquisite things. But my second older brother is different. He had already entered the official career at a young age and is now in the capital. His future is limitless." Shen Miao shook her head and sighed. "It is a pity that there is no one around to take care of his daily life. Males are always not concerned about food and clothing. Perhaps Biao older sister's Suzhou snacks would suit his appetite. When Jing Chu heard that, her eyes were somewhat cloudy and uncertain. She only heard Shin Miao smiling. Perhaps in the future, if second older brother has a wife, one would be able to enjoy the good fortune of eating. One do not know which young lady would have the fortune to be my second saw. Biao older sister does not know that my second older brother is the sweetheart of many officials' young ladies in the Ding capital. Second young master. Jing Chu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Currently there is no young lady that you fancy?" Chapter 298. Shin Miao sighed. Second older brother is busy with court matters all day, how would he have the time to see other young ladies? Jing Chu was deep in thought and Shin Miao did not expose her and spoke for a while. Seeing that Shin Xiu and the rest did not have any intention to stop, Jing Chu felt that it would be strange if she continued to stay, so she left. After Jing Chu left, Shin Xiu then came over and carefully looked at Shin Miao for a while before saying, "Younger sister, why are you strange today?" "How am I strange?" Shin Miao said unhappily. "Is eldest brother angry that I interrupted you from eating Biao older sister's pastries?" "I do not mean that." Shin Xiu was so anxious that his face turned red, but he heard Shin Miao waving her hands without a care. "Forget it. But now you are at a good age and a lot of young ladies are looking at you. In the future one must open one's eyes wide when picking a sister-in-law." Shin Xiu understood these words and said helplessly, "Younger sister, what are you talking about?" Biao younger sister also did not mean that. She only came to send pastries. "If you really like her, then eat as much as you want." Finishing saying these words, Shin Miao left without looking back. This time back, Shin Xiu had never seen Shin Miao so angry at him and jumped in shock as he watched Shin Miao walk away. On the way back to the room, Guyu asked, "Is it that young lady does not like Biao young lady, otherwise why would one be so angry?" "Yes, I do not like." Shin Miao rubbed her forehead. She really hated Jing Chu. Towards such a proud person like Shin Xiu to make him break his leg, wear a green hat and finally be imprisoned on a murder charge, she could not wait to peel off Jing Chu's skin for this kind of snake and scorpion-hearted female. But Shin Xiu was a kind person and did not know that a person's heart would be bad to such an extent. Seeing that in this lifetime Shin Xiu was almost bewitched by Jing Chu's appearance, Shin Miao was furious. "But did young lady not tell Biao young lady about second young master?" Guyu said, "Perhaps in the future Biao young lady's interest would turn towards second young master." Just now when Shin Miao and Jing Chu were chatting, they did not deliberately avoid the few maids and Guyu could hear the meaning in Shin Miao's words. Shin Miao shook her head. "She is not stupid, and if she was moved by my words she would not be Jing Chu." Shin Miao smiled gently, "But it is good to have some thoughts." The few maids were somewhat baffled as they did not understand why Shin Miao would treat this timid and weak-looking Biao young lady as though she was facing a great enemy. Bao Xianglu was the biggest money-squandering establishment in the Ding capital. If one were to say that brothels were divided into different grades, then Bao Xianglu would definitely be the top in the Ding capital. Any one of the girls could be the main hostess of an ordinary brothel. Plump and thin, shrewish and gentle, cute and adorable, innocent and flirtatious. As long as one could think of it, Bao Xianglu had it. Because of this, the price of the ladies in Bao Xiang house was also the most expensive. The beautiful young ladies at the door waved their fragrant handkerchiefs to welcome the guests. A male wearing armor walked in and it made the few young ladies to look at him a few more times. Those who could afford to come to Bao Xianglu were either rich or noble, and most of them were young masters of wealthy families or officials. But this male in front did not seem to be from a wealthy family, and the baleful aura on him made the young ladies retreat. Until a middle-aged Sunyang dressed in red walked out and smiled when she saw him. "Gentleman Mo is here again? Are you still looking for Lu Ying today?" Mo Qing nodded his head and took out a banknote from his bosom and handed it to the other party. When that female received the banknote, she smiled in satisfaction. "Gentlemen, follow me in and one will bring you upstairs. Lu Ying has been waiting for you these few days." Mo Qing suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and calmly followed this person upstairs. Chapter 299. Bao Xianglu's young ladies were the most expensive and similarly, Bao Xianglu's young ladies were also the best. Even though Lu Ying was not considered as the leading hostess in Bao Xianglu, she was considered to be a beauty, but this was only relative to the rumors outside. In fact, Bao Xianglu would have new young ladies coming in every day and every one of them had good looks and talents. Males were fond of the new and tired of the old, so the number of guests that came to look for Lu Ying had decreased by a lot. But recently the young ladies in Baoxianglu knew that Lu Ying, who was somewhat deserted, had a big business recently, as a young male would come to look for her every 3 to 5 days. In Baoxianglu, it was very rare for a guest to only pick one young lady at a time. Everyone guessed that this was to redeem Lu Ying's freedom. Mo Qing followed that female to a small building upstairs, and the red-clad female withdrew with a smile. On the soft couch, a young female was dressed in a light red muslin robe as she reclined and hugged a zither. Her watery eyes were filled with affection, and there was an ambiguous smile on her lips. Her clothes revealed half of her shoulders, making one's imagination run wild. Mo Qing took a deep breath and looked straight ahead as he walked to the table to sit down. He poured a cup of tea for himself and started his day's itinerary, in a daze. The sound of the zither abruptly stopped, and Lu Ying had a flustered and exasperated look on her face. She walked to Mo Qing and said angrily, "Gentleman." Mo had come a few times and turned a blind eye to Lu Ying. "Could it be that you are playing with Lu Ying? Or is it that Lu Ying's body is dirty?" The sisters were all envious that she was able to make it big because there was a male who was willing to pick her alone, but no one knew that this male was good-looking but useless. No matter what tricks he used, this person would not even take a look at him, not to mention anything else. Mo Qing shook his head but did not speak as he stared straight at the teacup in front of him. But his heart was extremely helpless. What Shen Miao said was indeed right. This Lu Ying was indeed a flirtatious female. Previously, when she used methods to tease him, Mo Qing himself was somewhat unable to control himself. Now sitting here for another moment was torture, but Shen Miao wanted him to continue sitting like this. The angrier Lu Ying got, there was a seductive smile on her face. She simply sat on Mo Qing's thighs and hooked her hands around the other's neck before whispering into Mo Qing's ears, "Gentleman Mo, are you willing to let me sit like this?" With a pa sound, it was Mo Qing who pushed Lu Ying onto the ground. Situated in the Kwai Hua Lu opposite Baoxianglu, in one of the elegant rooms, the table was filled with a dazzling array of jade plates and musical instruments, with 3 people sitting in the middle. A man who looked like a guard walked in from outside and bent his head to whisper a few words into the ears of the purple-clothed youth sitting in the middle. Speaking of which, Jiu Shu spoke in puzzlement, why did Xin young lady let her own guards go to Baoxianglu to look for young ladies? Moreover, this guard only watches and doesn't eat, Gao Yang added. Towards Shen Miao, Gao Yang and Jiu Shu no longer treated her as an ordinary young lady of a military family. Everything that she did seemed to have a deep meaning. Thus, when they knew that Shen Miao sent Mo Qing to Baoxianglu to look for young ladies, both of their first reaction was that Shen Miao was planning to scam someone again. Bai Shaosheng's people went out to observe for several days in a row, and the thing that made one's teeth drop was that the guard picked Lu Ying but did not do anything and just sat in Lu Ying's room for a night before leaving. They carefully inquired about Lu Ying's background, and she was just a prostitute that was sold to a brothel. There was nothing special, so they did not understand the deep meaning of Shen Miao's actions. Could it be that she wants to groom a eunuch as a confidant? Jiu Shu's thoughts were exceptionally strange. Now it is to let that guard adapt to the life of a eunuch in advance? Your thoughts are always so wonderful. Gao Yang muttered, I see that she wants to win over Lu Ying, perhaps it is to deal with the other 2 households of the Shen family. But there is no need to look for Lu Ying, as there are more young ladies in Baoxianglu who are more seductive than Lu Ying. He looked at Xie Jingxing. Third Xie, what do you think of this matter? Chapter 300. Xie Jingxing was looking out of the window, and when he heard that, he lazily glanced at the 2 of them and said, You 2 are very free? In any case, you have some friendship with Shen young lady, could it be that you do not care a little? Jiu Shu said, Third Xie, older brother, you are smart, so you must know. I don't want to know. Xie Jingxing interrupted him, I need to go out of the city for a while. Is it because of the Jade Rabbit Festival? Gao Yang asked with a frown. The emperor plans to let old Xie go to battle at the beginning of spring. Xie Jingxing said, one cannot wait. The old Xie that he was talking about was naturally the Marquis of Lin and Xie Ding. Gao Yang was silent for a while before he said, if that's the case, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. Heard that recently Xin Yuan and Prince Ding are very close. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. It seems that they are preparing to deal with the first household of the Shen family? Xin young lady is going to be unlucky again? Jiu Shu was somewhat surprised. Why does she always provoke these people with bad intentions? That Prince Ding is not a good person. Which person who was targeted by Prince Ding would have a good ending? Prince Ding is an unfathomable person. Gao Yang frowned. Even though he does not seem to be interested in power, his private military strength is no less than others. Shin Xan has military power in his hands, and an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. The Shin family has a large business and is already feared by the imperial family. If Prince Ding were to take action, one fear that Shin Xan would be greatly injured. Is not Shin young lady in danger? Jiu Shu looked at Xie Jingxing, third Xie older brother. How do you want to help her? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. Why should I help her? You are not temporarily considered as friends. Jiu Shu's eyes widened. Did you not save her previously? You don't intend to help Miss Shin? Xie Jingxing looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. His eyes were as deep as a pool of water, and it was obvious that he had an extremely romantic look, but the words that he spoke had a kind of cold indifference. I need the Shin family to help me delay time. It is good for Prince Ding to deal with Shin Xen. Jiu Shu sucked in a breath of cold air. Prince Ding's residence in the Ding capital. The young man on the high seat was dressed in a light-colored luxurious robe. His appearance was cold, but when he spoke to the people below him, he was extremely amiable, and his coldness melted a little. This person was not anyone else but Prince Ding Fu Xiuyi. At this moment there were a few strangers sitting in the hall, and these people were the advisors of Prince Ding Fu Xiuyi. He knew how to use people well and knew how to be courteous to the wise. If it was an ordinary prince, although they would give money and land to their advisors, they would not have the same respect as him. Not only would they be on equal footing with him when they spoke, they would also be extremely respectful. It was because of Fu Xiuyi's attitude that he was able to attract many wise people. It was because of these wise people that Fu Xiuyi's schemes and grand plans were still kept in the dark, including Emperor Wenhui. The young man sitting in the middle was dressed in blue. His appearance was somewhat out of place among these advisors because he was too young. He stood up and Fu Xiuyi asked, Xin Yuan, what do you think? You can say it. Xin Yuan cupped his hands towards Fu Xiuyi. When he just entered officialdom, he secretly became Fu Xiuyi's person. Fu Xiuyi was a person who knew how to recruit talents, and Xin Yuan had talent and ambition, and was able to endure the loneliness of being outside, thus Fu Xiuyi thought highly of him. Xin Yuan said, now everyone is secretly fighting for military strength, and whoever has military strength will have more chips. Ming Qi's current military strength is Xie in the south and Xian in the north. Even though the Xie family's military strength is strong, but His Majesty let the Marquis of Lineage go into battle at the beginning of spring, so there must be a plan. The Xie family cannot be moved, but the Shin family is different. Xin Yuan paused before continuing. Shin Xian took the initiative to stay in the capital for half a year, and there are a number of people who want to win Shin Xian over. There are too many variables in the Shin family's army, and if one is unable to obtain it, it would be better to destroy it. If one were to take a gamble, perhaps it would be in line with His Majesty's intentions and also allow His Highness to prove that there are no other ambitions. Xin Yuan himself was a member of the Shin family but kept saying Shin family. It was obvious that he did not put himself and Shin Xian together. His words were obviously targeted at Shin Xian. Fu Xiuyi looked at him with a smile. Perhaps he understood but pretended not to know. After all, Xin Yuan's words to him only had advantages and no disadvantages. He said, what you said is indeed correct, but the Shin family is currently unable to find a single loophole. Even if one were to find a loophole, there is no reason. Xin Yuan did not speak. Fu Xiuyi's eyes flashed and his tone became more amiable. But since you are in the Shin residence, you must know some things that ordinary people do not know. He looked at Xin Yuan. If this time the Shin family can be controlled, your credit would be the biggest. After obtaining the assurance that he wanted to hear, Xin Yuan then respectfully spoke, replying to Your Highness, this official's people were mixed in the troops long ago. Previously, when the Shin family's army was fighting in the northwest region, there were some things that were not in line with the rules. At the moment the evidence is still being collected, and once the evidence is complete, this official would definitely present it with both hands. This official guarantees that even if this time the Shin family's army is not completely collapsed, at least it would be a big blow to their vitality. Fu Xiuyi smiled faintly. Then one would have to trouble you. Xin Yuan bowed his head and smiled. Chapter 301. This new year in the Shin residence was very lively. Originally because of Ren Wanyun's and Xin Qing's matter, the atmosphere in the general residence was low, but with the arrival of Jing Chu and Jing Guansheng, old Shin Furen was very enthusiastic. She often let the siblings walk around the general's residence, and Xinyu was someone who was used to dealing with people. so it did not take long for her to address Jing Chu as good sisters, but no one knew if it was sincere or not. Even though Xin Yu treated Jing Chu and her sister well, the place that the siblings loved to run to was the western courtyard of the Xin residence. Especially Jing Chu, she would often send pastries and food to the people who were practicing swordplay. With the previous lesson, when she came back later on, she would bring everyone's portion of soup, but the taste of this soup was much inferior compared to what Xin Miao made previously. Those lowly soldiers were straightforward people, and their hearts were all thinking about the soup that Xin Miao made and did not show much gratitude towards Jing Chu's attentiveness. It was the same today. After Jing Chu brought the food over, Xin Xiu did not speak much with her and wanted to continue practicing swordplay when Jing Chu called him, "Biao older brother, Biao younger sister, better return earlier." Xin Xiu laughed heartily. Those who practice swordplay are all rough people. Blades and swords have no eyes, and it would not be good if one accidentally hurt you. Moreover, you run over here all day and you are a young lady. It is not a good thing to watch us men practice swordplay. It was actually a tactful order to chase the guest away. Jing Chu's face suddenly turned red and she looked at Xin Xiu incredulously. Her eyes were rippling as if she would cry in the next moment. When an ordinary male saw her actions, one feared that they would have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. It was just that Xin Xiu was never one to appreciate beautiful women and just stood there and did not want to go forward to comfort her. Seeing Xin Miao like this, Jing Chu's originally red face suddenly turned white. She hurriedly lowered her head and picked up the basket. Chu understands. She lifted the corner of her skirt and trotted away. Those who did not know would think that Xin Xiu did something to her. After Jing Chu left, a person appeared behind the pillar. Xin Miao said, "Eldest brother, you really do not know how to cherish flowers." Xin Xiu scratched his head. "Am I not afraid that younger sister will be angry?" "Why should I be angry?" Xin Miao said lightly. Xin Xiu instantly felt a gust of cold wind blowing past as he said, "Younger sister does not like Biao younger sister, right? I don't have any grudges with cousin, why wouldn't I like it?" Xin Miao asked. Jiao, did that girl secretly bully you?" Xin Xian, who had just finished practicing his swordplay, also walked over and just happened to hear Xin Xiu and Xin Miao's conversation and said, "If she bullied you, do not speak and beat her." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Shuiyan saw that they were talking excitedly and also walked over. When she heard what was said, she glared at Xin Xian. Jiao, do not listen to your father's nonsense. How can a young lady casually make a move? If she bullies you, go back and tell me and I'll beat her up for you." "Isn't that still a beating?" Xin Xiu muttered. "Let me do it. I'm young and strong." Xin Miao said, "She did not bully me." "Then why don't you like her?" Luo Shuiyan asked. Even a slow person would be able to see that Xin Miao did not like Jing Chu. As long as Jing Chu came over, Xin Miao would let Xin Xiu demonstrate piercing darts in the courtyard. Piercing darts was actually somewhat cruel, and in general Xin Xian and the rest would not do it in the residence as they were afraid of scaring the maids. They would find some lively little animals to be live targets, as the bloody scene was not good to look at. And every time Jing Chu came over, Xin Miao would say, "Father, eldest brother, I want to see piercing darts." Every time Jing Chu would be scared till her face turned pale, but she would unswervingly stand by her side and would often feel disgusted after watching. Xin Miao was never tired of it, as if she felt comfortable when Jing Chu felt disgusted. Over time, everyone in the courtyard could see that Xin Miao was deliberately messing with Jing Chu. Chapter 302. Xin Xian and the rest did not understand, but when they saw Xin Miao throwing a temper, they thought that it was most likely a disagreement between young ladies. As men, it was not good for them to directly intervene in young ladies' matters, so they let Xin Miao do as she wished. Most likely she was very curious today and could not help but ask. "It is not that I do not like her," Xin Miao said. Just as the words were spoken, Jingzhe, who was at the side, spoke. "Young lady like to be quiet. That Biao young lady and Biao young master would often come over to talk to young lady, especially Biao young master who would chat with young lady. Young lady do not like to talk to strangers, so it seems that she is somewhat annoyed." Jingzhe said those words with a serious expression, and Xin Miao could not help but turn back to look at her. Xin Xian's and Luo Shuiyan's expression suddenly changed. On the surface, Jingzhe's words seemed that Xin Miao was annoyed with the Jing siblings, but in fact there were many meanings in her words. A Biao young master would often come over to talk to Biao younger sister and had some skills in pestering others. Luo Shuiyan said angrily, "What exactly does your nephew mean? For quell your anger." Shin Xan quickly comforted and then said to Shin Qiu, "Brat, you have arranged so many guards in the courtyard but did not discover that your younger sister is pestered by those cats and dogs every day?" Shin Qiu felt wronged. "I really did not discover it." Naturally Shin Qiu would not be able to discover it because the places that Jing Guanxing chose to meet with Shin Miao were not in the courtyard, or at the residence's entrance, or in the garden or in the corridor. In short, one could meet anywhere at any time. "Go and guard the courtyard entrance for me. If you see those two siblings again, just say that the courtyard is closed for sword practice and no one is allowed to enter." Shin Xian roared. Shin Qiu immediately went to pick people. Luo Shuiyan touched Shin Miao's head. "Jiao Jiao, in the future if that person comes to pester you again, do not be polite with them. Beat him up." Shin Xan, after Luo Shuiyan and Shin Xan returned to the sword practice grounds, Shin Miao then lightly swept a glance at Jingzhe. "You talk too much. This servant knows her mistake, but young lady," Jingzhe lowered her head, "it is obvious that Biao young master has ill intentions towards you and you have already seen it. Why did you not tell master in foreign?" "Jing Guanxing is an astute person." Shin Miao smiled gently. "It is a pity for an astute person to be crippled like this. I still have use for this person. However," she changed the topic, "after what you've said today I think some things will speed up. Let's wait and see." Ever since Shin Qiu instructed people to place a group of guards at the western courtyard's entrance, to strictly guard against Jing Chu Chu and Jing Guansheng, the western courtyard became much quieter. Without the two siblings disturbing her, Shin Miao was much more at ease. However, while it was peaceful on their end, some people were anxious. In Rong Jing Tang, old Shin Furin's sharp eyes stared at Jing Chu Chu, as if the previous affection was just an illusion. She said, "Chu Chu, what exactly did you do? Why can't I even enter the eldest master's courtyard now?" Jing Chu Chu lowered her head somewhat angrily and said softly, "One do not know why, but fifth younger sister seems to be very guarded against me. Biao older brother actually treats me very well, but fifth younger sister would make him alienate me." The guards at the courtyard entrance were also set up by fifth younger sister. "It is fifth girl again." Old Shin Furin was so angry that her face turned green. Zhang Mama, who was beside her, quickly patted her chest and comforted, "Old Furin, please calm down. That girl is so smart. Forget about your older brother, now even you are guarded to this extent. I am angered to death." Old Shin Furin's original intention was to hope that Jing Guansheng and Jing Chu Chu would deal with Shin Miao and Shin Qiu respectively. But Shin Miao was after all a female, and in matters between men and women, once something happened, the one to suffer would always be the female. With Shin Xian's and Luo Shuiyan's violent temper, one could not predict what would happen. If it was Shin Qiu, the one to suffer would be Jing Chu Chu, as the reason would always be on their side. In the past, the people of the western courtyard were carefree, and they were all people who fought on the battlefield and would never fuss over these small matters. Those who were used to holding swords and spears would not pay attention to such small matters. Who knew that this time the western courtyard style of doing things had changed, and they directly locked the courtyard doors. Chapter 303. Old Foreign. Zhang Mama muttered, "Fifth young lady's attitude. One fear that she is already suspicious of Biao young lady. One fear that it would be somewhat difficult to proceed step by step." When Jing Chu Chu heard this, her heart was even more ashamed and angry. She felt that she was born beautiful and intelligent, and in her generation in Suzhou, even the gentleman Wang's son would eat her soft and weak appearance. Who knew that she would hit a wall here in Xinqiu, and one did not know how sullen her heart was. "Your meaning is?" Old Shin Furin frowned. "Severe illness requires strong medicine." Zhang Mama reminded, "If this continues to drag on, it would be too late after eldest master has decided which noble young lady's marriage with eldest young master." Old Shin Furin quivered and immediately said, "What you said is right. By that time it would be too late." She looked at Jing Chu Chu and a loving smile appeared on her face, but that smile in the eyes of others was completely fake. She said, "Chu Chu, do you want to marry Chior or not?" Jing Chu Chu hung her head down and said, "What? In order to marry Chior, are you willing to do anything?" Jing Chu Chu was surprised for a moment and vaguely guessed something, and her heart could not help but jump up. She was able to handle the affairs of males with ease, and her delicate and pitiful posture made her able to easily hook the hearts of the young masters of wealthy families in Suzhou. But the Shin family was the residence of the formidable great general, and Shin Qiu was the D-son of the formidable great general. Naturally she was moved. Even though she had never done such a thing before, but after hearing old Shin Furin's words, It was as if a lot of shining gold and silver appeared in front of her. She clenched her fists and softly said, "Choo-choo is willing." Old Shin Furin smiled in satisfaction. For the next few days, the Shin residence was much quieter. Jing Choo-choo and Jing Guanxing stayed in the courtyard at the back of Rong Jing Tang, and no one knew what they were fiddling about in the house, but did not go out at all. On this day when Shin Miao went out to the corridor, she coincidentally met Jing Choo-choo. Jing Choo-choo was wearing a moon-white lined jacket and an emerald-colored skirt, looking like a pretty daughter of a humble family. In the Ding capital, this kind of young lady from Suzhou had a unique flavor, enough to make passers-by stop. Fifth younger sister. Jing Choo-choo bowed to her. Shin Miao smiled gently. "Where is Biao older sister going?" It was rare for Shin Miao to speak to Jing Choo-choo, and Jing Choo-choo was surprised for a moment before saying, "Return to the room to do some embroidery." She shyly lowered her head. "Anyway, there is nothing to do." "Since there is nothing, then why not go out with me?" Shin Miao said, "I am just about to go to the jewelry shop to pick some jewelry. If you do not mind, you can also go and pick together." Jing Choo-choo was really stunned this time. Shin Miao had always treated her lukewarm, and no matter how she tried to get close to her, it was not possible. But today for the first time she was willing to bring her out. Jing Chu Gu Tong, master of Tong Tong Fang, had seen in fangs that Wu Miao Long Wu. But when he heard that Shin Miao was going to a jewelry shop, his eyes immediately lit up. She carefully sized up Shin Miao. Shin Miao was wearing a snow-green colored crane embroidered cloud embroidered skirt, and on her upper body was a xiang colored armor. She always wore dark colors, but it did not make her look old-fashioned at all. Instead, it made her complexion look like jade and had a pressing noble air. Jing Choo-choo was secretly jealous in her heart. She thought that her appearance was not inferior to Shin Miao's, but when she stood with Shin Miao, she inevitably felt ashamed of her inferiority. Shin Miao was naturally noble, and with one look, one could tell that she came from a small family. The more one was jealous, the more one would yearn. Jing Choo-choo's gaze landed on the lotus flower pearl hairpin on Shin Miao's head. That pearl was big and round, and the slightly flickering luster almost dazzled Jing Choo-choo's eyes. She quickly lowered her head, so that her greedy eyes would not be seen by the other. Jing Choo-choo said, "Since fifth younger sister has no one to accompany, then I will go along." Chapter 304. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang walked behind, and a trace of contempt flashed in their eyes at the same time. She was after all from a small family, and her eyesight was very shallow. Just a little jewelry was able to lead her by the nose. No wonder Shin Miao said that Jing Choo-choo was not a person to be feared. Both of them left the residence and rode the horse carriage towards the Ding capital. Shin Xiu naturally let a group of guards follow, and it was very impressive. When they reached the treasure pavilion, Shin Miao casually picked a few jewelry, but it was Jing Choo-choo who held one and touched that one. She was so fond of it that it made the shopkeeper somewhat cast sidelong glances. In all fairness, Jing Choo-choo's looks were not bad. Especially the Suzhou females were born soft like water, which was different from the females in the capital. But this small family style had greatly reduced her beauty. After all, one could not just rely on one's face to be popular in the Ding capital. Seeing Jing Choo-choo like this, Shin Miao was not stingy and paid for the few items that she fancied. Jing Choo-choo felt that she was much closer to Shin Miao, and when it was nearing noon, Shin Miao said, "Let us eat outside today. After picking for the entire morning, one is somewhat hungry. Most likely you have not come to Kwai Hua Lu in the Ding capital, as ordinary people do not have such good fortune." Jing Choo-choo looked at the grand restaurant in front of her, and there was some yearning in her eyes. Today Shin Miao was picking jewelry and buying fabrics, and Jing Choo-choo had never seen such extravagant spending before, so for a moment she felt dizzy. It was because of this that she felt that the Shin residence was wealthy and was determined to enter the Shin family. When they reached the restaurant and sat down, Shin Miao picked a seat by the window on the second floor. The waiter reported some dishes, and Shin Miao picked a few. The few dishes that she ordered were all Kwai Hua Lu's signature dishes, which made Jing Choo-choo stunned. After the waiter left, Shin Miao then said to Jing Choo-choo, "The people who come here to eat are all rich and noble. Many of them are high-ranking officials in the Ding capital and must not be underestimated." Jing Choo-choo nodded her head repeatedly. Shin Miao gently smiled and picked up the tea to drink, but her hand accidentally shook and the teacup fell onto her body and most of the tea splashed onto her skirt. Jing Choo-choo jumped in shock. "Fifth younger sister?" "Nothing." Shin Miao waved her hands and stood up. "There is a place to change clothes here, and there are still some clothes in the carriage. I will go and change now, wait for me here." Finishing, he called out to Bai Lu and Shuangjiang, Let's go. When she left, those Shin residence's guards also followed and Jing Chu quickly shouted, "Fifth younger sister, these guards." She was still somewhat afraid. "Don't worry. In broad daylight, no one would dare to make things difficult for you," Shin Miao said. "Moreover, the guests here are all people of status and would not do anything." Her expression was gentle but her tone was unquestionable. Jing Chu subconsciously did not refute, and by the time she recovered to her senses, Shin Miao had already brought the group of guards far away. Jing Chu's expression darkened. Shin Miao would always have a high and mighty attitude in front of her, and this kind of attitude made Jing Chu clearly aware of the disparity between her and herself, making her feel even more unreconciled. Moreover, she heard from the people of the Shin residence that Shin Miao was previously a stupid and ignorant idiot. Why was it that a person who did not know anything about the four arts was able to occupy the position of the daughter of the first household of the Shin family? Shin Xin and wife were also obedient to her and even let Shin Miao pick first without a second word when His Majesty bestowed them. One would always be jealous because of comparison, and now when Jing Chu looked at Shin Miao, she was so jealous that she went crazy. She picked up the teacup in front of her but copied Shin Miao's actions and sipped it in small mouthfuls, as if by doing so, she would be able to get some of Shin Miao's air of nobility. Just at this moment, a group of people walked past her and sat down at the table beside her. The person at the front was a young man who was refined and dressed in brocade clothes. Even the servants behind him were dressed in exquisite fabrics. Chapter 305. Thinking of what Shin Miao said just now, "Those who come here are either rich or noble," Jing Chu's heart suddenly moved. That young man also seemed to have noticed her and looked over. When he saw Jing Chu's appearance, his eyes could not help but brighten. Jing Chu's white coat matched with a small emerald skirt, snow-white skin and flower-like appearance. The most important thing was that gentle and timid manner. When she looked at that young man, she quickly lowered her head in shock. Most of the females in the Ding capital were in the imperial city, so they were generous and decent in their actions, but it was rare to see such a delicate and timid Jiangnan young lady. That young man's eyes were somewhat dazed, and the more eager his gaze was, the deeper Jing Chu's head lowered. Time slowly passed by and the dishes were all served, but Shin Miao did not come over for a long time, so there was only Jing Chu sitting alone at the table. It was not good for her to eat alone, so she held the teacup and took small sips, looking somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Finally, that wealthy gentleman at the neighboring table could not bear it any longer, and under everyone's eyes, he walked over and sat opposite Jing Chu and asked softly, "Seeing that young lady has been waiting here for a long time, is it because you are waiting for someone?" Jing Chu jumped in shock, and when she raised her head to see the other person, her face immediately turned red and she lowered her head to whisper, I am waiting for my Biao younger sister." That gentleman asked with concern, "Why is young lady's Biao younger sister still not here? How can young lady be left alone?" Jing Chu blushed and shook her head as if she wanted to say something but dared not say it. In the eyes of others, it was as if she was being bullied. That gentleman's heart settled and said, "Since I have nothing to do, why not wait here with young lady? No need to trouble." Jing Chu quickly said, "There is no need for gentlemen to, no harm." That person said with a smile, "You are sitting here alone, and if someone with ill intentions were to come over, one fear that there would be a lot of trouble. It would be better for me to accompany you here." His words were gentle and there was a refined smile on his face, making it easy for others to have a good impression of him. Jing Chu lowered her head and said, "Many thanks to gentlemen. Young lady does not look like someone from the Ding capital." He asked. "I am from Suzhou," Jing Chu said. Both of them spoke one sentence at a time. That young person was very good with words, and with just a few sentences, he coaxed Jing Chu to smile. Even though she looked somewhat shy, her attitude towards that person gradually became closer. That young person talked about his own anecdotes, and it seemed that he had been to many places and his family was quite rich. As such, Jing Chu's smile deepened. In another private room of Kuai Hua Lu, one could see Jing Chu's table clearly through the carved window. Bai Lu said, "Biao young lady can actually talk for so long with an unknown man." Her words were filled with disdain. "That's not an ordinary man." Shin Miao supported her chin with one hand and said lightly, "Does young lady know that gentleman?" Shuang Jiang asked curiously. The guards in the room were also somewhat astonished. Shin Miao left Jing Chu alone there and changed a place to sit alone. It seemed that it was to let Jing Chu talk to that male. Now listening to Shin Miao's meaning, she knew that male? Shen Miao smiled gently but did not speak. I say. At the other end in one of the rooms in Kuaihua Lu, Jiu Shu's eyeballs almost fell out. Could it be that she knows Sun Kainan? Even though Sun Kainan is Sun Tianzhang's only son, he did not enter officialdom and was raised in the residence as a prodigal son who only knew how to eat, drink and play. He did not even go to Guangwentang before, so how did Shen Miao know him? Gao Yang glanced at him. Chapter 306. Could it be that you believe that this is a coincidence? Jiu Shu said agitatedly, how is this a coincidence? Even a fool can see that Shin young lady deliberately let Sun Kainan meet her Biao older sister who came out of nowhere. When did I say it was a coincidence? Gao Yang unfolded his folding fan with a pa sound and waved it. But I think she not only knows Sun Kainan, she even knows which seat Sun Kainan likes to sit in. Don't you find it strange? Gao Yang touched his chin. Shen Miao is just an unmarried young lady, but why does it seem that she is more powerful than you by Xiaosheng? She knows everything we know and don't know. I really wonder if she knows anything we don't know. Stop slandering Bai Xiaosheng. Jiu Shu retorted, Shen young lady is not an ordinary person. You and I have been monitoring young Miss Shen's whereabouts all day. If Xie Sanggu were to find out, he would definitely scold us for being too idle. Spying on her is much more interesting than other things. Gao Yang looked at Jing Chu, who was chatting happily with Sun Kainan outside, and asked, why don't you guess what is her motive for doing this? Jiu Shu seriously thought about it. She wants to be a matchmaker for Sun Kainan and her Biao older sister? When have you ever seen Shen Miao so kind? Gao Yang did not hesitate to pour cold water on him. Then tell me what is going on? Jiu Shu was discouraged. Does the minister of the Ministry of Personnel have any dealings with the Shen family recently? Gao Yang propped his chin with his fan and pondered. In Kuaihua Upper Building, Jing Chu and Sun Kainan talked for a long time, and the more they talked, the more congenial they became. If one did not know, one would think that they were a pair of celestial couple. After a while, one saw a few Shen residence guards walking to Jing Chu's side and said, Biao young lady's clothes do not fit, and had lost her interest. She had already paid the shopkeeper and left first. Please ask your subordinates to protect Lady Biao. After Lady Biao finishes eating, send Lady Biao back to the mansion. Jing Chu was somewhat surprised. Fifth younger sister went back first? The guard nodded. How can fifth Shen young lady leave you alone like this? Sun Kainan felt it was unfair. He already knew from Jing Chu's mouth that the Biao younger sister that he was waiting for was the fifth young lady of the Shen residence, Shen Miao. Sun Kainan did not know much about Shen Miao and only knew that she was an idiot that chased after Prince Ding. Now it seemed that not only was Shen Miao an idiot, she also liked to bully others. He wanted to be someone who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, so how would Jing Chu waste his kind intentions? She immediately hung her head down and said uneasily, then I will return now. Zai, how can we do that? Sun Kainan immediately said, if we go back now, wouldn't it be a waste of this table full of good dishes? Kuaihua Lu's wine and dishes have never been thrown away like this before. He looked at Jing Chu, who was at a loss, and said with a smile, how about this? If young lady does not mind, this one is willing to accompany young lady for a meal. He acted like a gentleman. So many of your guards are here. How about they send you back after you finish eating? This? Jing Chu was somewhat at a loss. Since we met, both of us are fated. Since we are fated, then one must not waste the fate that the heavens gave. That Sun Kainan opened his mouth and said with a glib tongue, when this one saw young lady today, there was a feeling of seeing an old friend, thus one wanted to talk with young lady. One do not know if young lady is willing to give face and accept this suggestion of this one. After hesitating for a long while, Jing Chu finally nodded her head hesitantly, then, according to gentlemen's words. Both of them then started to really eat and talk together. In the faraway compartment, Shen Miao looked at that pair of people and a sneer slowly floated on her lips. She was familiar with Sun Kainan. In the previous lifetime, it was this person who made Shinshio wear a big green hat. Shinshio was young and impetuous and dragged a crippled leg to kill that person in one breath. But at the end, she then found out that Sun Kainan was the only son of the Minister of Personnel. It was because this Sun Kainan was ignorant and incompetent and usually relied on his mouth and good looks to hook up females everywhere. No matter if it was a young female or a woman, he would eat them all up. Sun Tianzhang was afraid that the imperial censor would report him and normally did not allow Sun Kainan to go out, so there were only a few people who knew Sun Kainan. But in this lifetime, even if Sun Kainan turned into ashes, she would still recognize him. Sun Kainan liked the weak Jiangnan females the most, otherwise he would not have the guts to sleep with Xinqiu's woman in the previous lifetime. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down and muttered in a voice that only she could hear, Sun Kainan Jing Chu Chu Bengong personally pulled up this previous lifetime's ill-fated fate for you. Do not let it down. Chapter 307. When Jing Chu Chu and Shen Miao went out, she returned alone and it seemed that she did not attract much attention in the Shen residence. But on this night, Shen Miao unexpectedly came to Old Foreign's side courtyard and personally came to talk to Jing Chu Chu. Coincidentally, Jing Chu Chu was fiddling with the jewelry on the table, and among those jewelry, there was a jade bracelet that was particularly dazzling. The color was so transparent that it was almost transparent, and the entire piece of jade was of excellent quality. This jade bracelet would cost at least 100 taels of silver, and Jing Chu Chu would definitely not be able to buy it herself. But when Shen Miao was at the treasure pavilion yesterday, she bought some jewelry for Jing Chu Chu and there was no such jade bracelet. When Shen Miao entered the room, she stared at the jade bracelet and Jing Chu Chu jumped in shock before quickly putting it back into the box in a flurry. Shen Miao smiled gently. Biao older sister's jade bracelet looks like it is not an ordinary item. Jing Chu Chu softly asked, does fifth younger sister know about this bracelet? One had seen a similar imported product but the quality was not as good as yours. Even so, at that time it was sold for 500 taels of silver. One feared that Biao older sister's bracelet would cost 1,000 taels of silver. Shen Miao casually made up a story. Even though this jade bracelet was precious, it was not worth 1,000 taels of silver. There were many better jewelry that could be bought with 1,000 taels of silver, but with Jing Chu Chu's horizons, even if she exaggerated it, Jing Chu Chu would not doubt it. But Biao older sister, this jade bracelet is so precious. Where did it come from? Shen Miao asked. One had never seen you wear it before. It is a gift from a friend. Jing Chu Chu whispered. A flash of understanding appeared in Shen Miao's eyes. Sun Kainan not only relied on his good looks and flowery words to make females happy, he was also willing to throw money. Otherwise Jing Chu Chu, who was already a deputy general's wife in the previous lifetime, would not have an affair. It was the first time they met and he gave such a big gift. For Jing Chu Chu, who had not seen the world, it would be hard for her not to be moved. It seems that this friend must treat Biao older sister very well. Shen Miao said. Jing Chu Chu's face turned red and looked at Shen Miao. What matter is fifth younger sister coming over for? Shen Miao slowly tidied up her clothes before saying, heard that Biao older sister was sent back by someone today? I met a kind-hearted young master. Jing Chu Chu was somewhat shocked. He has good intentions and I dare not refuse, but we have always abided by etiquette. Biao older sister need not be nervous. Shen Miao smiled gently. Does Biao older sister know who that person is? Jing Chu Chu was surprised. Who is it? It is the only son of the Minister of Personnel Sun Tianjing Darren, Sun Kainan. Shen Miao said. Jing Chu Chu looked at Shen Miao and her eyes were filled with surprise. Shen Miao sneered in her heart. Sun Tianjing was too strict with Sun Kainan. Sun Kainan went around seducing females but rarely revealed his identity, unless it was to bring that young lady into the residence as a concubine. Towards Jing Chu Chu, one feared that she did not reveal her true identity. Jing Chu Chu most likely thought that Sun Kainan was just the son of a rich family, and now knowing Sun Kainan's real identity, how could Jing Chu Chu, who wanted to climb up to the dragon and the phoenix, let him go? Biao older sister also know that the Minister of Personnel is a very high official. Shen Miao smiled gently. The residence is not much worse than us. The most important thing is that Sun Darren only has one son, Gentleman Sunday. For a person of his status to actually send Biao older sister back to the residence, could it be that? Shen Miao lightly said. He somewhat likes Biao older sister? Fifth younger sister, do not speak nonsense. Jing Chu Chu quickly refuted, but her cheeks quickly turned red and her eyes became somewhat erratic. Obviously Shen Miao's words had caused some waves in her heart. She whispered, Gentleman's son and I are innocent. Chapter 308. I did not say that there is anything between the both of you. Shen Miao smiled. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Biao older sister is born beautiful and it is natural for Gentleman Wang and Sun to be pleased. But Gentleman Sun is indeed a good person. He has a dignified appearance and a rich family background. If anyone could be his wife, they would be the matriarch of the entire Minister of State's residence. After all, Sun Darren only has this 1D son. Jing Chu pursed her lips and did not speak. Shen Miao stood up and smiled. I only came over to casually say it. Biao older sister must not take it to heart. Most of the matters in this world depend on fate. If there is really fate, one would not know what the situation would be in the future. At that time, Biao older sister would definitely be able to stay in the Ding capital forever. Finishing speaking, Shen Miao turned around and walked out. Jing Chu sat alone in the room and she subconsciously took out that smooth jade bracelet from the box and reached out to caress the lines on it. She did not think that Sun Kainan was actually the son of the Minister of Personnel. As for why he did not say his identity, it was most probably like what was written in the opera. He did not hope that she would be close to him because of his family background. Did this not mean that Sun Kainan treated her sincerely? Otherwise, why would he give out a bracelet that was worth 1,000 liang the moment they met? In all fairness, Jing Chu was after all from a small family. Even though there were many princes and grandsons chasing after her in Suzhou City, but compared to Sun Kainan's actions in front of her, those were just small fries. She had seen the prosperity of the Ding capital and was even more unwilling to return to Suzhou. Now Shen Miao's last sentence had moved her heart. If she were to marry Sun Kainan, she would be able to stay in the Ding capital forever. But what about old Shen Furin's side? Outside, Shen Miao had just stepped out of the courtyard when she met Jing Guanxing. When Jing Guanxing saw her, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Is Biao younger sister here to see Chu? Shen Miao nodded her head. Biao younger sister is getting closer to Chu now. Jing Guanxing wanted to go forward, but Jing Zhe and Guyu were guarding in front of him like they were guarding against lechers. Jing Guanxing was a refined person, so it was not good for him to approach with a drooling face. No harm. We are all one family. Shen Miao smiled gently and no longer looked at Jing Guanxing as she walked out of the courtyard. Guyu whispered, Does young lady wish to be a matchmaker for Biao young lady and gentleman's son? Just now Shen Miao kept on saying that Sun Kainan was good, and when the two maids heard it, it was exceptionally strange as they felt that it was very similar to a matchmaker. When did you see me being so kind-hearted? Shen Miao said expressionlessly. Then why? Guyu was even more puzzled. One must disturb Biao older sister's heart. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Old Furin and Biao older sister previously had the same goal, so both of them were naturally close, but if they did not seek the same thing, what do you think will happen? Jingzhe was quick-witted. Dog biting dog. She immediately reacted and said in a panic, I didn't say they were dogs. I can't read. What you said is not wrong. Shen Miao said, the saying of dog biting dog is quite good. Also, for the next few days, go and build a good relationship with Rong Jingtang's Fuer. Fuer? Shen Miao was surprised. Old Furin wanted to marry her to the housekeeper's son who is blind in one eye. Shen Miao said, Fuer is very unwilling. Heavens! Jingzhe was stunned. Fuer has been by old Furin's side since young. How? Even the cats and dogs that were raised would have some feelings, so why would a young lady in her prime of life be married to a one-eyed man? Fuer did things quickly, and even though his mouth was fierce, he was loyal and devoted to old Shen Furin. Old Shen Furin had obtained the housekeeper's annual land profits, so naturally there must be some expression. If one is not willing to fork out money, then one will have to use people. One can only blame that Fuer's life is not good but was born well. Chapter 309. That young lady is planning to help Fuer? Guyu carefully asked, but there was a strange feeling in her heart. Shen Miao did not care much about the people of Rong Jingtang, and now she was not a person with a bodhisattva's heart. She felt that it was somewhat impossible to help Fuer. Of course help. Shen Miao said in a calm and composed manner, every mistake that old Furin makes is our opportunity. Young lady want to bribe Fuer? Jingzhe asked, but will Fuer be bribed? Fuer used to be the most loyal to old Furin. If loyalty is not rewarded, then the power to change sides would be greater. When the dog that is raised by one side goes crazy, then it would bite the owner the most painful. Shen Miao said lightly. For a few days the Shen residents passed by peacefully. Jing Chu no longer hung around the western courtyard but often brought a few guards of the Shen residents out to go shopping, saying that she wanted to see the liveliness of the Ding capital. Naturally no one stopped her, and for the people of the western courtyard, they could not wait for Jing Chu to go out every day so that the guards at the entrance of the western courtyard could relax a little. But the clothes that Jing Chu was wearing were getting richer by the day. Even though old Shin Furin also gave the Jing siblings money, but because of her stingy identity she would not give too much. Jing Chu-Chu was dressed in such a luxurious manner that even Shin Yu felt surprised. But when asked, Jing Chu-Chu said that it was money that she brought from her own family. Even Jing Guansheng's hands were a lot more relaxed and the amount of money that he gave to the servants in the Shin residence had increased. Everyone said that it was because the Jing siblings came to the Ding capital and their horizons were broadened. The habits of a small family were also restrained and they became more like the people of the Ding capital. The Jing siblings lived comfortably, but naturally there were people in the residence who were not comfortable. In Rong Jing Tang, old Shin Furin looked at Jing Chu-Chu in front of her and her eyes flashed. Chu-Chu, how are you doing recently? Is there anything that you are not used to in the Ding capital? Thanks to old Furin's blessings, Chu-Chu is living very well. Jing Chu-Chu said. Since you are living well, then why do you not use the medicine that was given to you until now? Old Shin Furin's pair of triangular eyes stared at Jing Chu-Chu and her tone was heavy. If one was timid, one would be scared to tears by her ferocious look. Jing Chu-Chu however lowered her head and her voice did not change at all as she said, Old Furin, Chu-Chu is currently unable to get close to Biao older brother and really cannot find a chance. Old Shin Furin had long handed the medicinal bag to Jing Chu-Chu and only let her find an opportunity to drug Shin Xiu. Who knew that after so many days, the Shin residence was calm and peaceful and Jing Chu-Chu did not even take any action. You are loitering outside all day and only return to the residence late. It would be strange if one could find an opportunity. Old Shin Furin could not help but sneer. Chu-Chu, are you not willing? If you don't want it, then forget it. Chu-Chu is not unwilling. Jing Chu-Chu quickly said. These days she would meet with Sun Kai-Nan privately outside and she pretended not to know of Sun Kai-Nan's identity. Sun Kai-Nan treated her gently and gave her clothes and jewelry. It was because of these things that Sun Kai-Nan gave that Jing Chu-Chu hesitated in her heart. Compared to Shin Xiu who had to go to the bitter cold northwestern region and not be seen all year round, marrying Sun Kai-Nan was much more comfortable. But whether Sun Kai-Nan was willing to marry her or not was another question. Jing Chu-Chu had been guarding her innocence because she knew the disease of men. Let them see but not be able to touch but not be able to eat until they are not full, then she would be able to firmly hook a man's heart. She had indeed made Sun Kai-Nan head over heels, but Sun Kai-Nan was the son of the Minister of Higher Officials' residence and she came from a small family. Even if Sun Kai-Nan liked her, Sun Tianzheng would not agree and she was not willing to be Sun Kai-Nan's concubine. Chapter 310. So Jing Chu-Chu hesitated. If it was with Shin Xiu, old Shin Furin guaranteed that she would be Shin Xiu's official wife, but Sun Kai-Nan treated her gently and generously. People's hearts were greedy and would look at what was in the pot when one ate in the bowl. Jing Chu-Chu could not make up her mind and did not drug Shin Xiu. She did not take action for a long time and old Shin Furin became anxious and came to question her. Since you are willing, why do not take action? Old Shin Furin asked. Chu-Chu. Chu-Chu want to ensure that nothing goes wrong before taking action. After all, the guards in the western courtyard are tight and it is difficult for Chu-Chu to find an opportunity. If one were to alert the snake, it would be difficult to take action. Chu-Chu, I like you. Old Shin Furin slowly said, but if you continue to be like this, I will be disappointed. You are so timid and in the future it would be difficult to accomplish anything. Jing Chu-Chu lowered her head and agreed. Old Shin Furin looked at her and seemed to be somewhat disgusted. You go out. Jing Chu-Chu hurriedly retreated out. After Jing Chu-Chu left, old Shin Furin smashed the cup in front of her and said angrily, things that cannot be seen in public. Zhang Mama instructed the maid to pick up the fragments on the floor and comforted softly, old Furin need not be anxious. Most likely Biao young lady is a little timid. A young lady would have some scruples when doing this kind of thing. How can I not be anxious? Old Shin Furin said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Yuan had already said yesterday that eldest family has been looking for a young lady for Shin Xiu. If it is really settled, it would be impossible to take action in the future. I originally saw that Jing Chu-Chu was an ambitious person, so I helped her, but who knew that mud cannot hold up a wall? Zhang Mama patted old Shin Furin's chest to calm her down. Biao young lady is still young. Moreover, what Biao young lady said is somewhat reasonable. Now eldest master's family is on guard, and if one does not beat the grass and alert the snake, it would be bad if all the faces were torn. Then what do you say? Old Shin Furin said in a bad mood. Now that time is pressing and that girl is not willing to take action. One cannot just watch Shin Xiu marry a noble young lady, right? Old foreign. Zhang Mama pondered for a moment. Biao young lady is young and it is somewhat risky for her to do it. Why not let our people do it? Our people? Old Shin foreign looked at her. Not bad. Mrs. Zhang said, our people will naturally be more thorough than Miss Biao. When the time comes, even if something goes wrong we can get Miss Biao out of it and leave a way out. However, I don't think there will be any problems. This matter has been done by us in the past so it should be as easy as flipping our hands. Old Shinfurin's eyes slightly moved and was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, what you said is not wrong. Since that girl does not dare to take action, then let others help her. Call Fuer and Shi'er in. Naturally no one knew about Rong Jingtang's change in mind. However, whether or not the people who knew would spread the news was another matter. However, on the surface, everything seemed to be developing in an orderly manner. This day when Xin Miao was returning to the western courtyard, she coincidentally bumped into Xin Yuan. Ever since Jing Chu and Chu siblings came to the Xin residence, one did not know what Xin Yuan was busy with and rarely saw others. Upon returning to the Ding capital, Xin Gui was naturally unhappy that he left early and returned late. He thought that Xin Yuan was deliberately avoiding him because of Ren Wanyun's matter and quarreled with Xin Yuan a few times before parting on bad terms. It was just that these quarrels did not affect Xin Yuan as he still did not appear in the residence as usual. At the end they met here. Seeing Xin Miao, Xin Yuan slowed down his footsteps and greeted, fifth younger sister. Old foreign plans to personally take action and arrange for it to happen 2 days later. Jingzhi said angrily, old foreign is really too bad. Master and foreign treat her so well but she actually schemed against eldest young master. And that Biao young lady, one could tell that she is not a good person. She really does not know shame. All right. Guyu interrupted her, young lady, what do we do now? Chapter 312. Why 2 days later? Xin Miao asked. 2 days later is the family banquet and coincidentally Second Foreign's close friend will come over to visit Second Foreign. Jingzhi did not finish her words but there was no doubt about the meaning. Old Xin Foreign wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were so many people around to accuse Xin Qiu of slandering Jing Chuchu's innocence and wanted Xin Qiu to give an explanation to the young lady in front of everyone. How could Xin Qiu decline? It was the same method as in the previous lifetime. Redoing it again, old Xin Foreign's method was still not that brilliant. Like this, you give instructions to Fuer. Xin Miao waved her hands and let Jingzhi's ears to whisper a few words. But one still need to find someone to keep an eye on it. Xin Miao said, this matter cannot go wrong. This servant will understand. There was a flash of eagerness in Jingzhi's eyes. This servant will definitely do this matter well. Xin Miao smiled gently, this is a good matter. Do not mess it up for others. It is retribution to spoil one's marriage. She stretched out her 2 hands and gently knocked on the teacup in front of her. Her calm and composed appearance was like that of a high and mighty person. In the night, in a residence that was a few hundred li away from the Ding capital, there was a person sitting in the main hall. The people standing in the hall were all dressed in black robes and long boots and their neat and uniform appearance was astonishing. The leader cupped his hands and said, this subordinate did not handle the matter well and the news was sent back. May master punish. Enough. The young man sitting in the main seat waved his hand lazily. He was dressed in a purple robe, and the corners of his robe were embroidered with fine dragon patterns using golden thread. Under the flickering light, the golden dragon looked like it was about to soar into the sky from the flowing purple clouds. He was playing with a female hairpin in his hands and on that handsome and charming face, even his smile had an evil air, as if he was a frivolous noble young master that walked out from a large clan. But looking at it carefully, that pair of astonishingly drunk peach blossom eyes were like ice and snow, so sober that there was not a trace of emotion. You all cannot hide it. Xie Jingxing said, I did not intend to hide it. It is nothing more than to fight for time. Since the news was sent back, now time is even more pressing. Master. The leading black-clad man frowned. The matters in the Ding capital have not been settled and time is pressing. What does Master plan to do? Do not leave any future troubles. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before casually saying, find a time to settle brother Xie Changwu. In any case, Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao had the same blood flowing in their bodies, but when Xie Jingxing said it, there was no trace of hesitation as if he was dealing with a stranger or even a cat or dog. Master. The black-clothed man was stunned and asked hesitantly, "For so many years? Master, why?" "In the past I could not be bothered, but now both of them are restless." Xie Jingxing said, "If I do not get rid of them, I will not be at ease when I leave." "But Marquis Xie has already brought the two of them into officialdom." The man in black said, "These days the two brothers have been following Marquis Xie closely. I heard that Marquis Xie has already introduced them to his colleagues in the officialdom and instructed them to take good care of them. It's not difficult to make a move, but it's hard to avoid alerting others." "Xieding, this idiot." Xie Jingxing's face sunk and there was a hint of anger in his tone, unable to accomplish anything but more than spoil things. He directly called out the Marquis of Linan's name, but the people below were not surprised at all, as if it was a very natural thing. The black-clothed man coughed lightly. "Because Master has not entered officialdom for a long time, Marquis Xie is afraid that there will be no successor, so he let the two of them take over." It was not the first or second day that Xie Jingxing's character was unruly and mischievous, and it seemed that Xieding was really helpless against Xie Jingxing, else with the Marquis of Linan's mind being so biased, how would he give up Xie Jingxing and let the Xie Changwu brothers take over his mantle? "Forget it." Xie Jingxing frowned. "Delay the matter of the residence of the Marquis of Linan. As for the residence of the princess, from today onwards, send people to secretly protect Princess Rong Xan." "Master." The black-clothed man hesitated for a moment and seemed to have made up his mind before ruthlessly saying, "Since it will be like this in the future, it is better to draw a line with Princess Rong Xan now. When is it your turn to teach me how to do things?" Xie Jingxing lightly swept a glance at him and the latter immediately kept quiet as he felt a chill down his spine. In the next moment the voice above was heard, "Whether I do it or not is my business. Whether she appreciates it or not is her business. I have already done my utmost benevolence." His words contained a hint of indifference and ruthlessness. Coupled with his peerlessly handsome face, it gave off a kind of terror that made one shudder in fear. He stood up and the corner of his robe slightly swayed on the seat. In the flowing golden light he said, "Act according to the plan. Fight for time in the Ding capital." One heard that Xin Yuan had already collected most of the evidence. The black-clothed man said, "One fear that after the end of the year Xin Yuan's evidence would be completely searched and at that time the Xin family would be the first to be cut." "Quite good." Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders. "If Xin Yuan has any difficult matters, you can help secretly." "But Xin Yuan is Prince Ding's people," the black-clothed man reminded. "Of course I know that he is Prince Ding's people." Xie Jingxing waved his hands. "I only let the Xin family block for us." Chapter 313. The Xin family banquet was set for 2 days later. The banquet was suggested by old Xin Furen herself, but every year the banquet was handled by Ren Wanyun and this year's banquet could only be handed over to Qin Roqiu. Now that the authority of the Xin residence was in Qin Roqiu's hands, old Xin Furen felt that she had given Qin Roqiu a huge face but did not know that this job that looked glamorous on the outside was actually unspeakably bitter. In Qiu Shui Yuan, Qin Roqiu sat in front of the table with one hand holding an account book and the other clumsily working on an abacus. The two maids standing behind her spoke, "Furen, you have been calculating for the entire morning, it is better to take a break. The money does not match up." Qin Roqiu shook her head in distress. "Tomorrow this sum of money will have to be paid out of my own pocket." As she spoke, there was a trace of anger on her face. Qin Roqiu boasted that she was a noble young lady from a scholarly family and was aloof and proud, so she could not stand to be covered with the stench of money. In the beginning when old Xin Furen handed over the authority of the Xin household to Ren Wanyun, it was not that she was not jealous but she could not put down her face to fight for it, thus a knot was left in her heart. After so many years of hardship, she was able to become the matriarch of the Xin family but at this time she discovered that the authority of the Xin household was not that easy to grasp. Ren Wanyun was born a wealthy merchant and on normal days when old Xin Furen needed to spend more money, Ren Wanyun could at most deduct some from her dowry since Ren Wanyun was not lacking in money. But the Qin family were only civil officials and to put it nicely, they were uncorrupted but to put it bluntly, they were poor so how would they be able to take out more money to subsidize? Qin Roqiu thought that by taking over the authority of the Xin household, she would be able to allocate some money to subsidize the household. Now looking at it, Ren Wanyun had earned a lot over the years and many of the money in the accounts did not match up. Now that there was going to be a family banquet there was not enough money. It was still alright in the past as Xin Xian's side received generous rewards from the palace and there was a lot of surplus. But now that the relationship between Shin Xin and the Shin family was stiff and there was no thought of subsidizing the public finances, Shin Rochio only felt a headache. Obviously one knows that the public finances are not enough, but old Foreign is still holding a family banquet at this time. Is this not bullying Foreign? Shin Rochio's made sure Qing was indignant for her. The great master also intends to leave her in the lurch. Madam doesn't have enough money. Why don't you ask the master for some? Hua Yi also said. What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Rochio said, Master's salary is not even enough to bribe the officials, how can one let him take out money? She said, let me think about what to do. Shin Wan wholeheartedly wanted to climb up the official career ladder, but Shin Gue was different. Shin Gue was too ambitious, he didn't have any abilities and only knew how to curry favor with the public. On the other hand, Shin Wan climbed up step by himself. Although his pace was slower, it was more steady than Shin Gue's. Shin Rochio had always known that she did not give birth to a son and could only rely on Shin Wan's love for her in the second household. Therefore, in order to control Shin Wan, she had to be gentle and careful. If she could not even settle the matter of money at home, wouldn't Shin Wan be annoyed? With Shin Wan's qualifications, there were many women outside who wanted to enter the second branch. How could she let herself be at a disadvantage? Moreover, this bit of money is not for nothing. Shin Rochio's eyes flashed. If there is some harvest, it is worth it. Foreign's meaning is, Shin Rochio smiled, it is somewhat strange for old Tai Tai to hold a family banquet at this time. Moreover, I heard that in the past few days, that Suzhou Biao young lady liked to run over to the western courtyard. As Shin Rochio spoke, there was a trace of disgust in her eyes. Old Tai Tai's move is really inferior, but, coincidentally, I also do not like Shin Qiu. Shin Rochio did not like Shin Yuan and similarly did not like Shin Qiu. If one were to say that there was some fear towards Shin Yuan, then Shin Qiu was really looked down upon. She herself was unable to give birth to a son, so she could not bear to see other families' outstanding sons. As for Shin Qiu, Shin Rochio only felt that he was a boorish person who only knew how to wield swords and spears, so how could he receive so many people's praises? People would want to destroy something because they could not obtain it. Shin Yuan's scheming mind was deep and she dared not make a move, but Shin Qiu was straightforward and sincere, and had never survived in the inner courtyard, so it was much easier to deal with him. The most important thing was that she did not even need to make a move. This time it was old Shin Foreign who made a move, and she only needed to sit and watch the show. Chapter 314. I will go back and write a few more invitations. Shin Rochio said, find someone to send the invitations to the various Furin's residents. It was better to have more people watching the show. 2 days later, the Shin residence's family banquet. Ever since Ren Wanyun went crazy, those noble Furins cut off all contact with Ren Wanyun. After all, it was not a glorious thing to have a young lady who got pregnant before marriage. Even though they did not know what happened to Ren Wanyun, but when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, so no one asked about Ren Wanyun. And the Furins who were on good terms with Ren Wanyun gradually got closer to Shin Rochio. Even though they could not interact with Ren Wanyun anymore, the relationship with the Shin residents must still be maintained. There was more than one foreign in the Shin residence. Compared to Luo Shuiyan, who was not in the Ding capital all year round and had a vulgar reputation, Shin Rochio, who came from a scholarly family, was obviously easier to fawn on. Yi Foreign and Jiang Foreign had arrived a long time ago, and Jiang Shaoxian and Yi Pei Lan pulled Xinyu to speak. One will only go to Guangwentang after the end of the year. It is boring to be locked in the residence these days. They were gossiping, completely forgetting about Xin Qing's death, forgetting that not long ago, they were true friends with Xin Qing. The friendship between the noble females in the Ding capital was also so thin. Friends could not be compared to benefits, as one was not associating with a person, but the power behind that person. Xinyu also smiled and responded to them. Thus Xin Qing's matter was tacitly forgotten by the few of them. Bai Wei looked at the figure in the distance and said, Hey, who is that? Is she the Lady Biao you mentioned? She raised her chin and pointed at a young girl standing not far away. She was dressed in a simple apricot-colored dress and was standing there talking to a servant beside her. That is third younger sister, Dongling, Xinyu said with a smile, born from Yinyang. In the past she did not come out due to her poor health, so it is natural that you have not seen her before. She deliberately emphasized the word, Yinyang. Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxian and the rest looked at him with disdain. Yi Pei Lan said, What body not well, isn't it? Coming out. These Yinyang's children are the most cunning. Yinyang, you must not be deceived by her. Xin Yu smiled. Third younger sister does not go out of the courtyard. Look, that is my Biao older sister. As Xin Yuan was speaking, he saw Jing Chu walking over from the side. Most likely she did not see Xin Yu and the rest over here and did not come over to greet them. Bai Wei's eyes were sharp. She asked with confusion, Mother Yu, didn't you say your cousin came from Suzhou? Just now, I saw that her clothes and jewelry seem to be very expensive. Look at the bracelet she's wearing, it's even better than the one you're wearing. Bai Wei's words were unintentional, but Xin Yu's face turned white. She forced a smile and said, I don't know. It was probably given by grandmother. What is there to see? Jiang Shaoxian said, could it be that those from Suzhou can be compared to our young ladies in the Ding capital? Clothes and jewelry can all be pretentious, but vision and temperament can't. Look at that delicate and timid look, how can she be presentable? Xin Yu shook her head, you all must not say that about Biao older sister. You're just too kind. Yi Peilan was exasperated that he did not live up to her expectations. Getting close to just anyone, even the idiot in your fu, used to protect him. Now that he has grown up, he still doesn't put you in his eyes. Speaking of which, why did I not see that idiot? The idiot that she was talking about naturally referred to Xin Miao. Ever since Guang Wentang and Xin Miao had a dispute, Yi Peilan had regarded Xin Miao as her #1 enemy and could not wait to step on her. And the Xin Miao that she was talking about was currently in the western courtyard watching Xin Qiu drink tea. What exactly is going on with grandmother? Xin Qiu furrowed his brows and said, why did you invite so many ladies to the banquet? Everywhere you go it's so noisy. Chapter 315. Most likely all the people that third Xin knows were invited. Xin Miao handed Xin Qiu a cup of tea. Perhaps they admire your young general's elegance. Younger sister, spare me. Xin Qiu waved his hands. One is already difficult to deal with. With so many females, the battlefield would not be that scary. Xin Miao found it somewhat funny. Xin Qiu's appearance of looking at females like scourges and fierce beasts was somewhat comical, but thinking about it, Xin Qiu was surrounded by females with ulterior motives, and the females in the Xin residence were not easy to deal with. To his straightforward character, it was like a devil's den. There are also those that are not so difficult to deal with. Xin Miao tried to appease him. In the future, when you meet a young lady that you admire, you would not think like this. Xin Qiu did not speak and stared at her as if he had seen a ghost. After a moment he shook his head. Younger sister, the expression that you had when you said those words really resembled mother. Xin Miao. With this thought, she really treated Xin Qiu as Fu Ming. Just as she wanted to speak, she suddenly heard some noises outside. She looked at Xin Qiu and both of them went out together, but saw someone shouting at the courtyard entrance. What is the matter with you all? I'm just here to see Xin Miao. Let me in. Xin Miao was startled. Feng and Ning? When that person heard Xin Miao's voice, she was also stunned as she waved at her. It is me, Xin Miao. Quickly let me go. Let her go. Xin Miao said, she is the young lady of the Feng family. After Feng and Ning was let go of by the two of them, she then patted the dust off her body and said angrily, what is the matter with you? Why are there so many guards outside your own courtyard? I thought that something happened to you, so I came in. Xin Miao, are you sick with so many people blocking outside? It was probably the first time that Feng and Ning was stopped by someone, and her eldest sister temper flared up. She did not care about Xin Miao's head and face as she reprimanded Xin Miao. But it just so happened to step on Xin Qiu's sore spot. Xin Qiu leaned forward and frowned. Who are you? Do you know any manners to shout in other people's residence? Xin Miao. For Xin Qiu to say the words, do you know any manners, it was really thought-provoking. Suddenly being reprimanded, Feng and Ning raised her head and wanted to refute, but when she saw Xin Qiu, she could not help but be slightly surprised. Xin Qiuxing had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes and was very handsome. He was different from the soft and weak gentleman in the Ding capital. Usually his smile was warm and innocent, but when his face was cold, he was like a young general on the battlefield that made others tremble with fear, and had a bit of iron-blooded spirit. Feng and Ning's arrogance immediately converged and whispered, who are you? This is my eldest brother. Xin Miao said. Xin Qiu had some reputation in the Ding capital, with Xie in the south and Xian in the north. The little marquis of the Xie family and the young general of the Shen family were often compared, but it was a pity that Xie Jingxing was not willing to enter officialdom. Otherwise these two people would be the most outstanding generation of military officers. What are you here for? Seeing that Feng and Ning was somewhat embarrassed, Xin Miao asked. When Feng and Ning heard this, she complained, I am here to talk to you. You also know that after those people in Guangwantang knew that I have a good relationship with you, they also excluded me. Who cares? I came looking for you. When Xinxiu heard this, his face eased up a little. He knew that Xin Miao was neglected in the academy, but unfortunately he was not around all year round and could not always protect Xin Miao. Now that Xin Miao had a friend, even though she was arrogant and did not know etiquette, but make do with it. Of course he and Feng and Ning did not know that good relationship was only what Feng and Ning thought, and Xin Miao really did not have the leisure to make friends with others. Chapter 316. Since your friend has come over, both of you can chat. Xinxiu lightly coughed. I will go out to look for father to discuss some matters. Xin Miao complied, and after Xinxiu left, Feng and Ning then whispered, Why is your eldest brother so fierce and fiendish? Just scared me to death. Fierce and fiendish? Xin Miao was too lazy to explain and said, Yes, he had always killed people like flax. Feng and Ning quickly patted her chest and said, Fortunately I admitted my mistake early and lowered my head. Next time I would not dare to rush in like this. Unknowingly, it was time for the Xin residence's family banquet. The male and female guests were seated separately, and the female guests were in the banquet hall of Rongjing Tang, while the male guests were taken care of by Xin Gui and Xin Wan. Even though Xin Xian did not have much interest in the family banquet, he did not have the leisure to deal with the bootlicking of the officials in the capital, so he sat down and drank by himself. There were not many males that came, and they were all civil officials that were on good terms with Xin Gui and Xin Wan and were not on the same side as Xin Xian. Thus when one looked at the bustling table, it seemed that Xin Xian and Xinxiu were deliberately neglected by others. Xinxiu was not at all unhappy because of this, and it was lively to eat by himself. On the contrary, Xin Yuan actually had some of Xin Gui's shadow. His smooth and slick appearance made Xinxiu somewhat nauseated. At the female side of the banquet, the ones who were neglected were naturally Luo Shuiyan and Xin Miao. Since they were Qin Roqiu's sisters, naturally they had to support Qin Roqiu's face. Even though one could not ridicule Xin Miao in front of Luo Shuiyan, it was possible to be neglected. Thus Qin Roqiu and Xin Yu were asked all sorts of questions by the young ladies and Furins, and even Jing Chu and Xin Dongling were given a few words of concern. Only Xin Miao was deliberately ignored by others. Luo Shuiyan was somewhat angry. If it was the previous Xin Miao, she would also be upset. But now it was different. No matter how lively those Furins and young ladies were, Xin Miao would reservedly eat her food and drink her soup. Her every move had a kind of dignified air that made others have an illusion that it was not those people who deliberately neglected her but Xin Miao herself who disdained to talk to these people. It was as if they were punching soft cotton, and after a few more punches, everyone started to lose interest. Madame Yi said with a laugh, Everybody says that Suzhou is a place of spiritual beauty. I did not believe it at first, but now that I have seen this Lao Furin's Biao Xiaojia, I feel that these words are not false. Our capital can't raise such a beautiful girl. Old Xin Furin had shown 120% of importance to Jing Chu at the banquet. Even though one did not know the reason, the Furins present were not fools. Since old Xin Furin wanted to promote Jing Chu, there was no harm in saying it nicely. Jing Chu was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she lowered her head without saying a word. Old Xin Furin smiled. Furin's words, this old one will not comply. Young lady is also very lively and I like it when I look at her. Pei Lan smiled as she thanked old Xin Furin for her praise and became even more curious towards Jing Chu as she softly asked Xin Yu, Old Furin seems to really like your Biao older sister. Xin Yu vaguely agreed, but there were some doubts in her heart. As Xin Dongling was sitting at the corner of the banquet, Wan Yinyang did not have the opportunity to attend such an occasion. And she did not have her biological mother's help and did not have old Xin Furin's promotion, thus she was unknown. Even so, Xin Dongling did not reveal a trace of unwillingness and only slowly ate the food in her bowl, exactly like a well-behaved and unfavored Shu daughter. Old Xin Furin instructed Jing Chu to eat more and at the same time said good things about Jing Chu to others, making a sensible and intelligent daughter of a humble family appear in the heavens and earth. Chapter 317. It was until the servant who came over to pour the tea accidentally splashed the tea on Jing Chu that this kind of lift then stopped. Old Xin Furin scolded that careless servant. How do you do things? What if Biao young lady is scalded? No harm. Jing Chu smiled. The tea is not hot so I am fine. The clothes are wet. Old Shin Furin looked at the large water stains on Jing Chu-Chu's clothes and said with concern, "One cannot wear wet clothes on such a cold day. Sheer, bring Biao young lady down to change into a clean set of clothes." She then instructed Jing Chu-Chu, "One must not catch a cold." Jing Chu-Chu lowered her head to look at her clothes. No matter how thin the winter clothes were, it would still have weight. If the tea was washed into the cotton, it would be uncomfortable to wear it. At that moment she did not decline and said good to old Shin Furin with a red face and bid farewell to the female guests before leaving with the servant who led the way. Jiang Furin said, "Jing family's young lady is really blessed to be valued so highly by old Furin." "How is it that she is blessed?" Old Shin Furin smiled till the wrinkles on her face wrinkled together. "It is this old one's blessing. This girl is well behaved and sensible. This old one likes her." Hearing this, everyone flattered again. Chen Roqiu glanced at old Shin Furin and her eyes subconsciously drifted towards Shin Miao. Most likely she was aware of her gaze as Shin Miao also looked towards Chen Roqiu with a slightly puzzled gaze. Chen Roqiu smiled and lowered her head as a trace of comfort flashed in her heart. But she did not see that the moment she lowered her head, the puzzled look in Shin Miao's eyes had disappeared and what replaced it was an extremely faint smile. If one were to look carefully, that smile seemed to contain some inexplicable excitement. It was Shin Dongling who was at the table who glanced at Shin Miao without a trace before quickly lowering her head to eat the food in her bowl. At the male side of the banquet, it was not as meticulous as the female side of the banquet. After all, it was the style of the officialdom and everyone was intoxicated with wine. Even though Shin Xian and Shin Qiu were left out in the cold, there were a few colleagues who came over to toast. After a few cups, Shin Qiu's head was somewhat dizzy. "Brat, only a few cups and you are already drunk. Did you not eat?" Shin Xian said angrily. Shin Qiu rubbed the space between his eyebrows and shook his head. "I don't know." As a man who grew up in a military camp, this bit of wine was nothing to him. One had to know that they usually drank wine from jars in the military camp and had always looked down on the wine in the Ding capital as they felt that it was not strong enough. Who knew that they would be slapped in the face today? "It is really a waste of teaching you for so many years." Shin Xian hated iron for not becoming steel. "Uncle, don't be angry." It was Jing Guanxin who explained with a smile, "It is not that older Biao brother does not have a tolerance for alcohol, but he mixed Fu Tu wine and Yingguang wine to drink together." He pointed to the wine cup in front of Shin Qiu. As expected, the wine in the cup was not red like the Fu Tu wine, nor was it clear like the silver light wine. Instead, it seemed to be mixed together. Jing Guanxin continued to explain, "There are people drinking silver light wine and there are people drinking Fu Tu wine. Biao older brother probably did not notice and poured them together. Drinking the silver light wine and the Fu Tu wine together, other people would pass out after drinking half a cup. It is not easy for cousin brother to still be sober." "Ah." One of the Darren laughed when he heard it. "This nephew's tolerance for alcohol is already not bad. General Shin must not blame him." Shin Yuan swept a glance at Shin Qiu and said, "Eldest brother cannot continue to drink like this. It is better to support him to the room to rest." Shin Qiu waved his hands and one did not know what he was mumbling. It seemed that he was already very drunk. "Why not I send older Biao brother back?" Jing Guanxing said with a smile. One would not hit a smiling face. Even though Shin Xian was rather critical of Jing Guanxing because of Shin Miao's matter, but ever since guards were placed at the courtyard doors, Jing Guanxing was well behaved. Shin Xian looked at him, "Since that is the case, then trouble you and Achi to support him back." Chapter 318. Just as Jing Guanxing was about to get up, he saw Shin Qiu grabbing onto Shin Yuan and shaking his head. "Ah Chi, bring me there." Shin Yuan was startled. Shin Xian frowned. This brat had treated you as Achi, he then said to Shin Qiu, "Brat, quickly release your second younger brother." Shin Qiu did not move. Shin Yuan's eyes moved slightly and said, "Biao younger brother and I are the same. Since that is the case, let me send eldest brother back to the room." He helped Shin Qiu up and not waiting for Shin Xian to refuse, he walked out. Just as Shin Xian was about to speak, Shin Wan had already brought the wine over. "Eldest brother, let me toast you a cup." No one took the twists and turns of the banquet to heart, and it was an extremely common thing for people to enter and leave. It was only until the end of the banquet that when the Furins were chatting in the courtyard, Bai Furin seemed to remember, "Why is Jing family's young lady not back yet?" After Jing Chu-Chu's clothes were dirted by the spilled tea from the maid, she went back to change her clothes. But she did not appear after that. Old Shinfurin was surprised for a moment and said to Shi, "Go and find someone to ask why Biao young lady is not back yet. Perhaps she is somewhat drunk." Xinyu smiled. Just now she drank a lot of honey wine. Even though it is sweet, the after effects are strong. Biao older sister loves sweet things and forgot to stop her just now. Perhaps she is feeling dizzy and is resting in the room. Shi complied and went out. Feng and Ning's lips twitched and quietly pushed Xin Miao. One thought that with so many daughters in your residence, the family banquet would be very lively. To think that I still had to follow my mother, but now it seems that it is just as boring. Feng and Ning was the pearl of the Guanglu residence and did not have so many sisters. But even though Xin Miao had so many sisters, she was not close and was even deliberately left out. In Feng and Ning's eyes it was meaningless. It has always been so. Xin Miao answered. Feng and Ning looked to the left and right. I want to go to the clean room and will come back later. Wait for me. After Feng and Ning left with the maid, Shi also returned to old Shinfurin's side and shook her head. Old Furin, Biao young lady is not in the room. Not in the room? Old Shinfurin raised her voice and all the Furin's eyes looked towards her direction. Old Shinfurin quickly lowered her voice. Where is that place? Shi shook her head. The servants don't know either. This girl. Old Shinfurin was somewhat anxious. Could something have happened? When the noble madams saw her like this, they naturally began to ponder in their hearts. Oh madam? Coincidentally Qin Rochio walked over from the other side and asked what happened before smiling. Old Furin need not worry. I just came back from master's place and think that it is because Chu Chu is drunk. Coincidentally, Chior was also drunk and had been sent back to his room to rest. The wine in our family banquet is strong. Chu Chu might have gone to another room. She intentionally or unintentionally pointed out the fact that Xin Qiu was also drunk, and Xin Miao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Old Shinfurin shook her head and said, Go and find a few people to look for Chu Chu. After all, she is in this residence. It would not be good if she caught a cold. She said as she looked at everyone. Speaking of which, this old one recently obtained a golden Buddha painting that was embroidered by Zhang Qiaoxian. It is hung in this old one's main hall, and if everyone wants to take a look, this old one is willing to bring everyone over to take a look. Zhang Qiaoxian was an embroidery master in Mingqi, and one embroidery was priceless. Hearing that old Shinfurin had one here, everyone wanted to broaden their horizons. Xin Miao's lips snorted. That double-sided embroidery was a reward from the palace and was given to old Shinfurin by Xin Xan a few years ago. It was just that she was stingy and did not take it out for everyone to see. Now that she was willing to bleed, it must be because of other matters. It was just that. Could it really be as old Shinfurin wished? The Furins and young ladies were indeed very enthusiastic as they followed old Shinfurin to look at that embroidery painting. The main hall of Rongjing Tang was a room similar to a tea room for guests to rest. On normal days, very few people would go there as old Shinfurin did not have many guests and most of the time the tea room was empty. However, when they walked to the door, they saw something strange at the door. There were some noises coming from the closed door. One could not make out what the sound was, but it seemed that something had been knocked over. Everyone suddenly stopped walking. Who is inside? Where did the people guarding outside go? Old Shinfurin asked. Replying to old Furin, they were still here just now. There should not be anyone in the tea room. Shir said doubtfully. Really raising a bunch of idlers. Can't even guard the door properly. Old Shinfurin was somewhat angry. Open the door. Chapter 319. Open the door. When old Shinfurin said those words, there was already some anger on her face. The madams had always been the type to watch a good show, so none of them left. Qin Rochio comforted, Mother, do not be angry. Perhaps the guest entered the wrong room. Finishing, she gave a look to the maids, and the two maids beside her took a step forward and pushed the door open. That door looked tightly shut, but it was not tightly shut and seemed to be pushed open with a light push. However, following that, one heard Anaya scream and the two maids jumped in shock and took 2 steps back. Their actions caused others to be suspicious. Old Shinfurin snapped, What is going on? One of the maids did not seem to be able to stand properly and both hands held onto the door, but inadvertently opened the door wider and the situation inside was exposed to everyone. Everyone could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. The tea room was very small and was originally a place for a temporary rest. There was only a small couch that one could lean on and a small table. And the teacups on the table were all smashed onto the floor, and on the narrow couch, 2 figures overlapped and one could vaguely see that there was a male pressing on top of a female. The sound that was heard just now was the sound of the teacups on the table shattering during the dispute. Now this chaotic scene was exposed in front of everyone without any concealment. Those Furins immediately covered their young lady's eyes, fearing that they would see such a dirty thing. And Sheer, who was outside, also exclaimed, "Biao, biao, young lady." Choo-choo. Qin Roqiu also shouted. What? Old Shin Furin was startled and almost fainted. Fuer, who was by her side, quickly went to support old Shin Furin. What is going on? Qin Roqiu's face was somewhat flustered, and in the eyes of others, it was like there was a scandal in the residence and she was at a loss of what to do. And the two people in the room did not know what was going on. Hearing such a big commotion outside, the male lying on top of the female did not move, but the female tried hard to push the male up. Heavens! Sheer covered her mouth and had a look of surprise on her face. Did eldest young master not return to his room after getting drunk? Why would he be here? When these words reached the ears of the crowd, they immediately understood the ins and outs of the matter. The eldest young master of the residence, who was drunk, happened to meet Biao Xiaojie, who was going back to change her clothes. His lust was suddenly aroused and he could not control himself. Thus he did the dirty deed. Chior has always been steady, so how would he do such a thing? Qin Roqiu shook her head. It is all because of drinking. Speaking till here, she put on a distressed look. From his words, he had already confirmed Shin Qiu's crimes. Shin Miao looked on silently. It was almost the same scene as in her previous life. After Shin Qiu woke up, he would not be able to defend himself even with 100 mouths. Even though Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan believed in Shin Qiu, but the facts were placed in front of them, and the one who suffered a loss was indeed the young ladies. If Shin Qiu did not marry Jing Chu with so many Furins that came today, they would drown Shin Qiu with their saliva. And what did she do at that time? Shin Miao's face darkened as she thought about it. She felt deeply humiliated that she had an older brother who knew how to defile others' innocence. She and the others spurned Shin Qiu. Shin Yu suddenly said, "Fifth younger sister, why are you not speaking?" Everyone's eyes suddenly looked towards Shin Miao. Shin Qiu was Shin Miao's eldest brother, and for Shin Qiu to do such a thing, Shin Miao's face would not be glorious. One did not know if this Shin Miao would wholeheartedly help Shin Qiu or would she commit a righteous act. Yi Pei Lan liked to see Shin Miao be unlucky, and at this moment she was gloating and said hypocritically, "Shin Miao, actually this matter has nothing to do with you. After all, your eldest brother is your eldest brother and you are you. Even though you are one family, one cannot lump it together." Chapter 320. But the more she said it, the more it reminded everyone that Shin Miao was Shin Qiu's younger sister. If Shin Qiu's conduct was bad, how good could Shin Miao be? I just find it strange. Shin Miao lightly said, "Instead of solving the matter, one is discussing here. Why not get someone to call the outsiders at the Shin residence's doors to watch the commotion? After all, there are many people." Her sarcasm was like a knife that hit the bull's eye. Yes, such a thing had happened. If it was an ordinary family, they would immediately think of ways to cover it up, but this old Shin Furin and Qin Roqiu seemed to be eager for more people to know and even started discussing at the doors. What kind of intentions were these? At least it was not good intentions. What was the reason for this? Qin Roqiu and old Shin Furin were somewhat embarrassed, but heard Shin Miao continue to speak lightly. "Even if my mother is not here, there should be someone to preside over the overall situation. Could it be that second Shin is replaced with third Shin and third Shin do not know what to do?" Qin Roqiu's face suddenly turned green, and even Shin Yu's expression was not good. At this time, when Ren Wanyun was mentioned, everyone's eyes were somewhat meaningful. Qin Roqiu was even more angry. Shin Miao's words were clearly saying that her ability to preside over the overall situation was not as good as Ren Wanyun, which was not slapping her face. Shin Miao was after all a person who had stayed in the inner palace for many years, and which female in the inner palace were easy to deal with? Even if they were to engage in a verbal battle, it would be like swords flashing and one sentence could have 10 meanings. Now her words did not seem light nor heavy, but it made one think deeply. Just because Luo Shuiyan was not here, one could casually bully Shin Qiu? And seeing Shin Qiu's scandal, one did not care and even let everyone know about it? More importantly, the various Furins were not fools. Previously they were shocked by the situation in front of them and neglected other things, but Shin Miao's calm attitude made them gradually calm down, and when they looked inside again, it was somewhat unclear. It was said that a scandal had happened, but who knew if this scandal was man-made or not? Old Shin Furin was angered by Shin Miao's words and said, "Fifth girl, such a thing happened to eldest brother and you have this kind of attitude. You are really stubborn. Shin Miao almost laughed, but she shook her head. This matter is considered a big matter. It is better to invite father, second and third Shu over before making a decision. Old Shin Furin was stunned, Qin Rochio was stunned, and even all the Furins present were stunned. For this matter, it was better if fewer people knew about it, but now Shin Miao was eager for more people to know about it. Qin Rochio's heart was somewhat uneasy. She did not know why, but even though everything was going according to her imagination, she felt that something was not right. The door was wide open and there seemed to be no movement from the person inside. Old Shin Furin's maids wanted to close the door but heard Shin Miao sneering, "Do not close it. Since what should be seen has been seen, then closing the door would only be burying one's head in the sand. Who still want to see, one can take a closer look." Even at this time, old Shin Furin also felt that something was not right. She wanted to let people enter the room, but Shin Miao's overbearing attitude made one surprised. At this moment it was hard to get off the back of a tiger, and if she were to do anything more, it would only make things worse. Old Shin Furin could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart and helplessly looked at Shin Miao instructing people to invite Shin X in and the rest over. Jiang Shaoxian wiped her tears and said, "Miss Jing is still young. What will she do for the rest of her life if something like this happens? Trouble everyone to be a witness for me." Old Shin Furin spoke, "My Shin family has always been upright, and since such a matter that corrupts the family's reputation, naturally one must give everyone an explanation. Chu Chu is my paternal family's grandniece and is well-behaved and sensible. I originally thought to keep her by my side and in the future find a good family for her. Who knew that?" Old Shin Furin's face was in pain. "My Shin family is not a family that bullies others. No matter what happens in the future, Chu Chu will be my Jing family's granddaughter-in-law. There is no doubt about this, and one will definitely give Chu Chu an explanation." "Witness and material evidence are here, so how can you quibble?" Jing Guansheng said angrily. "Could it be that my younger sister, a weak female, can force Shin Qiu? I had thought that Shin Qiu was a gentleman but did not think that one would know a person's face but not his heart. I want to report to the authorities." "Report to the authorities? That was a family matter that everyone would know about." Old Shin Furin said angrily. "Enough," she said to Jing Guansheng in a soft voice. "Guansheng, you are my grandnephew and you know how I treated you these days. I like this girl Chu Chu so much that I would not agree to let her suffer grievances even if others agree. Do not worry, one will definitely give you an explanation." Chapter 322. Eldest Families. Old Shin Furin changed the topic and angrily said to Shin Xen, "This matter is Chior's fault first. How did your father teach you in the past? The Shin family's way of doing things is indomitable and one must be responsible for the young lady's innocence. For Chior to do such a thing, one must marry Chu Chu and treat her well for a lifetime." The Shin family's way of doing things was something that old General Shin had exhorted to Shin Xan in the past. If it was in the past, Shin Xan would give old Shin Furin face and would eat this grievance in silence. But this year in the Ding capital, the discord between him and old Shin Furin was getting deeper and deeper. At this moment when he heard these words and looked at old Shin Furin's face, he felt an unspeakable hypocrisy and hatred. There was a nameless anger in his heart as Shin Xan said angrily, "I have said before that Chior would not do such a thing." But it was Shin Dongling, who had been hiding at the back that no one noticed, who suddenly spoke. "Why did no one go in to take a look and say that the person inside is eldest brother? Is eldest brother really inside?" When the words were said, everyone was stunned for a moment. Not bad. Was the person inside really Shin Qiu? From the beginning till now, no one went in to take a look, and even if one could see, it was only two overlapping bodies. In fact, all the Furins' hearts roughly understood that this matter was very deep. It was said that it was a misunderstanding after getting drunk, but most likely it was a scheme by others. But since it was calculated to this point, Shin Qiu could only admit that he was unlucky. Qin Rochio smiled. "Dongling, what are you talking about? Only Qiu left the banquet after getting drunk, otherwise who else could it be? There is also second older brother." Shin Miao said lightly. "Why is second older brother also missing? Why is it that only my eldest brother is responsible?" "Younger sister, what responsibility are you talking about?" An abrupt voice suddenly sounded and Qin Rochio's brain exploded. Everyone turned back to look. Not far away, Xinqiu was dressed in fresh clothes and beside him stood Feng and Ning, who was looking at everyone with some puzzlement. Ning. Feng Foren jumped in shock and quickly went over to pull her away and reprimanded, "Why are you running around?" "I went to the washroom and got lost." Feng and Ning said innocently, "After going around for a long time, I could not get out and coincidentally met eldest brother Xin, so he brought me over." "What happened?" Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan were only startled for a moment before Shin Xian laughed out loud. That laughter, in the ears of everyone present, was filled with pride. Xinqiu was perfectly fine here, so who was the person inside? "I've seen enough." Xin Miao smiled. "Someone let us see clearly who the person responsible is." It was already too late for old Qin Foren to stop her. The maids by Luo Shuiyan's side were all strong and without waiting for Qin Roqiu to speak, they rushed in first. Their movements were too fast and before anyone could react, they heard a groan from inside. Two maidservants had already brought the man to the front of everyone. Replying to Madam, "It's the second young master." Xin Yuan's clothes were disheveled and his flushed face appeared in front of everyone. Compared to Xinqiu who just shouted out the name but did not go in to check, this kind of evidence was almost irrefutable. Everyone's eyes uniformly looked towards Xin Gui and old Qin Foren. Xin Miao's voice of ridicule sounded, "What? So it was just a misunderstanding. Everything was fine and almost made eldest brother the scapegoat. Next time all of you servants better open your eyes wider." If this matter of spoiling one's reputation were to be spread out, one would be imprisoned. "Younger sister, what are you talking about?" Xinqiu scratched his head. "What scapegoat do I have to carry?" "Chiuer, someone wants to shove a daughter-in-law to you." Luo Shuiyan could see that just now old Qin Foren and Qin Roqiu were pressuring her and now it was just a false alarm. The nameless fire rose up and her words became more impolite. "I said that our Chiuer's daughter-in-law must be seen by me personally and Chiuer scrupulously abides by his duties, so how would he casually bring a daughter-in-law into his own room?" Chapter 323. It was Feng and Ning who was suddenly enlightened and said, "What? I have always been together with eldest brother Xin and it seems that eldest brother Xin had just sobered up. But one had only heard of forceful marriage, could it be that there is a forceful marriage now?" Feng and Ning was also a talent and she deliberately exaggerated it, causing Feng Foren's face to change as she reprimanded, "And Ning!" Feng and Ning stuck out her tongue and no longer spoke. "Grandmother, Biao older brother, second Shu, with the current situation what can be done?" Shen Miao said in a difficult manner, but her expression was leisurely and anyone could see that she had the mentality of watching a show. What was called slapping one's face? This was called slapping one's face. Old Qin Foren was somewhat flustered. Since today's matter was done under her orders, naturally she had made thorough preparations. But why did Xinqiu become Xin Yuan? She did not know what happened. But when she saw Xin Miao's beaming smile, old Qin Foren understood in her heart that Xin Miao was definitely involved in this matter. Xin Gui was also silly. He heard that Xinqiu had committed a mistake so he specially came over to watch the show. One had to know that a person's reputation would affect one's career in the court, else those imperial censors would not be able to receive such a high salary. Now Xinqiu had become Xin Yuan and Xin Yuan had just returned to the capital to take up his post when such a thing happened. Was this not cutting off his official career path? The young ladies were still somewhat confused but the Furens could see it clearly. Today's matter was obviously a play that the Shen family put on by themselves. It was obvious that someone wanted to use Jing Chuchu to trick Xinqiu once, but who knew that at the end Xinqiu became Xin Yuan? Thinking about Xin Miao's attitude from the beginning till now, how did it turn into such a situation? Naturally Xin Miao was involved. Everyone said that the D5th young lady of the Shen family was an idiot and was treated as a love-struck fool, but looking at it now, no one would dare to treat her as a love-struck fool in the future. One feared that the person who set up the scheme today did not expect to be counterattacked. Even those who were invited as witnesses had now become Xin Miao's bargaining chips. Old Qin Foren was riding a tiger and it was hard to get off. She rolled her eyes and was about to pretend to faint to get rid of the matter when she heard Xin Miao said, "Biao older brother, you as her older brother must be very sad that Biao older sister met with such a matter." "Do not worry, grandmother had just said that one would definitely be responsible for Biao older sister." Old Qin Foren did not feel dizzy in a split second and stared at Xin Miao. Yuan is still unconscious at this moment and it is obvious that he was schemed by others. "Fifth girl, you must not speak nonsense." "Old madam, what are you saying?" Not waiting for Shin Miao to speak, Luo Shuiyan first exploded. Just now when you said that the person inside was Chiu'er, you had never heard that you were thinking for him. Yuan is your grandson, isn't Chiu'er also your grandson? This bowl of water of yours is quite peaceful, right? Luo Shuiyan was not afraid to shed all pretense of cordiality with old Shin Furin as she had such a fiery temperament. With a flurry of words, old Shin Furin could only say angrily, "You are rebelling. Grandmother, let us first talk about how to deal with second older brother's matter." Shin Miao gently smiled. Her tone was warm and there was not a bit of temper from the beginning to the end, which made old Shin Furin even more embarrassed. She said, "Just now what did grandmother say?" Grandmother said, "Grandfather said before that the Shin family must be indomitable, and one must be responsible for the other person's innocence. Second older brother must marry Biao older sister." She deliberately imitated old Shin Furin's righteous tone and Luo Shuiyan burst out laughing. Shin Miao looked at everyone. All Furins have seen it. Grandmother has always kept her words and in such a short period of time, one would definitely not forget it. The surrounding noble Furins all knew that Shin Miao was using them as guns but they could only laugh dryly. Old Shin Furin's face turned red and white after being ridiculed by Shin Miao. She could only repeat it over and over, "This matter is fishy. This matter is fishy." Chapter 324. I also feel that this matter is fishy. Shin Miao raised her eyebrows, "So it is better to report to the authorities. Father, your subordinates acted quickly, it's not too late to go to the capital governor now." Before he could finish, Shin Gui shouted, "No." Shin Miao was surprised. "Why is it not working again?" Shin Gui looked at her fiercely. Once this matter was reported to the authorities, there was no way he could hide it. The imperial censors in the court were very idle every day. If they knew about this matter, it would be strange if they didn't report him. Moreover, it was a scandal after all. What good would it do if everyone knew about it? Forget it. Shin Miao waved her hands with a headache. After all, this matter still depends on Biao older brother's opinion. She looked at the gloomy Jing Guanxin and smiled gently. Biao older brother is the one who is most distressed. Jing Guanxin did not speak. Old Shin Furin said angrily, "First find a physician to take a look." Jing Chu and Shin Yuan did not make any movements and one feared that they had fallen into a scheme, thus old Shin Furin was unable to vent her anger. One had to know that everything that happened today should be Shin Qiulai's misfortune but who knew that it had become Shin Yuan's misfortune but she could not say it. Chen Roqiu was busy dealing with the various Furins. Those Furins and young ladies had seen enough of a good show and knew that today it was just a fight between Shin Miao and the rest of the Shin family, but in the end Shin Miao won. They promised not to tell and took their leave. Feng and Ning winked at Shin Miao before leaving with Feng Furin. Shin Yu looked at the messy courtyard and her heart was rather disappointed. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to destroy Shin Xiu, so why did it become Shin Yuan in the end? Shin Xin and the rest also followed old Shin Furin to the main hall. There must be a way to handle this matter. In addition, it was related to the reputation of the Shin family. Not many people had seen it, so it was not something that could be solved with a small fight. Shin Miao was walking at the back when she was suddenly stopped by someone. Looking back, it was Jing Guanxin walking in front of him. Shin Miao's stature was small and Jing Guan was slightly plump and tall, thus standing in front of Shin Miao was quite oppressive. The usual smile on his usually gentle and amiable face had already disappeared, leaving only a vicious and gloomy expression, as if a wolf in sheep's skin had revealed its true colors. He said, "Fifth sister, did you do this?" "Yes," Shin Miao readily admitted. Not expecting that Shin Miao would say that, Jing Guanxing was surprised for a moment before he angrily raised his fist at Shin Miao and was about to swing it down. Jingzhi and Guyu quickly blocked as Shin Miao looked at him coldly. "It was done by me. What can you do to me?" "You are shameless," Jing Guanxin roared. "The shameless one is me?" Shin Miao looked at him. "Biao older brother, do you dare to say that you are not aware of today's matter?" Jing Guanxing was stunned and stared angrily at him. As Jing Chu's elder brother, how could Jing Guanxing not know old Shin Furin's plans? It was beneficial for him to let Jing Chu become Shin Xiu's Furin, but who knew that at the end it became Shin Yuan? "You let your own sister become a bargaining chip, and now you say that I'm shameless. Cousin, don't you think you're too disgusting?" Shin Miao smiled. "It's a foregone conclusion. Cousin, why don't you think about it in another way?" Shin Miao looked at him calmly. "Biao older sister has already lost her innocence in front of so many people. In the future it would be very difficult to marry into a good family and become Biao older brother's bargaining chip. Who would be willing to marry a used shoe? She said it so viciously that Jing Guansheng clenched his fists but had to admit that what Shin Miao said was right. What was called losing one's wife and losing one's soldiers he now understood. Jing Chu had become like this. In the future which good family would be willing to want her, not to mention rich families? Biao older brother, seeing that you and I are cousins, I will remind you. Shin Miao smiled cordially. Actually, as long as one marries into the Shin family, it would be considered as climbing up a high branch. Since that is the case, what is the difference between marrying eldest brother and second brother? Jing Guansheng's heart moved and looked at Shin Miao without saying a word. Speaking of which, my second older brother also entered officialdom at a young age and his future prospects are bright. Compared to my eldest brother, he is also outstanding. Since it is the idea of using one's younger sister to change one's future and the person on the bed is second older brother, then it is not good to change from eldest saw to second saw. Anyway, there is no harm to you. She looked at her nails and one did not know who she was talking to. One must know how to be flexible. Chapter 325. The scandalous matter in the Shin residence's family banquet did not spread out. But the so-called spread was only between the commoners. As for the aristocratic families, they had always been inextricably linked. This foreign treated it as a joke to that foreign, but in private it had already been spread around. An old Shin foreign's self-righteous words also forced herself to a dead end. If she did not do as she said, it would be a clear slap on her face. If she did as she said, she would lose her most outstanding grandson, so how would she be willing to do so? But because of this matter, the first household and old Shin foreign's relationship was completely stiff. Originally it was only the second and third household that were estranged, but old Shin foreign's subtle attitude at the family banquet made Luo Shuiyin and Shin Xan feel like a fishbone was stuck in their throats. They were not people who would swallow insults and humiliation, so they simply folded their arms and watched a good show. After Shin Yuan and Jing Chu woke up, Jing Chu naturally cried again and said that she was dragged in by Shin Yuan. Shin Yuan was furious and said that he did not know what happened when he fainted, and when he woke up, he was already lying together with Jing Chu. He could not recall these matters and it was possible that Jing Chu was still a virgin. However, it was not important whether Jing Chu was a virgin or not. After seeing such an erotic scene in front of so many noble furins, the rest of Jing Chu's life would be over. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation from this matter, or perhaps it was because of other reasons. The Jing siblings changed from their usual gentle and submissive manner and became aggressive, wanting Shin Yuan to give them an explanation. Moreover, old Shin foreign had previously said that if it was Shin Qiu, she would be able to become the eldest young foreign of the Shin residence. Now that it was Shin Yuan, naturally Jing Chu would become the second young foreign of the Shin residence. Old Shin foreign's calculations were exquisite. How could she let such a thing happen? Shin Yuan was her most outstanding grandson, but he wanted to marry a young lady from a small family, so she immediately found some excuses to decline. Jing Guansheng looked refined but was incomparably astute in his bones. Without a second word, he wanted to bring Jing Chu to see the officials and even sent a letter back to Suzhou. When the people in Suzhou heard this, they were angry at old Shin foreign's duplicitous actions and brought people to the Ding capital to demand an explanation, and actually wanted to waste time with the Shin family. The original alliance broke in one day and old Shin foreign scolded Jing Guansheng and sister as white-eyed wolves all day long in the residence. Jing Guansheng and sister also ridiculed old Shin foreign for being disrespectful, and the atmosphere in the Shin residence was foul. Shin Yuan was also very angry, but this matter was too big and he could not directly kill Jing Chu. So many furins were watching, and once something happened to Jing Chu, everyone would suspect him. Moreover, the Jing family was not easy to deal with. No matter how noisy it was outside, the doors of the western courtyard of the Shin residence were always closed and everyone was still happy and harmonious. Shin Qiu did not get drunk that day, but it was Shin Miao who asked him to pretend to be drunk. As for why Shin Yuan and Jing Chu rolled together, Shin Qiu did not know the reason. Even though Shin Miao was unwilling to tell him and threatened him not to tell Shin Xian and wife, Shin Qiu could faintly guess something, and when he returned to the residence, he was not even willing to take a step in. In the room, Shin Miao sat at the table and wrote a prescription for the kitchen. It was now impossible for Jing Chu to curry favor with the first household. Chapter 326. Bai Lu took the paper that Shin Miao had written on and hung it to dry before getting up to send it to the small kitchen. At the moment, the west courtyard didn't eat with the east courtyard anymore. They directly opened a small kitchen. It was obvious that they didn't trust the east courtyard. I heard that young master cousin quarreled with old madam again today. Jingzhe was helping Shin Miao to tidy up the paper and ink on the table as she said, "It seems that the Jing family is already on the way." Old foreign saw that it could not be dragged on and was anxious. "I've said everything that needs to be said." Shin Miao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Biao older brother is an intelligent person and cannot be taken advantage of by others. Young master cousin is really ruthless. Gu Yu also said, currently all day long threatening with reporting to the authorities, knowing that second young master is returning to the capital to take up his post. If this was reported to the authorities, second young master's official road would be ruined. This servant thinks that this time second young master must marry Biao young Mississippi. This is all thanks to old madam's strict adherence to old master's family teachings. When she reached the end of her sentence, she couldn't help raising her voice as she forcefully suppressed the joy in her heart. Old Shinfurin's actions made one feel nauseous, and now that she had lifted a rock to smash her own feet, how could one not be happy? But, Jingzhe asked, what is so good about Biao young lady spending so much effort to marry second young master? Old foreign had shed all pretense of cordiality with her and second young master was also unhappy. Even if she married into the Fu they would not be affectionate. Isn't Miss Biao looking for trouble for herself? Shin Miao smiled gently, Jing Chu Chu is not marrying a person but money. Since that's the case, what's the difference between liking them and loving them? In the previous lifetime when Jing Chu Chu married Shin Qiu treated her well but at the end she still harmed Shin Qiu to such a stage. To Jing Chu Chu as long as she could climb up, it was not important who the other party was. Speaking of which, Gu Yu's lips twitched, Biao young lady wanted to harm eldest young master and now let her marry in without rhyme or reason, it really makes one unhappy. After all of this happened because of her. Why didn't the wicked get their retribution? Shin Miao opened the window and looked out, do you think that this is the end? Gu Yu's eyes lit up, young lady still has a trick up her sleeve? The longer she stayed with Shin Miao, the more she saw of Shin Miao's methods and Gu Yu was already used to it. If it was in the past she would most likely be amazed at Shin Miao's coldness and viciousness but after experiencing a series of matters, she did not have any good impression of the other two households in the Shin residence. Those so-called sympathy and pity had long disappeared. Letting them suffer in silence is just the beginning. Shin Miao said, Jing Chu Chu schemed against eldest brother first. Does she think that she can escape? Jingzhe's and Gu Yu's eyes sparkled as they looked at Shin Miao. Shin Miao waved her hands, first go and settle the money for Fuer. Old Shin Furen was recently busy dealing with the siblings Jing Chu Chu and Jing Guansheng, thus she did not bother to investigate the truth as to why the person was changed at the end of the family banquet. Sooner or later Fuer would be married off to the steward's one-eyed son. With more money he would think of ways to help her escape from the Shin residence. Gu Yu received the money and smiled, this servant understands. Biao young lady's personal maid should also send a portion of money over, right? Shin Miao nodded in satisfaction, not bad. The most painful thing to bite was the dog raised by one's side. Just like Xiao Li Zi in her previous lifetime. It did not matter that she had suffered a loss because the lessons that she learned could be used on others. 5 days later, the news of Xin Yuan and Jing Chu Chu's engagement spread throughout the Ding capital. Xin Yuan was the most outstanding young master in the Xin residence other than Xin Qiu. He had just returned to the capital after a few years of experience outside and originally there was a great future waiting for him. There was no lack of good-looking young ladies in the Ding capital and if one were to seriously pick, it would not be difficult to find a wife that could help him. What nonsense are you talking about? Jing Chu Chu's eyebrows were vertical as she interrupted Tao Yuan's words. Tao Yuan was not convinced, this servant did not say anything wrong. Even though gentleman's son and young miss did not meet much, they felt like old friends the moment they met and even took the effort to give things to young Mississippi. It could be seen that he really put young miss in his heart. If it was not for second young master's matter, gentleman's son would definitely think of ways to marry young miss as his wife. Chapter 328. Jing Chu was surprised for a moment and there was a trace of blush on her face as she shook her head. The minister's residence is a noble family, how would they marry a person like me who left home with nothing as a wife? But gentleman's son really loves young lady. Tao Yuan's words were somewhat outspoken but Jing Chu was not angry and instead seemed to be somewhat happy. Tao Yuan continued, it would be good if gentleman's son becomes the son-in-law of the Jing family. Compared to second young master, gentleman's son loves young lady like jewels. If one were to marry over, gentleman's son would also hold young lady in the palm of his hands. Do not speak any more. Jing Chu suddenly interrupted her words. Since I have already chosen the Shen family, there is no meaning to talk about gentleman's Sunday. As she spoke, she was somewhat sentimental. Shen Yuan and Jing Chu were not that close and because of the previous matter, they were in a mutually hostile position. The more it was at this time, the more she remembered Sun Kainan's good points. Sun Kainan was a talented person, generous with his actions and was gentle and considerate towards her. It would be a lie to say that she was not tempted. Moreover, one would always keep thinking about things that one could not obtain. Tao Yuan's words were like ants crawling over Jing Chu's heart, making her feel itchy. Young lady. Tao Yuan hesitated for a moment. Young lady might as well go and meet with gentleman's Sunday. Gentleman's son knows about this matter but does not know the inside story, thus it would not be good if he misunderstood you. If it was said out loud, one would only feel heartache for your encounter. It is rare for one to meet such a good person like gentleman's son in one's lifetime. Gentleman's son would definitely be very sad for young lady doing this. Tao Yuan said, the last time we met, gentleman's son said that he would give young lady that dragonfly hairpin. Hearing this, Jing Chu's eyes moved. The thing that moved her the most was that Sun Kainan kept on sending gifts over. For Jing Chu this was enough. If she were to marry Shen Yuan, she would be able to let Sun Kainan not forget about her and her vanity would be greatly satisfied. Seemingly after thinking for a long while, Jing Chu then made up her mind, what you said is reasonable. I should explain to him. But now that young lady has an engagement with second young master, this matter cannot be seen by outsiders. Tao Yuan said, it is better to hand it over to this servant. This servant will find a place where there is no one around. At that time, young lady and gentleman's son will be able to explain clearly and it would be considered as not letting him down. Jing Chu nodded her head. Shen Yuan strode into the courtyard, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Over the past few days, he had endured the strange gazes of the crowd every day. In fact, it was not that others could not see that Shen Yuan was schemed by others, at least it was not the first time that he slept with someone's daughter after getting drunk. Whether it was intentional or not, these few years they had seen it a lot. What everyone cared about was that a young talent like Shen Yuan would actually fall to such a crude and direct method of the woman in the inner courtyard. In particular, this time it seemed to be related to the idiot daughter of the Shen family. Even though Fu Xiuyi did not blame him, but these days his attitude towards him was much lighter. It was very simple. Now Shen Yuan was a confidant that Fu Xiuyi had secretly cultivated, but there would be a day when Shen Yuan would stand on the surface. But with such a stain, even Fu Xiuyi's face did not look good. For a person like Fu Xiuyi who strived for perfection, Shen Yuan's mistake this time was really annoying. Shen Yuan himself was also very sullen. After being treated as a joke by others, he still had to marry Jing Chu, that female who only looked good. Everyone knew that Jing Chu was a vulgar female who only looked at money and did not recognize people, but he actually wanted to marry such a female as his wife. Even if in the future any official's young lady were to look at him, she would not be ridiculed by others for marrying in. Chapter 329. He took a deep breath and stared at the person who was walking towards him. Shen Miao and the two maids walked over from the garden. These days she stayed in the western courtyard and did not go out. No matter how the second household turned the world upside down, she was indifferent and appeared to be much more refreshed. Seeing Shen Yuan, she stopped and called out, "Second older brother." Shen Yuan uncontrollably clenched his fists. Ever since Jing Chu's matter, he had not seen Shen Miao at all. Shen Yuan naturally knew that the only person in the Shen residence who could do such a thing was Shen Miao, but at that time the matter was done by old foreign's people and he could not intervene. Moreover, at the moment it was more important to appease those difficult people in the Jing family than to pursue responsibility. But thinking that it was all because of the young female in front of him that he had fallen into such a sorry state, Shen Yuan could not wait to strangle Shen Miao in front of him. Seeing Xin Yuan not speaking, Xin Miao laughed. Speaking of which, second older brother and Biao older sister are engaged and I have yet to say congratulations. Congratulations to you, second older brother, for bringing a beauty home. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in her words. Xin Yuan coldly said, many thanks to fifth younger sister. After a pause, he looked at Xin Miao. Fifth younger sister has good abilities. Xin Miao accepted it. Every time she showed a face of joy, it would make one go crazy with anger. Xin Yuan sneered, fifth younger sister, the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It is better to understand this logic earlier. I have never thought that I stand out in the forest. Everyone knows that I am an idiot. Xin Miao pondered, it is second older brother who is outstanding, the one that the wind wants to rush would not be me. Is it so? Xin Yuan slowly asked back, does fifth younger sister think that success is assured? Do you think that since I married Jing Chu Chu I would lose this game? How could it be? Xin Miao was very modest. I know that second older brother is tenacious and indomitable, thus these small fights would definitely not be placed in second older brother's eyes. It is still early from the end of the chess game. Perhaps it is not as early as you think. Xin Yuan suddenly smiled strangely, perhaps it will end very soon. This strange smile fell on his face, making him look especially sinister. Jingzhe and Guyu frowned but saw Xin Miao raising her brows and asking, second older brother wants to scheme against me again? Are you scared? Xin Miao nodded her head, I am not afraid of being schemed against by others, but afraid that others will not scheme against me. Her eyes were clear and as innocent as a child's. She smiled and said, if others don't scheme against me, how would I have the chance? Then you better pray for your own good luck. Xin Yuan sneered, I'm afraid that when that day comes, you will still be able to laugh so happily. Finished speaking, he strode away. After he left, the smile on Xin Miao's face disappeared without a trace. When Jingzhe and Guyu saw it, their hearts were shocked. Guyu asked, young lady, is there anything wrong with second young master? Xin Miao shook her head. If Xin Yuan was not confident, he would not say those words. But what was it that made him feel that Xin Miao did not even have a chance to turn things around? A sense of uneasiness rose in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. Xin Miao looked at Xin Yuan's back and softly said, it is still early for the chess game but the chess game is almost over. In the Baoxianglu in the Ding capital, there was singing and dancing to celebrate peace and prosperity. The fragrance of a female accompanied with laughter was like the best aphrodisiac that attracted passers-by to look over. It was just that their gazes were filled with yearning and envy, but they were shy and could not put on a show of throwing away 1,000 gold for a beauty. In the small building in the tea room, the tea on the table had already turned cold after being left for an entire night. The guard in front dozed off and almost knocked over the teapot, startling him to the point that his sleepiness flew away. With a flick of his toes, the teapot that fell onto the floor steadily stopped on his boots before he picked it up and placed it back on the table. Chapter 330. Mo Qing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In this Baoxianglu, even the most unremarkable cup was made by the best craftsman, and if it was broken, one would have to compensate. Even though Xin Miao gave him a lot of banknotes, but those banknotes were only used to look for young ladies and not to compensate. Applause sounded, and the beauty on the bed looked at this scene coldly and flattered in a neutral tone. Good skills, good martial arts. Really an eye-opener. Mo Qing looked away and did not look at the female's bare shoulders. Looking at the sun outside the window, his heart was happy. The sun had come out and the night had passed and he could relax for another 3 days. As he thought about it, a trace of relaxed joy rose on his face and he was about to stand up and leave. He was happy, but someone's pretty face turned frosty from the joy on his face. Without waiting for him to stand up, Lu Ying sat opposite him and said, Gentleman Mo Qing looked at the other party without any expression. Lu Ying sized him up. It had been more than a month since Mo Qing came to Baoxianglu to pick young lady Lu Ying and would come every 3 days. The money was very straightforward, but every time he picked Lu Ying, he would not do anything and just sit by the window for the entire night. At the beginning, Lu Ying thought that it was Mo Qing playing some tricks. She had fallen into prostitution for many years and was trained by her mother since young, so she knew that some guests had their own quirks and this Mo Qing was most likely one of those guests with quirks. But as the number of times increased, Lu Ying also felt strange. She had tried to tease Mo Qing, and if it really did not work, then naturally he would not budge. But Mo Qing would often be teased by her until his ears turned red, but he had to pretend to be serious and indifferent. Obviously he was a virgin. But Mo Qing's martial arts skills were high and Lu Ying could not get close to him. She had always been flattered by males and it was the first time that she was being chased like this. She felt that it was degrading and later she did not do these pointless fights. But every time she saw Mo Qing's relieved expression the next morning, she would feel annoyed in her heart. She was not a scourge or fierce beast, so why would Mo Qing hide from her? If Gentleman Mo dislikes that Lu Ying's body is not clean, you can look for other young ladies in Baoxiang Lu. Lu Ying's pretty face turned cold and she said in a fit of pique, "Every day there will be young ladies who are very clean and there are also a lot of virgins. Gentleman Mo need not waste money here with me and cause misunderstandings." Mo Qing felt embarrassed in his heart and did not look at Lu Ying. The task that Shen Miao gave him really made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He would rather go to the Shen residence to keep watch at night than to linger in the brothels. Seeing that Mo Qing did not speak, Lu Ying was even angrier as she said, "Gentleman Mo should not come over next time. Lu Ying cannot afford Gentleman Mo's money. Take the money and do not do anything, do not smash the signboard that I have painstakingly built." As she spoke, she turned around and no longer looked at Mo Qing. Mo Qing touched his nose and felt that it would not help no matter what he said. After all, he would come here every few days to do this kind of thing. Not to mention Lu Ying, he himself felt that he was like a fool. Baoxiang Lu was not a place to drink tea and in Lu Ying's eyes, most likely it was incomprehensible. Without saying anything more, Mo Qing put down an ingot of silver and left the door. After Mo Qing left, Lu Ying's maid came in to clean up and when she saw Lu Ying's unhappy gaze she comforted, "Young lady, do not be angry. Gentleman Mo always took the money every time." Looking at the ingot of silver on the table, Lu Ying was even angrier. This silver was extra for Lu Ying and there was no need to share it with her mother. She turned her head to look out of the window and said angrily, "Who wants it?" But her eyes were looking at the figure outside the window. Mo Qing uncomfortably pushed away the young lady who was trying to throw herself at him and walked out of the door towards the far end of the street. "Gentleman Mo is a good person," the young maid muttered. "Who knows?" Lu Ying was about to withdraw her gaze when she inadvertently swept her gaze to the corner of the street. There was a person standing in the shadows and looking up, that gaze seemed to be looking at her. She was slightly surprised as it was too far away and one could not see the appearance clearly. She could only see a green robe and even if it was only a shadow, it seemed to have a strong character. "Oh." Lu Ying gently shook the fan in her hands. "Could it be that I have become more beautiful recently? One by one, are they satisfied just looking at me? Young lady is born beautiful and there are many people who want to see young lady," the young maid said sweetly. Lu Ying's lips twitched. Strange people. She closed the window with one hand. At the other end of the street, Mo Qing stopped and frowned as he stared at the green robe in the corner. The place that person was looking at was Lu Ying's little building, but Mo Qing's eyes moved as the green-robed male looked very familiar. He remembered that there was a time when he escorted Shen Miao back to the residence in the horse carriage and he had met that person once. He heard Jing Zhe mention that he was Shen Miao's teacher from Guangwen Tang. He seemed to be called Pei Lang. Chapter 331. The Jing family's people finally arrived at the Ding capital after a few days. As a small family from Suzhou, the Jing family had learned the face of a vile person who had gained power and power. When the Jing family's husband and wife knew about Jing Chu and Xin Yuan's matter, they first cried bitterly and lamented that their daughter's life was bitter. Following that they clamored to report to the authorities to make Xin Yuan pay the price, and did not even agree to the engagement. On the surface it looked like so, but those with discerning eyes knew that the Jing family's husband and wife were just pretending to be obedient after getting the advantage, and wanted to act like it was Xin Yuan who wanted to marry Jing Chu. Old Shen Furen had been unreasonable in the residence for so many years and the paternal family's tyrannical behavior was exactly the same as her. After a few rounds of competition she was actually at a disadvantage. Since she agreed to marry Jing Chu in an 8-carrier sedan, she had to compensate with a large amount of betrothal gifts. Old Shen Furen suffered in silence and was unable to voice out her bitterness. Every day when she faced the Jing couple's greedy faces, she was so angry that her mouth was crooked and her eyes slanted, almost having a stroke. In a fit of anger, he simply hid in Rong Jing Tang and refused to see anyone. The Jing family obtained a chicken feather as a command arrow and in just a few days, All the commoners in the entire Ding capital knew that Xin Yuan was going to marry Jing Chu from Suzhou. The commoners did not know the secret of the Xin family's banquet, and the rumors outside were that Xin Yuan was in love with Jing Chu's gentleness and beauty and treated her sincerely. The Jing family tried their best to portray Jing Chu as a beautiful female that could move one's heart. One did not know how others would see it, but one think that Xin Yuan was extremely depressed. In the minister's residence, Sun Kainan looked at the invitation in his hand, crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the wastepaper basket. Xin Yuan, that bastard, he said hatefully. It was not easy to meet a female that he liked. He had seen a lot of females in the Ding capital, and Jing Chu who came from Suzhou was especially different. The females that he fancied would never fail, and in addition this time he was playful and spent a lot of effort on Jing Chu. He did not expect that at the end Xin Yuan would take advantage of her. The manservant said cautiously, Miss Jing and second young master Shen had a misunderstanding and had no choice but to do so. No matter what the commoners said, the aristocratic families knew exactly what was going on. Sun Kainan had long heard about everything that happened in the Shen family banquet from the mouths of others. His face sunk. Jing Chu, that slut, took this lord's things and was playing with this lord. Sun Kainan was very unhappy in his heart, as he had seen many females like Jing Chu. As long as they were given money and benefits they could be easily won over. One feared that the matter of the Shen residence's family banquet was also related to Jing Chu. That woman kept his things on one hand, but at the same time she was planning to marry into the Shen family? To Sun Kainan, being played by a woman was the most shameful thing. But what do you plan to do now? The manservant asked. Are you going to accept Miss Jing's invitation or not? Sun Kainan lowered his head and looked at the invitation in his hand. The invitation was especially fragrant, like the fragrance of a girl. Just like Jing Chu's docile and harmless appearance, there was always a restless heart hidden within. Even though she was about to marry someone else, she still came to tease him one last time. Of course. Sun Kainan laughed. This young master has given her so much money, but I haven't slept with her yet. He was already very dissatisfied that Xin Yuan had beaten him to it. How can I not sleep with him at least once? He glared at the manservant. Go reply to the invitation. These days Xin Yuan was not in the residence, and no matter how mischievous the Jing family was, he rarely appeared. But it was hard on Xin Roqiu. On one side she had to deal with old Xin Furin's anger and at the same time satisfy the Jing family's insatiable appetite. The money in the public purse was getting lesser and lesser, only going out and not coming in, making one worried. Why is Furin so worried these few days? Xin Yuan returned from court and asked when he saw the situation. Chapter 332. Xin Roqiu forced a smile and did not want to talk about the matter of the money with Xin Yuan, so she said, the Jing family has been creating chaos in the residence all day and it is inevitable to be annoyed. Xin Yuan also sighed. This time mother suffered a double loss and Yuan was also dragged down. Everyone in the Xin residence was well aware of what was going on between Xin Yuan and Jing Chu. Regarding everything that happened at that time, the third household chose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. At least compared to Xin Yuan, the first household was more feared. Unfortunately at the end the first household was safe and sound, and the unlucky ones were the second household, which caused them to be worried. These days you have worked hard. Xin Roqiu said gently, since the Xin family is in trouble, you also need to be pointed out by others. The residence was in such a mess that naturally the aristocratic families would see it as a joke. Xin Xan was a rough person and was not afraid of others pointing, but Xin Yuan paid attention to his reputation, so these days were not easy. Xin Yuan held Xin Roqiu's hands and shook his head. This is nothing much. It is just that after Yuan married Jing Chu, it would be somewhat troublesome to help each other in the officialdom. He sighed. Originally Yuan had the most hope. Hearing that, Xin Roqiu's heart was somewhat flustered. Xin Yuan did not have his own son, so in the next generation of the Xin residence, only Xin Yuan could take up the heavy responsibility. The most important thing in the officialdom was nepotism. If Xin Yuan married an official's young lady in the future, then Xin Yuan's road in the court would be much easier. Now that he married Jing Chu, it was tantamount to cutting off the wings that could be born in the future. Xin Roqiu lowered her head and said, who knows? Now that even fifth lady has become so powerful, eldest brother and eldest Sa's family, it is really difficult. One need not worry. Seeing Xin Roqiu's worry, Xin Yuan patted her shoulders. Yuan is not an ordinary person. Little Five schemed against Yuan, so Yuan would definitely return it. Eldest brother and eldest Saw also have times where they are powerless. Husband's meaning is. Qin Rochio's heart moved. Yuan is somewhat strange recently. Xinhuan said softly, always feel that something is going to happen. In the western courtyard, Xin Miao put down the book in her hands and frowned. What exactly does Xin Yuan want to do? Mo Qing whispered, young lady had already let this subordinate guard Bao Xiang Lu for a long time. Continue. Xin Miao interrupted his words and Mo Qing's face suddenly collapsed. After thinking about it, he said again, but that Mr. Pei from Guangwen Tang has appeared, what other instructions does young lady have? All along, Mo Qing did not know why Xin Miao wanted him to go to Bao Xiang Lu to see Lu Ying. That day when he left, he accidentally met Pei Lang and for some reason, Mo Qing had a feeling that Xin Miao let him go to Bao Xiang Lu to see Lu Ying. Perhaps she already knew that Pei Lang would appear. Everything that Xin Miao asked him to do had her own intentions, but this time when she heard that Pei Lang had appeared, Xin Miao did not say anything. No. Xin Miao said, just do your own things well. One did not think that gentleman Pei who looked like a gentleman, would actually go to Bao Xiang Lu, that kind of place. Guyu blinked her eyes. He really does not look like that kind of person. She paused before adding another sentence. Guard Mo also does not look like that. Mo Qing's face was flustered. Mo Qing, other than going to Bao Xiang Lu these days, occasionally pay attention to Xin Yuan's movements in the eastern courtyard. Xin Miao said. He did not know why, but Xin Yuan always made him somewhat uneasy. Mo Qing complied, and after Mo Qing left, Jingzhe asked, young lady, would second young master have any other bad ideas? Very strange. Xin Miao said. After the incident with the Jing family, Xin Yuan did not investigate what had happened that day, and he did not try to stop it. Even though Jing Chu wanted to marry Xin Yuan, if Xin Yuan used other methods, he would most likely be able to drag it out. But Xin Yuan did not even drag it out, which could only mean that he was currently doing something more important. Xin Miao could not think of anything more important than dealing with her. Chapter 333. What was Xin Yuan scheming? But he was not in the Xin residence all day, so Xin Miao could not pry it out. Young lady need not worry. That's right. Jingzhe suddenly remembered something. Tao Yuan said that Biao young lady had sent an invitation over and had received a reply, so she will head over tomorrow. Xin Miao's eyes brightened. Very good. Xin Yuan made her feel uneasy, so some things had to be done as soon as possible. While they were discussing on this end at the Fengxian Pawnshop's Linjiang Immortal Tower, there were also people discussing this matter. Xin Yuan had already collected Xin Xian's evidence and presented it all to Fu Xiuyi. Jiu Shu said, 3 days later Fu Xiuyi will sort it out and present it to the emperor. At that time, the Xin family will surely not be able to escape this calamity. Disobeying the emperor's orders, obeying on the surface but disobeying in secret. If this kind of matter is uncovered, the lightest punishment would be to be disarmed and returned to the countryside. Gao Yang said, this Xin Yuan from the Xin family also has some ability to be able to find this kind of thing. Did not one say it already? Jiu Shu was somewhat impatient. Xin Yuan had already dealt with Xin Xian for many years and had been planning and waiting to be put to use. Once the meritorious service was recorded, one would be promoted and get rich. If it wasn't for the fact that we made it in time this time, the first branch of the Xin family would have been executed after he had searched for another 2 years. So to say, Fu Xiuyi indeed has good foresight. Gao Yang pondered, Xin Xian's power is too great and there are too many people who want to deal with him. The most important thing is that the imperial family of Ming Qi would be happy to see it happen. When Xin Xian is unlucky, the imperial family would step on him. So what should be done now? Jiu Shu had a headache. Xin Yuan, this kind of person, knows how to endure and has the same nature as that Fu Xiuyi. Xin family's first household is unlucky. Miss Xin must be very sad. You still think of Xin Miao? Gao Yang rolled his eyes at him. If it was not for Xin Miao urging their Xin residence's cousins to catch Xin Yuan in bed, Xin Yuan would not have acted so quickly. Originally, with his nature, he would have endured for another 2 years to catch the first household of the Xin family in one fell swoop. Now that he took action in advance, it was only because he was forced by Xin Miao. Gao Yang touched his chin. With Xin Yuan's hatred toward Xin Miao, he would not let Xin Miao off easily this time. Perhaps the rest of the first household of the Xin family would be able to keep their lives, but Xin Miao's ending would definitely be very miserable. Jiu Shu anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. Then what to do? Shen Yuan, that bastard, would not use any underhanded methods on young lady Shen. He even schemed against his own uncle, so his heart must be black-hearted. Do not worry. Gao Yang said unhurriedly. Shen Yuan's heart is completely black, and Shen Miao is also not someone that is easy to deal with. This time I was very curious what kind of methods Shen Miao would use to turn the tide. With her character of exterminating the entire Prince Yu residence in one move, one would feel that she would not just surrender without putting up a fight. Young Miss Shen is resourceful. Shen Yuan will definitely not be able to beat her. Jiu Shu suddenly thought of something and looked at Gao Yang. Before third brother Xia left, he did not allow us to intervene in the Shen family's matters, so if she wins, you are not allowed to help Shen Yuan. You're quite confident in her. Gao Yang opened his fan and waved it. But I'm also curious to see what she's going to do. Seeing Jiu Shu's relieved expression, Gao Yang mercilessly poured cold water on him. But you must not be too assured. Ever since Third Xia's plan was brought forward, the situation in the Ding capital had changed a lot. There is one thing that would not change, and that is Prince Ding's ambition. How would he not make good use of the fat meat that the Shen family sent to his doorstep? No matter how capable Shen Miao is, she is still an unmarried female, and Prince Ding is not as stupid as Prince Yu. It would be difficult for one person to contend against so many forces. Shen Xian's official hat would most likely be lost, and once Shen Xian loses his official hat, he was half sighing and half lamenting. For the first household of the Shen family, it would be a disaster. He would not be able to protect any of the people that he wants to protect. Chapter 334. Jiu Shu's expression also slowly sank. Third Xia once said that no matter what, the first household of the Shen family would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. Gao Yang stopped fanning and his eyes slightly flashed, just like the Xia family. On the second day the weather was fine, and in the side courtyard of Rong Jing Tang, Tao Yuan took out a few pieces of clothing for Jing Chu Chu to choose. Ever since the Jing family's husband and wife came, the courtyard that old Shen Furen previously gave to Jing Chu Chu and younger sister became somewhat crowded. The Jing couple entered the house and unreasonably occupied the biggest courtyard in Rong Jing Tang other than old Shen Furen's. Other than that, they even ordered the servants in Rong Jing Tang around. If one did not know, one would think that the one staying in Rong Jing Tang was not old Shen Furen but the Jing couple. Jing Chu Chu sat in front of the table and carefully drew her brows in front of the bronze mirror. Every stroke of her brush was extremely serious. Her lips were pursed with a touch of rouge, and her hair was combed neatly. It was obvious that she had dressed up meticulously. "It is that moon-white one," Jing Chu Chu said. Her moon-white clothes were plain and clean, but it could better display her delicate and pitiful temperament. Today was the day that she was going to meet Sun Kainan. Whether or not Sun Kainan could not forget about her depended on this. Perhaps it was because of a woman's vanity, or perhaps it was because she truly had some affection for Sun Kainan. Even though she knew that meeting Sun Kainan now was extremely risky, she still wanted to give it a try. Tao Yuan put away the rest of the clothes. Someone pushed the door open and came in. It was Madame Jing. When Jing Furen saw Jing Chu Chu's dressing, she was somewhat puzzled. "Chu Chu, you are going out?" "I want to go out and buy some jewelry." Jing Chu Chu complied. In the future, since one will become the young Furen of the Shen family's second household, one cannot wear the previous jewelry as one will be looked down upon by others. "That should be the case," Madame Jing said. Anyway, Jing Chu Chu's money to buy the jewelry would be spent from the public purse. Thus these days Jing Furen had also made a lot of money. Madame Jing said, "How can you go alone?" "I will go with you." "No." Jing Chu Chu quickly refused. Madame Jing was puzzled. "What? I agreed to go with Missy." Jing Chu Chu shook Jing Furen's hand. In the future in the Ding capital, one must build a good relationship with these young ladies. "Mother, you don't have to go. Missy doesn't like to meet strangers casually. You know that these noble young ladies have strange temperaments." Madame Jing was a little dissatisfied. "What noble family's young lady? What's so great about it? In the future you will still be the wife of an official. Forget it. Since you want to build a good relationship, then go ahead. Bring a few more guards with you." "No need." Jing Chu Chu declined. "There are so many guards in the Yi family, how would it look if I bring them over?" "Mother, don't worry about it. When I come back I'll buy you some jewelry." After saying that, he continued to draw his eyebrows. Madame Jing could only give up. When they left the residence and boarded the carriage, Jing Chu-Chu's heart was somewhat nervous as she asked Tao Yuan, "Is the restaurant that you chose reliable or not?" "Don't worry, Mississippi," Tao Yuan said, "that restaurant is very far away and remote. Usually very few people go there. Xiao Jiao is wearing a bamboo hat and her face is covered, so no one will recognize her." Jing Chu-Chu then calmed down. The carriage passed through the southern part of the city and finally stopped in front of a remote alley. Jing Chu-Chu straightened her bamboo hat and adjusted her veil before walking towards the restaurant with Tao Yuan's support. Even though Jing Chu-Chu often wandered around with young masters when she was in Suzhou, but now her identity was different. Ming Qi's folkways were open, but for a female who already had a fiancé to meet with other males in private, it was not a small crime. That restaurant only had 2 floors and was really, as what Tao Yuan said, remote and deserted. The guests were in 2s and 3s and it was not crowded. Seeing that she came in, Tao Yuan gave the innkeeper an ingot of silver and said with a smile, "Innkeeper, where is the guest room that was booked yesterday?" Chapter 335. The shopkeeper quickly instructed the waiter to bring Jing Chu-Chu in. The guest room on the 2nd floor was the last one and the attic was made of wood. Tao Yuan thanked the waiter and helped Jing Chu-Chu into the room. Upon entering the room, Jing Chu-Chu could not wait to take off her bamboo hat and veil. "I am suffocated to death. Young lady should first take a break and drink some tea." Tao Yuan said, "One think that gentleman's son would be arriving soon. Come over and help me tidy up my hair." Jing Chu-Chu first fiddled with the bronze mirror. Just now the bamboo hat was worn all the way and the hair was messed up. "Young lady is very good looking." Tao Yuan complimented, "Today you are even more beautiful." Just as she was speaking, the door opened with a creak. Jing Chu-Chu and Tao Yuan could not help but be surprised for a moment before hearing a familiar voice. "Chu-Chu, it is really you." Sun Kainan stood at the door and looked eagerly at Jing Chu-Chu. Jing Chu-Chu's face suddenly turned red and she looked at Tao Yuan with a rebuking look. "You can leave." "All right." Tao Yuan smiled. "Gentleman's son and young lady can speak first. This servant will guard at the door and no one will come in." With such words, it seemed to be hinting at something. Jing Chu-Chu lowered her head and after Tao Yuan went out and closed the door, Sun Kainan took 2 steps forward and called out, "Chu-Chu." Jing Chu-Chu hesitated for a moment before looking up. There seemed to be a little bit of water in her eyes, half melancholy and half attachment. If Shen Miao was present at this moment, one feared that she would have to admire Jing Chu-Chu's acting at this moment. Sun Kainan walked in front of Jing Chu-Chu and said softly, "Chu-Chu, is it true that you and Shen Yuan are engaged?" Jing Chu-Chu paused before nodding her head. "You." Sun Kainan seemed to have suffered a huge blow and took 2 steps back. When Jing Chu-Chu saw this, her eyes immediately turned red and she timidly said, "You are angry?" "No." Sun Kainan paused and suddenly reached out to touch Jing Chu-Chu's face. He said, "I have heard about the matter. It was Shen Yuan, that fellow, who forced you. You had no choice but to marry him. I do not blame you and am not angry with you." Hearing this, Jing Chu-Chu lowered her head but no one saw the trace of pride that flashed in her eyes. Sun Kainan must have truly admired her and even if she was to marry Shen Yuan, he still could not bear to blame her. "Actually," Jing Chu-Chu turned her head away, "that day second Biao older brother did not touch me but it was hard to explain under the watchful eyes of everyone." She lowered her head, "Gentleman's son, actually I'm still a virgin." Nothing actually happened between Jing Chu-Chu and Shen Yuan that day. It was just that the way they hugged each other was hard to explain in the eyes of the crowd. Afterwards Jing Chu-Chu looked for someone to take a look and she was still a virgin. It was just that Shen Yuan and old Shen Furen did not know about it so she did not say anything else. If old Shen Furen and Shen Yuan knew about it, they would definitely make a big fuss. But when Sun Kainan spoke of this matter, the situation was very different. Men would always hope that their own female was innocent. If Jing Chu-Chu and Shen Yuan really had something, Sun Kainan's heart would have a knot in his heart, but if there was nothing, then in Sun Kainan's eyes, he would feel even more pity for Jing Chu-Chu. Sure enough, Sun Kainan was stunned when he heard this. "What?" Jing Chu-Chu raised her head and said tearfully, "A female's body naturally needs to be given to the person that one admires. Second Biao older brother and I only have a misunderstanding, but in the future there is no other way out. I and gentleman's son met too late." "Will gentleman's son dislike me in your heart?" Sun Kainan pulled Jing Chu into his embrace and comforted her in a warm voice. How would I dislike you? I am pleased with you, love you and like you. A look of ecstasy flashed in Sun Kainan's eyes. He had thought that since Jing Chu's innocence was given to Xin Yuan, sleeping with Jing Chu again would only be taking back his capital. Who knew that Jing Chu was a virgin, and this made him surprised. Chapter 336. Jing Chu was hugged by Sun Kainan and pretended to struggle a few times before no longer moving. But she allowed Sun Kainan to hold her and slowly untie her skirt. Coincidentally downstairs, someone rode a horse to the front of the restaurant and handed the horse to the waiter outside to tie it up. He walked in, and when he was in front of the innkeeper, he gave an ingot of silver and walked up by himself. It was the waiter who saw him and shouted, "Gentlemen!" That person turned his head back. It was not anyone else but Xin Yuan. What is the matter? Xin Yuan asked. The waiter quickly shook his head and ran downstairs with a towel on his shoulder. In the instant that he passed by, Xin Yuan could clearly hear the waiter whispering, "Everyone in the world knows that one is wearing a green hat. So pitiful." Xin Yuan's footsteps paused and looked down. He saw that the gazes of the customers downstairs were faintly discernible on him, as if they were pointing at something. Xin Yuan's expression gradually turned gloomy. This was the restaurant that he frequented, and he would occasionally pass messages with Fu Xiuyi's people here. There were a total of 9 princes in the Ding capital, and their relationships were complicated. Prince Ding was the one who hid the deepest, so his subordinates must be careful. Every time Xin Yuan came, he would be very careful and would occasionally change his clothes so no one would recognize him. But why was the situation somewhat strange now? He shook his head and went up to the second floor, which was the place where he would meet with Fu Xiuyi's people. But when he came to the last room, he saw a familiar person for the first time. When Tao Yuan saw him, she jumped in shock. Xin Yuan's heart sank. Tao Yuan was Jing Chu's maid, so why would she be here? Could it be? He lifted his feet and wanted to walk in. Tao Yuan could not dodge in time and was kicked open by Xin Yuan's foot. One saw that in the spacious room, there were 2 people overlapping on the soft couch, and the floor was filled with clothes. It was as charming could be. Tao Yuan exclaimed, "Young lady, second young master is here." The person on the bed suddenly sat up and half of her snow-white body was exposed. It was Jing Chu. She looked at Xin Yuan helplessly and said, Second older Biao brother." Xin Yuan looked at him coldly, and the other person on the bed, Sun Kainan, also slowly woke up and sat up. He was raised up by others and was interrupted when he was being intimate with Jing Chu, so he was very angry in his heart and said, "Who are you?" "Second cousin." Jing Chu suddenly recovered to her senses and pointed to Sun Kainan. "Second Biao older brother, it was he who forced me. I was not willing." "Bitch." Sun Kainan sneered and gave a slap on Jing Chu's face. "It is obviously you who eagerly invited me over. What is the matter? Fall out and not recognize others?" "Young master's son." Tao Yuan rushed over with righteous indignation. "How can you treat Miss like this? Why are you doing this to the young lady? Could it be that it was to make my second young master wear a green hat? You must go against second young master like this." Amidst the chaos, no one actually noticed that there was something wrong with Tao Yuan's words. Sun Kainan sneered, "Second young master?" He looked up and down at Xin Yuan and smiled arrogantly. "Correct. I did make your second young master wear a green hat. How about it? Xin Yuan, you have not tasted the taste of this fiancé of yours. The taste of a virgin is still not bad." You are talking nonsense." Tao Yuan was surprised for a moment. "My young lady, you all still do not know." Sun Kainan looked at Xin Yuan exaggeratedly. "No wonder to be played in the palm of a female. But second young master Xin, even if you have great abilities in court, your woman was still slept by me. Moreover, you still have to marry her. How is the feeling of picking up used shoes?" The veins on Xin Yuan's forehead bulged, and he finally took 2 steps forward and punched Sun Kainan to the ground. "You dare to hit me?" Sun Kainan was also used to being pampered and did not say anything further as he climbed up and pounced towards Xin Yuan. Both of them did not have a military background and could only rely on their direct thoughts as they punched each other. Sun Kainan was taller and stronger than Xin Yuan, so Xin Yuan was gradually at a disadvantage and was being suppressed by Sun Kainan. "Scoundrel." Tao Yuan rushed over and helped Xin Yuan to hug Sun Kainan from behind. Shen Yuan took advantage of the gap and managed to free his hands but felt an icy cold thing stuffed into his hands. He was beaten up badly. Without thinking, he pushed the thing in front of him. A chi sound was heard. That sound was exceptionally long and the surroundings seemed to be still until Tao Yuan's long scream and Jing Chu-Chu's flustered face appeared in front of him. Shen Yuan looked down and saw that his hands were holding onto a silver hilt. There was only the hilt and the rest of the blade was in Sun Kainan's lower abdomen and nothing could be seen. Large patches of blood flowers bloomed. Sun Kainan fell face up. Chapter 337. In front of the stone table in the western courtyard of the Shin residence, Shin Miao was playing chess with Shin Xiu. It was rare that Shin Xiu did not need to practice his swordplay and knew that Shin Miao's chess skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Shin Xiu had been rubbing his palms for a long time just to win against Shin Miao. However, the outcome was not as he wished. Shin Miao placed a black piece and Shin Xiu's tyrannical white pieces were surrounded by the surrounding black pieces and could not get out. Shin Xiu stared blankly for a long time before asking Shin Miao, "Younger sister, is this not the path that I used in the first game?" He felt that the path on the chessboard was somewhat familiar and the more he looked, the more surprised he was. Shin Miao was slowly restoring the path that he used in the first game. It was just that Shin Miao used it better. At least in this game, she used this path with great proficiency and murderous aura, giving others a taste of their own medicine. Shin Miao smiled gently, "Eldest brother, can you think of a countermeasure for your own things?" Shin Xiu shook his head. "This method of mine is used against the enemy and it is a dead end. Younger sister, let me think of a countermeasure but I am unable to find one." Shin Miao looked at the crisscrossing path on the chessboard and smiled faintly. In the previous life, Shin Xiu killed Sun Kainan and was imprisoned a few years later, so it was assumed that Shin Yuan's plotting was more or less Shin Yuan's doing. One did not know if the exact same method was used back. Would Shin Yuan find it familiar? This dead end that he set for Shin Xiu, could Shin Yuan solve it himself? It should not be possible. When Shin Xiu scratched his head and was about to place his piece, he suddenly saw a person rushing in from outside the courtyard. It was the second-rank maid who was in charge of sweeping. That maid's face was full of panic as she said in a panic, "Not good, eldest young master and fifth young lady. Second young master is outside killing someone." What? Shin Xiu frowned and a chess piece fell down. It spun on the ground and finally landed on the ground. Shin Miao bent over to pick up the chess piece and looked at the maid before asking warmly, "Who did he kill?" In the capital governor's prison, Shin Yuan was locked in the innermost room. His hands and clothes were all shockingly dyed red with blood and his face was also somewhat purple. This was the first time that Shin Yuan had fallen into such a difficult situation. When he was fighting with Jing Chu-Chu's adulterer, one did not know why there was a very irritable feeling in his heart, as if his mind was somewhat hot. By the time he woke up, Sun Kainan had already been stabbed to death by his knife and that restaurant was a wooden loft. The battle between the two of them had alarmed quite a number of people and Tao Yuan's and Jing Chu-Chu's screams almost immediately exposed this murder case in front of everyone. Only now did Shin Yuan's heart gradually calm down. In the end, he was too impulsive today. Shin Yuan had been conceited all his life and what he hated the most was people using his dignity to humiliate him. The matter of the Shin Fu's family banquet had already made him feel humiliated enough, but it was because he had not woken up at that time that he had endured it. Now that the entire Ding capital knew that he wanted to marry Jing Chu-Chu but Jing Chu-Chu was still outside putting on a green hat for him and the people in the restaurant seemed to be pointing fingers at him. Shin Yuan was almost unable to control his anger. One did not know where Jing Chu-Chu was brought to but since this matter started because of her, one think that Jing Chu-Chu's ending would not be easy. It was just that. Shin Yuan was still somewhat strange. How did the people in the restaurant know him and Jing Chu-Chu? Why did Jing Chu-Chu pick his room when she was adulterer? He faintly felt that something was not right but he quickly shook his head. That place was the place where he and Fu Xiuyi's people met and other than Fu Xiuyi's people, no one else would know about it. Shin Yuan thought deeply that Fu Xiuyi's people had reached the restaurant and most likely knew about the matter. At this moment, he had completely calmed down and those flustered emotions had vanished. The blood stains on his clothes and the gloomy prison did not make his expression waver. Chapter 338. Just at this moment, one saw a jailer walking over and stopped in front of his cell door. Shin Yuan looked up and cried out in surprise, "Dong Hao!" Dong Hao was the person who was supposed to make contact with him. At this moment he had changed into a jailer's attire and it seemed that he had sneaked in to talk to him. Listen to me. This matter is a misunderstanding. Xin Yuan quickly said, this time will your highness help me? In the future I will definitely repay your highness. Xin Yuan never expected that Xin Gue would come over to save him. Xin Gue was a person who would do anything to protect his career, so how would he take risks for him? Now the only one who could help him was Fu Xiu-yi, but the people of the imperial family did not value friendship and righteousness, thus he could only prove his value. Xin Yuan said, the evidence that was given to your highness is still somewhat incomplete and your highness will soon submit a memorial to his majesty. One hope that your highness will think of a way to rescue me out and let me complete the last stroke for your highness. When Dong Hao heard it, his eyes moved. Xin Yuan's words clearly meant that the evidence that was against Xin Xian to Fu Xiu-yi was not complete. Xin Yuan had left a card up his sleeve as he feared that Fu Xiu-yi would burn the bridge after crossing the river, but he did not expect that he would be in prison today and could only take out his life-saving talisman in advance. Seeing that Dong Hao did not speak, Xin Yuan was somewhat anxious. This matter is only a misunderstanding and is not difficult to handle. I can fork out the money myself, and as long as your highness gives a greeting to that side, this matter had happened before. A large part of the reason why Xin Yuan was so calm was that this matter did not look that bad. It was even simpler than the Xin residence's family banquet matter. The Xin residence's family banquet matter was because he slept with Jing Chu-chu in front of all the Furins, and no matter what, Jing Chu-chu would suffer a loss. Moreover, the Jing family was too unreasonable and he had no other way. Moreover, when he killed Sun Kai-nan, only Jing Chu-chu and her maid saw it. As long as Jing Chu-chu and the maid testified, he could still escape. As for that adulterer, he only needed to give some money to appease him and let Fu Xiu-yi's people casually put a charge on him, like that person wanted to assassinate Xin Yuan and was restrained by Xin Yuan. When killing someone, as long as it was not a noble family, it could be covered up in the end. Moreover, his identity at the moment had not been discovered. In other people's eyes, they only knew that someone had been killed, but they didn't know who it was. Dong Hao shook his head and said, Xin Yuan, you've gotten into big trouble this time. Xin Yuan's smile that had just floated up abruptly stopped as he did not understand Dong Hao's meaning. Do you know who you killed? A bad premonition rose in Xin Yuan's heart. In the darkness he saw Dong Hao slowly open his mouth. It's the only legitimate son of the Minister of Personnel, Sun Tianzhang's son, Sun Kai-nan. At the entrance of the general estate, there was a large group of people surrounding it at this moment. These people were all holding rods and had fiendish appearances. Even the Qin family guards at the entrance were somewhat unable to stop them. In the room, Xin Yu hid in Chen Rochio's embrace and trembled in fear. Mother, did second older brother really kill someone? As Chen Rochio comforted her, she had some doubts in her heart. Those people outside claimed to be the Minister of Personnel's people and said that Xin Yuan had killed the Minister of Personnel's son, Sun Kai-nan, and were clamoring to come in and smash things up. But why would Xin Yuan kill Sun Kai-nan without rhyme or reason? Xin Gue and Xin Wan were already outside blocking them. If it was not for Xin Xian's Xin family army, one feared that those people would really barge in. Wan Yinyang was hiding in the small room and was somewhat nervous as she pulled Xin Dongling's hands. If it was really second young master who killed someone, would those people do anything to us? Do not worry. Xin Dongling said, others only want to deal with second older brother. What does it have to do with us? She sat behind the screen and the pages of the book in her hands were not opened at all. Chapter 339. Young lady. Jingzhe bounced into the room and said, the people outside are so fierce that even old Foreign was alarmed. Xin Miao did not even lift her eyelids as she asked, oh? How is old Foreign? Hearing that second young master killed someone, she immediately fainted. Jingzhe was somewhat rejoicing in another's misfortune. Young lady, this matter will not implicate us, right? Guyu was deeply worried. After all, they all knew why Xin Yuan would kill someone, and it was all because of Xin Miao adding fuel to the fire. No matter, there will be someone to block it for us. Sun Tianzhang's position is high and the Xin residence is not inferior to them. Moreover, the final target is still Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan will use his life to pay with a life, thus they have nothing to say. But will second young master really use his life to pay with a life? Guyu asked. Second master would not let second young master send his life away so easily. If there was no Xin Yuan bow, second Shu would definitely do his best to offend second older brother. Shin Miao said, but with Shin Yuan Bo, second Shu would have a way out. Losing a son to appease the anger of the Sun family is worth it in second Shu's eyes. Among the 3 sons in the Shin residence, Shin Gui was the most indifferent towards kinship. Shin Wan at least doted on Shin Yu, but towards his own children, no matter if it was the D-born Shin Yuan, Shin Qing and Shin Yuan Bo or the Shu-born Shin Dongling, there was not a bit of genuine concern. To Shin Gui, children were either to help him in his career or to be his successor. No wonder the children of the second household did not have any feelings towards Shin Gui. If there was no Shin Yuan Bo, Shin Yuan was Shin Gui's only son and Shin Gui would definitely fight. But with Shin Yuan Bo, Shin Gui still had a son, so Shin Yuan was not necessary. Moreover, how could the Sun family be sent away so easily? In the past lifetime, the one who killed Sun Kainan was Shin Qiu, and Sun Tianzheng's entire family locked Shin Qiu in prison, and Shin Xan had to use all of his family's wealth to save Shin Qiu's life. Sun Tianxing only had one D son, and now that his only son died, how could he easily let off the enemy who killed his son? But only second young master was unlucky? Jingzhi's words shocked one to death. Biao young lady was let off just like that? She is still hiding in the residence and not coming out. After the incident, Jing Chu actually slipped back and hid with the Jing family in the Shin residence. How could that be? Shin Miao smiled. After all, she is the main culprit. Outside the mansion, Shin Wan dissuaded in a somewhat sorry state. Everyone listen to me. This matter has yet to be clarified, so please return first. We will definitely give everyone an explanation. A woman spat a mouthful of saliva on Shin Wan's face and said with her hands on her hips, a debt must be paid, a life for a life. Our young master was killed by Shin Yuan, pay with your life. This isn't over. Shin Gui was somewhat cowering as he scolded Shin Yuan in his heart. At this moment, other than the servants of the minister's residence, there were also some by Xan who were watching the commotion. Someone shouted, didn't they say that it was because of jealousy? What did the beauty that was being fought over look like? Why don't you let us feast our eyes? To fly into a rage for a beauty, how beautiful must that beauty be? When those words were said, the surrounding people immediately echoed. The people of the minister's residence also reacted. Now the Sun family were in a mess. Sun Kainan, who was perfectly fine, had turned into an ice-cold corpse when he went out. At this moment they were grieving and wholeheartedly wanted Shin Yuan to pay with his life, thus they had forgotten about Jing Chu. At this moment when others reminded them, they remembered. Since Sun Kainan and Shin Yuan fought because of Jing Chu, then Shin Yuan accidentally killed Sun Kainan, then Jing Chu was the femme fatale. The Sun family's people immediately said, yes. Hand over that slut. It was she who seduced my young master. Shameless slut. Quickly hand her over. Chapter 340. Not to mention the Sun family, even Shin Gui himself could not wait to personally kill Jing Chu. Ever since Jing Chu came to the Shin residence, their second household of the Shin family had bad luck one after another. First was the matter of the family banquet which ruined Shin Yuan's reputation, and now Shin Yuan was involved in a murder case. Shin Gui did not say anything further as he instructed the servants, and in a short while, Jing Chu was tied up and sent out. Shin Gui gave a look to Shin Wan and Shin Wan said, everyone do not be angry. We will naturally be reasonable. Since this matter was caused by Chu, I will hand her over to you and let you handle her. Jing Chu cried out miserably, but how would the surrounding people allow her to resist? The Sun family pulled Jing Chu, who was tied up like a pig, over and gave her dozens of slaps on her face. Jing Chu fainted on the spot. You all better not bully others too much. Jing Guanxin and the Jing couple also rushed out and raged when they saw this. But one saw the Sun family sneered, no wonder you are people from Suzhou, that small place. It is fine that you are short-sighted, but you are so corrupt. You are already engaged but still go around seducing other men. This matter is not over, so you all better not think about it. The Jing family was angry and afraid. They were angry that the Sun family was so arrogant and afraid that other than the Shin residence, they did not have any backing in the Ding capital. And previously the Shin residence was already in a mess with them. Now seeing that they were out of luck, it was good that the Shin family did not throw stones at them when they were down. How could they just stand by and watch? After making a ruckus in front of the Shin family's doors for a while and seeing that the sky had darkened, The people from the Sun family then grabbed Jing Chu-Chu, who was already floating in the air, and left. Before leaving, the leading matron sneered, "Today is just the beginning. Your Shin family, just wait." Master had already written a memorial to the emperor. There is no such thing as taking someone's life and still being free and unfettered. A life for a life, no one can think about it well. Shin Gui saw the Sun family leaving behind a mess and swaggered away and almost could not breathe. The last sentence that Sun Tianzheng had already written a memorial to the emperor made him even more shocked. Sun Tianzheng only had one son, and once Sun Kainan died, Sun Tianzheng would not let him have an easy time even if it was a life and death struggle. It seemed that even if Xin Yuan died, it would not be able to quell the anger of the Sun family. Shin Qiu returned to the western courtyard and wiped his sweat before complaining to Shin Miao, "The Sun family is too rude and almost smashed the main doors. My soldiers couldn't stop them." The pain of losing a son. Shin Miao comforted him, "Naturally one has to vent. Father and mother do not intend to intervene this time." Shin Qiu muttered to himself, "But Xin Yuan is never impulsive. Even if Jing Chu-Chu secretly met Sun Kainan, why would she kill in a fit of anger? Who knows?" Shin Miao casually said, "Perhaps Sun Kainan is fated to die, and it is the same no matter who he dies in." In the main hall of the Sun family, a room full of concubines were kneeling on the ground. In the middle of the hall, there was a corpse covered in white cloth. Even so, the white cloth was still stained with dried blood. Ever since Sun Furen knew of Sun Kainan's death, she fainted, and when she woke up, she almost collapsed and did not listen to anyone. Sun Tianzheng was already in his prime, and at this moment his eyes were bloodshot and his cheeks were trembling slightly. There was a wandering Taoist priest who calculated that he would not have any children in his lifetime. In his early years, Sun Tianzheng had married countless concubines and indeed could not have any sons. Sun Kainan was conceived by Sun Furen with great difficulty, and to Sun Tianzheng, it was a child in his old age. Thus he was pampered from young, and in the long run, Sun Kainan's lustful and playful character was fostered. It was just that Sun Tianzheng had a high position of power and was afraid of provoking the imperial censor's mouth. Thus he had long reminded Sun Kainan not to be ostentatious, and if he wanted to play with females, he must bring them back to the residence as concubines. Sun Kainan did not enter the official ranks and spent most of his time in the residence, so there were not many people who knew him. As for those officials in the court, it was even more impossible to have any friendship with him. Chapter 341. Who knew that he would die in Xin Yuan's hands? This time it was really like what the Taoist priest said. Sun Tianzheng was destined to be childless. Xin Yuan? Sun Tianzheng gritted his teeth. "I want him to pay with his life." "Master." One of Sun Tianzheng's beloved concubines wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "One heard that the servants had brought that female back. In the end it was that female that caused our young master to be like this." "Master plans to," Sun Tianzheng sneered. "Do not play to death first. Leave a breath for Furen." The beloved concubines shuddered. These concubines had experienced Sun Furen's methods, and now that Sun Furen was carrying the pain of losing her son, she would not be able to do anything to that Jing Chu-Chu. The Shin family can only move against Xin Yuan, and the Jing family wants to retreat unscathed? With a ka-cha sound, Sun Tianzheng actually crushed the cup in his hands. The cup scratched his hand and fresh blood dripped down, but he was still indecisive as he said hatefully, "I want everyone in the Jing family to be buried with Yuan." Regarding the matter of Xin Yuan killing the only son of the Minister of Personnel, the entire capital was discussing about it. In the residence of Prince Ding, Dong Hao stood in the hall and bowed his head towards the person on the high seat. Fu Xiuyi's hand caressed the rim of the teacup and said in deep thought, "The memorial that was supposed to be presented to Imperial Father tomorrow was to happen to Xin Yuan today. The evidence in Xin Yuan's hands is not complete. Your Highness, do you need to use any methods to get the words out?" "No need." Fu Xiuyi waved his hands. "The things that Xin Yuan gave is already enough. Even if I wish for it to be complete, I cannot take action on this matter." "Your Highness's meaning is to let Xin Yuan go?" Dong Hao asked. "It is fine if it was others, but it had to be Sun Tianzheng. Sun Tianzheng is Prince Zhou's person. Prince Zhou would definitely intervene in this matter, and if I were to take action, it would only make Prince Zhou alert. Xin Yuan's trouble this time is too big." Fu Xiuyi shook his head. Dong Hao was silent for a moment. "But what if Xin Yuan were to fight to the death and betray your Highness?" Shen Yuan is used to hiding a card for himself, so naturally one must guard against what you said. Fu Xiaoyi looked at the teacup in his hands, so not only one cannot help Shen Yuan in this matter, one must also urge the Ministry of Justice to quickly execute. Killing Shen Yuan in prison would inevitably arouse suspicions. Think of a way to feed him. Dong Hao quickly agreed. He then asked Fu Xiaoyi, "Will your highness submit the memorial tomorrow?" "No." Fu Xiaoyi rubbed his forehead. "This matter will cause a commotion. It is not loud enough to talk about the memorial right now. Let's wait for a while." He suddenly opened his eyes. "However, you'd better find out who Shen Yuan has a grudge with recently." Dong Hao was startled. "Your highness, do you mean that someone is behind this?" Shen Yuan is never impulsive, but this time he killed Sun Tianjing's only son. Don't you think it's too coincidental? Moreover, it is very strange, why would Jing Chuchu meet Shen Yuan when she is having an affair? Shen Yuan is not someone who will be schemed against. Dong Hao said, and if he can even control this in the future, this person must be very familiar with Shen Yuan. To be able to force Shen Yuan to such a situation. Fu Xiaoyi said, "This child cannot be left alive. I nurture a chess piece and not to be used by others to become useless." Speaking till here, Fu Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. He did not look as light as he looked. Shen Yuan, this chess piece, was carefully nurtured by him for many years. It was not only because Shen Yuan was resourceful, but more importantly, Shen Yuan was from the Shen family. In Shen Yuan's position, many things would be easier to do in the future. But now he had no choice but to abandon the rook to protect the general. The confidant that he carefully nurtured would no longer be of use in the future. Chapter 342. Not to mention it was done in such a crude way by a female. This subordinate will definitely investigate seriously. Dong Hao said, "Fortunately, before the incident, Shen Yuan had already passed the thing to your highness." Fu Xiaoyi said, "Unfortunately, one still have to wait." At the other end, in the upper floor of the Feng Xian pawn shop, Jiu Shu clapped his hands together and was grinning from ear to ear. "Wonderful. Shen young lady really does not take action, but once she takes action, it is amazing. Originally tomorrow it should be Shen Xian who is out of luck, but at the end Shen Yuan is in prison today. This day really came at the right time. It is only a coincidence." Gao Yang rolled his eyes at him. "Most likely Shen Miao still does not know about the matter. No matter if she knows or not, I have won the bet with you." Jiu Shu was proud of himself. "Send the banknotes to the pawn shop yourself and hand it over to Hong Ling." Gao Yang was silent for a moment before saying, perhaps Shen Yuan had never thought that there would be a day where he would fall into such despicable means. Because his own wife was having an affair and was jealous of others, he mistakenly killed the adulterer. No matter how one listened to these words, it was not very glorious. No matter if it was the adulterer or the woman who did not follow the womanly ways or the husband's family who was cuckolded, when people talk about this matter, they would only treat it as a joke. Shen Yuan originally had talent and knew how to endure, and had just returned to the capital. With Fu Xiaoyi's attention on him, he would become a talent that no one could underestimate in time. Who knew that it would end in such an embarrassing and tragic manner? Even though it looked like a joke, the outcome was very grim. Just because the person he killed was Sun Tianzheng's only son. Sun Tianzheng will send up the memorial tomorrow. Gao Yang, do you think that Shen Yuan will pay with his life this time? Jiu Shu asked. What do you think of Shen Miao? Gao Yang asked an irrelevant question. What does this have to do with Shen young lady? Jiu Shu was puzzled. Shen Miao is a person who set traps. Once one stepped into it, have you seen anyone who could retreat safely? From Prince Yu's incident, you should be able to see that her traps were never just one move. This matter looked like to deal with Shen Yuan, but in fact it was not so. You say that she still has a move? Jiu Shu asked. At most Shen Yuan will pay with his life. What else does she want? I feel that Shen Yuan is only one of them. Gao Yang shook his head. His expression couldn't help but turn grim. If she did it, I have a feeling that it wouldn't be just one person. Jiu Shu was silent for a moment before asking seriously, what kind of deep enmity does Shen young lady have with the rest of the Shen family? Even though it is creepy, one think that there is a reason for it. Could it be that the Shen family had done something unforgivable to her? For a little girl to use such cruel means to plan step by step, there must be some other hidden story. It was just that even Bai Shaoxing could not find out that it was because of the Shen family's method of raising her to be an idiot. It seemed to be somewhat unreasonable. Gao Yang shook his head. I don't know either, but she's too flamboyant. This time Xin Yuan was sent to prison because Xin Yuan was Prince Ding's man. Since Prince Ding was at a disadvantage, he would definitely notice her. The person that was previously sent also said that Prince Ding's men are currently investigating the matter. It is not good for Xin young lady to go against Prince Ding. Jiu Shu was deeply worried. Prince Ding's thoughts are deep and his methods are treacherous. Once it is discovered that it was done by Xin young lady, one do not know what he would do in the future. No need to worry. Gao Yang said, I feel that Xin Miao is very familiar with Prince Ding. Perhaps everything that she did, she might have considered the consequences if Prince Ding knew about it. Rather than worry about her, it is better to worry about yourself. Gao Yang looked at Jiu Shu. Have you found the person that third Xia wanted you to look for? Cool. Jiu Shu touched his nose. I will immediately send someone over. Did not think that the Shen family's internal affairs were so chaotic. To have such a big play at the beginning of spring this year, what would happen in the future? Ayaya. Both are nobles but fell in love with a commoner young female. Because of jealousy, one died and one was injured. Isn't this a play that only appears in dramas? If one were to say that commoner young female looks are really ordinary, one do not know why would the two nobles be so blind to be jealous of her. It would be better to let the two nobles be together. Wolong, did you recently read some strange books again? The black-clad female brushed her long hair and said in a charming manner, could it be that what I said is wrong? For men to fight over, one must at least be as beautiful as me. You're in high spirits. A sudden voice sounded and the group of black-clad men that were squatting on the ground and playing suddenly became silent. One by one, they stood up as if they were facing a great enemy and looked at the person in front of them. The purple-clad youth had handsome brows but looked colder and more arrogant in the night. He swept a glance at everyone. Why do you not continue speaking? Everyone lowered their heads and did not speak. Xia Jingxing turned and left and only stopped after he left that group of people far behind. Did he laugh at himself? This little girl has some means. He lowered his eyes and looked at the starless night sky before saying softly, I do not have time anymore. Chapter 343. Regarding the case of Xin Yuan accidentally killing Sun Kainan in the Ding capital, the trial of the case was unprecedentedly swift and decisive. First of all, Sun Tianjing sent a memorial to the imperial court to request Xin Yuan to repay the debt of blood with blood. If he did not comply, he would have to return to his hometown due to his old age, so he actually threatened Emperor Wen Hui to quit. Compared to Xin Gui, the Minister of Appointments was clearly more important. Sun Tianjing had been in office for many years, and the connections he had made were to suddenly change to someone else. It was likely that there would be great chaos. Emperor Wen Hui naturally wanted to appease Sun Tianjing. Secondly, the imperial censors would never point fingers at the courtiers for making mistakes. How could they let this case of manslaughter go? Thinking that Sun Tianjing had lost his only son, the censors' censure fell on Xin Gui. What was unexpected was Xin Gui's attitude. Xin Gui knelt in front of Emperor Wen Hui and promised with tears and snot that he did not teach his son properly and was willing to place righteousness before family and let Xin Yuan pay with his life. It was said that his words shocked all the civil and military officials in the court. Although these words sounded impartial, he did not try to fight for his own son first, but instead straightforwardly agreed to pay with his life. This was too inhumane. Even though Xin Gui was usually smooth and slick, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. This action still made his colleagues who were on good terms with him stay at a respectful distance. The ministers all stood on Sun Tianjing's side, and when Emperor Wen Hui asked the princes for their opinion, the 9 princes unanimously stood on Sun Tianjing's side. Even if they didn't express their stance, almost everyone knew how the case would go. Xin Yuan's execution order was given 3 days later. This was probably the fastest execution order since the founding of Mingqi. There was almost no action to reverse the verdict or resist, and directly convicted. There was no doubt that the Sun family added fuel to the fire, but the Xin family's inaction was also a big reason. As for whether there were other people secretly pulling the strings, it was unknown. In the dark prison, Xin Yuan sat in the innermost part. His hair was already disheveled, and his body had not been washed for several days, so there was a sour smell coming from it. If one were to look closely at his usually calm gaze, one would be able to see slight panic and even a hint of despair hidden within. Last night, someone had snuck in and fed him a mute drug. He could not say anything. Who would do such a thing? Who would have such remarkable abilities to break into the prison? Shen Yuan knew it clearly. Fu Xiaoyi would not come to save him. At first he still held a bit of hope, but after thinking about it carefully, he knew that Fu Xiaoyi saving him would do more harm than good. That man was best at seeking benefits and avoiding harm, so he would not take this risk for him. On the contrary, Shen Yuan's existence had become a restless chess piece for Fu Xiaoyi. Naturally, Fu Xiaoyi had to eradicate him mercilessly. Feeding him a mute drug did not necessarily mean that he did not want to kill him, but Fu Xiaoyi was cautious and most likely he was afraid that if he died in the prison, it would raise suspicions. A bitter smile slowly floated on Shen Yuan's lips. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. He knew from the beginning what kind of person Fu Xiaoyi was. Working under Fu Xiaoyi, one should have thought that there might be such a result, but one did not expect that this result would come so quickly. There seemed to be footsteps in the darkness. Unlike the slightly hurried footsteps of the prison guards, the footsteps were somewhat slow. He raised his head and looked towards the direction of the footsteps, and saw that under the dim light, a purple dress was right in front of him. Looking up, the young female had a delicate and pretty face as she looked at him with a smile. Second older brother. Shen Yuan's heart was blocked up. The moment he saw Shen Miao's face, a strong hatred and unwillingness gushed out from his heart, making Shen Yuan wish that he could kill Shen Miao now. Even if he did not understand how the matter became like this, there was one thing that Shen Yuan was very clear about. This matter was definitely related to Shen Miao. Chapter 344. Shen Miao slowly squatted down and was at eye level with Shen Yuan as she smiled. Second older brother must not be living well in there these days. Second Shen is crazy and second Shu is not willing to see you. Seventh younger brother is still young. Speaking of which, old foreign dotes on you the most, but yesterday old foreign gave an order that no one is allowed to mention your name in the residence. It seemed that she had given up on you. After thinking about it in my heart, you and I are siblings, so I came to send you on your last journey. Shen Yuan gritted his teeth as he looked at Shen Miao. Words could kill and destroy a person's faith. And what Shen Miao did now was to stab a knife into his heart without hesitation. Even though Shen Yuan's feelings were cold, but when he was in prison and there was no one who came to visit, it made one's heart feel cold. Even though old foreign treated him well in the past, it was because of his innate talent and intelligence. Now that he was a prisoner, old Shen foreign would definitely draw a clear line to avoid trouble. Thinking about it this way, second older brother and eldest sister are indeed biological siblings and both had been in prison before. But when eldest sister was in prison, second Shen was still running around, but now there is no one running around for you. Shen Yuan did not speak. Why is second older brother not speaking? Shen Miao tilted her head and looked at him. Is it that you are not willing to talk to me, or? She suddenly smiled. Fed mute medicine? Shen Yuan was surprised for a moment as Shen Miao could actually guess that he was fed mute medicine. Before he could think it through, Shen Miao's following words made him shocked. It seems that Fu Xiaoyi's methods are still the same as before and there is no difference. Shen Miao muttered. Shen Yuan's eyes widened as he heard Fu Xiaoyi's name from Shen Miao's mouth. How did Shen Miao know that he was working for Fu Xiaoyi? Moreover, Shen Miao used such a familiar tone, and from her words, it seemed that she understood Fu Xiaoyi very well. The amazement in Shen Yuan's heart could not be expressed in words. In the inner courtyard of the Shen residence, no matter how brilliant Shen Miao's methods were, Shen Yuan did not think too highly of her because the unmarried young lady's scene stopped there. But when Shen Miao brought out Fu Xiaoyi's name, Shen Yuan could no longer look at it with a normal heart. Second older brother need not be so surprised. Shen Miao swept a glance at him and said, not only do I know Fu Xiaoyi, I also know his plans. If you want to tell Fu Xiaoyi about my matter and atone for your crimes, it is too late. His Highness Prince Ding was cautious by nature, and since he had fed you mute medicine, he would not save you. In order to not attract attention, he would not send anyone over here. Even after you die, I won't have any contact with you. From the moment you became a cripple, he had nothing to do with you, and he won't let you have any means to get involved with him. Shen Yuan's heart started to beat wildly. What Shen Miao said was not wrong. Fu Xiaoyi was that kind of person. Therefore, after yesterday, he had been waiting for his own death in despair. One must not think of a life and death struggle because that kind of ending would be worse than death. Fu Xiaoyi was never the gentleman that he was on the surface. He dipped his finger into the muddy water in the bowl and wrote a few words on the dusty ground. What is your purpose? Shen Miao burst out laughing. When she laughed, her eyes were curved and the corners of her mouth curved. It was as if she had returned to a year ago when she was still an idiot. She was a little stupid and a little scheming, but she was indeed a young lady who did not understand anything. Now it was obviously the same demeanor, but it made one's heart feel cold. Xin Miao finally stopped laughing and looked at Xin Yuan. Didn't second older brother guess what my purpose is? You want to deal with the second household? Xin Yuan wrote on the ground. Not only the second household. Xin Miao suddenly whispered. Her eyes suddenly burst out a bit of fierceness. She was unable to restrain the fierceness and even killing intent overflowed. She said, there is still the third household, Old Foreign and Prince Ding. Chapter 345. Xin Yuan stared at her closely. You want to ask again why? Xin Miao said, I am only doing the things that you have done before for you to see. Just like this time, does second older brother not feel familiar with the matter of the Jing family? That's because that's your method to begin with. How can you resolve it when I'm using your own method to deal with you? Xin Yuan looked at Xin Miao in confusion. He did not understand Xin Miao's words and only felt that Xin Miao's expression at the moment was like she had fallen into madness. Forget about the hatred towards the second and third household, since everyone knew that they were only pretending to be harmonious on the surface. But where did the hatred towards Prince Ding come from? Was it because she was in love with Prince Ding but was unable to get a response? Second older brother. Xin Miao smiled strangely, you should thank this younger sister. On your road to the Yellow Springs, there are so many people who will accompany you in death. Do not worry, after you, there will not be anyone else in the second household of the Shen family to take over your position. You will definitely still be the only eldest son of the Shen family. Xin Yuan glared at Xin Miao. Xin Miao stood up and her voice was gently raised in the darkness before falling heavily into Xin Yuan's ears. The second household will be without descendants. When they were out, the jailer naturally left in satisfaction after obtaining the benefits and even promised not to tell outsiders about the matter. Jingzhe and Guyu helped Xin Miao up the horse carriage and Guyu asked, Young lady, is it really necessary to execute second young master 3 days later? Xin Miao nodded her head. It is really like a dream. Guyu muttered, a few days ago second young master was still high and mighty but now his life is about to be delivered. Fate should be like this. Xin Miao said coldly. Sensing that Xin Miao's current mood was most likely not very good, Jingzhe and Guyu stuck out their tongues and no longer spoke. Upon returning to the Xin residence, upon entering the room, one saw a number of people surrounding the main hall. Upon a closer look, it was the Jing family. Jing Furen was rolling on the floor making a scene. You all return my choo-choo. You all return my choo-choo. Old Xin Furen was so angry that her face turned green and called out to the servants at the side, still not throwing these people out for me. Old Furen, Jing Guanxing changed his previous refined appearance and said fiercely, our choo-choo entered your residence perfectly but was taken away by others. Now it is unknown whether she is dead or alive. Even if this matter is brought to the officials, you are in the wrong. Old Xin Furen scolded angrily, you still have the face to say, what did that little bitch do to our family? If it wasn't for this jinx, how would the Shen family be involved in the lawsuit? Old Furen must speak cautiously. Jing Guanxing said, at that time we all said that there must be someone secretly playing tricks. My sister's personal maidservant also disappeared. Don't you think it's strange? Someone must have bribed her. The womenfolk in the hall were all present. Chen Roqiu looked at the front with some headaches, Xin Yu looked at the Jing family with disgust and Luo Shuiyan had an indifferent attitude. Wan Yinyang held Xin Dongling's hand and stood quietly at the side, as there was no place for her to interrupt. Biao older brother is pulling the topic too far. Do you think that by placing all the sins on a personal maidservant, everything would be over? Xin Miao's voice sounded, after all, this is a matter of having an illicit relationship with others and one cannot be forced by a maidservant. The words of ridicule made Jing Guansheng's face turn red and white. Everyone looked towards the door as Xin Miao walked in. Old Xin Furen had never liked Xin Miao as much as today. As long as she could make these unreasonable pestering people of the Jing family stop for a moment, her heart would be warm. Luo Shuiyan happily pulled Xin Miao to her side. Jiao Jiao has been out for so long, are you tired? Chapter 346. Jing Furen was still crying. You and father are blood relatives and Chu Chu also has your blood flowing in her. How can you be so cruel? Heavens. Old Furen, you are forcing us to death. Old Shin Furen was extremely annoyed. Who is blood relative to you? A group of broken families from the capital also want to have a relationship with me? Why not take a piss and see who you are? Really think that with some good looks one can do whatever one wants? Indeed worthy to be from a small family. A body full of coquettishness and know how to seduce men at such a young age. Old Shin Furen was anxious and actually used the scolding words that she used in the marketplace. It could be said to be extremely unpleasant to hear, and for a moment, everyone who heard it was stunned. After a long while, Jing Guanxing suddenly laughed. Old Furen, are you really that heartless? You really want to stand by and watch Chu Chu's matter? What does Jing Chu Chu have to do with me? Ridiculous. Old Shin Furen answered without hesitation. Good. Jing Guanxing sneered and suddenly swept a glance at Shin Miao. Since you want to destroy the bridge after crossing the river, then do not blame me for not being loyal. In the beginning you let Chu Chu climb onto Shin Qiu's bed and wanted me to think of ways to gain Shin Miao's favor. At that time you were not this heartless. When those words were said, everyone was shocked. Even though they had already guessed the inside story, they had never thought that Jing Guanxing would say such words in front of everyone. The one who was the most shocked was of course Luo Shuiyan. She looked at Jing Guanxing and slowly asked, "What did you say?" Jing Guanxing did not care about old Shin Furen's furious expression and said like a broken jar, "Biaoshin most likely do not know. In the beginning when Chu Chu and I just came to the Shin residence, old Furen treated us warmly. What? She said that she loved us siblings very much and hoped to be in-laws with the Jing family. But, how would eldest Biao older brother like Chu Chu who came from a small family? At that time old Furen had personally drugged her and one think that she was in a hurry to facilitate the marriage but did not think that at the end it was second Biao older brother who had the advantage. Luo Shuiyan was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She suddenly pulled out the flexible sword from her waist and placed it across Jing Guanxing's neck. Jing Guanxing's expression changed but he still forced a smile and said, "Biaoshin has mistaken the wrong person this time. Both of us siblings know our own capabilities and without old Furen's supervision, how would we dare to think about it? Besides, it was old madam who drugged him. Shouldn't Auntie blame someone else?" Luo Shuiyan turned her head to stare at old Shin Furen and her murderous aura soared. Old Shin Furen was so scared that she almost fell down from her seat. She said, "Eldest, are you going to kill your mother? The old lady not only wants to marry my cousin, but also wants me to please my cousin." Jing Guanxing laughed frivolously. He also said that male and female love is just like that. When the rice is cooked, the person will be dead set. Luo Shuiyan couldn't take it anymore. She slashed the ground with her sword. The ground was originally made of good quality stone, but now that she slashed it, a clear crack appeared. Jing Furen screamed in fright and old Shin Furen's face turned pale. Shin Yu and Qin Roqiu were somewhat cowering but Wan Yinyang's heart was astonished. She did not think that old Shin Furen would even use such a cheap method. It was not strange for ordinary matrons or Yinyang to use such methods. But old Shin Furen was the head of the family and such methods were simply unsightly. Luo Shuiyan pulled Shin Miao with one hand and held her sword with the other as she looked at old Shin Furen. When she was really angry, her murderous aura would surge out, making one believe without hesitation that she would be able to cut off old Shin Furen's head in the next moment. She said, "Old Furen, ever since marrying into the Shin residence, both Shin Xan and I have treated you with deep affection. Even though you are not his birth mother, both of us husband and wife still respect you. But now I know that there are really white-eyed wolves in this world. I cannot afford to stay in such a Shin family." Chapter 347. Eldest, do not listen to his nonsense. Old Shin Furen's evil intentions had not died. Do you want to be unfilial? Whether it is nonsense or not, one will know upon investigation. As for unfilial, Luo Shuiyan sneered and said word by word, "Even if this old mother has to carry the reputation of unfilial for the rest of her life, I will not let my children follow beside this kind of family." She pulled Shin Miao, "Go." No matter how furious old Shin Furen was at the back, how the Jing family pestered endlessly and how Qin Roqiu smoothed things out, all these things were not important anymore. Shin Miao was pulled by Luo Shuiyan towards the western courtyard, but her heart was very carefree. This was the goal that she wanted to achieve. Sometimes when one side of the story was said, it would make others feel that the strength was not enough. It was not because one was not willing to believe, but it was not an easy matter to separate from the family. This involved many entanglements of interests and one might bear a lot of infamy. It was not an easy matter to make Shin Xian determined to separate from the family. But after today the matter of separating from the family would be much easier. At least from now on, Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan would not have a trace of pity towards old Shin Furen. As parents, when faced with someone harming their children, it was an instinctive protection. Luo Shuiyan pulled Shin Miao back to the room and first closed the door before taking a breath and sneering, "Your father and older brother went to the palace today. One should let them see with their own eyes what kind of goods these people are." Finishing, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Shin Miao apologetically, "Jiao Jiao, you must be frightened. Mother was just too angry." Shin Miao shook her head and looked at her. "What do we do next?" Mother said those words to old Furen today. One feared that old Furen would use this matter to blame mother. What is there to be afraid of? Luo Shuiyan slapped the table. "Wait for your father to return and we will discuss about the separation of the family. Everyone in the Shin residence do not have good intentions, and if this goes on, who knows what will happen." She touched Shin Miao's face and said, "No wonder you want us to stay in the capital for half a year more. Did you know about it long ago?" Shin Miao smiled and did not speak. Luo Shuiyan increasingly felt that the guess in her heart was correct. She got up and said, "No, I still have to investigate this matter. I will let the guards outside guard the courtyard door. Don't go out." He actually treated the Shin Fu as a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Shin Miao nodded her head, and after Luo Shuiyan left, Jingzhe asked, "Young lady, can one really separate from the family?" "Of course." Shin Miao lightly said, "My mother is one who cannot tolerate sand in her eyes, so naturally there is a need to separate." "That's great." Jingzhe said, "After separating from the family, young lady will have more freedom to do whatever she wants and need not guard against this and that all day long." Bai Lu walked in and said to Shin Miao, young lady Tao Yuan has been sent out and settled in the manor with money." Shin Miao nodded. It was very easy to bribe Tao Yuan, who was by Jing Chu-Chu's side. Jing Chu-Chu originally planned to marry Shin Yuan and then make Tao Yuan a yin-yang to win over Shin Yuan's heart. What was non-committal was that Shin Yuan was extremely disgusted with the matter of him being schemed against, and if Tao Yuan was really promoted as a yin-yang, Shin Yuan would not treat her well. But Jing Chu-Chu still thought that she had done a great favor to Tao Yuan and did not know that Tao Yuan had already been bribed by others. She did not want to be a concubine and also did not want to follow a master like Jing Chu-Chu. Tao Yuan risked her life and finally obtained her freedom. Shin Miao also did not disappoint her promise to Tao Yuan and gave her money to protect her life. A superior must know how to use both kindness and power to their subordinates. From today onwards, everything would be done according to what she wanted to do. Guyu said, "After second young master is beheaded, the residents will most likely calm down. At this time, it is the right time to separate from the family." Shin Miao smiled gently. How would it calm down? Not to mention that the Jing family was left for Sun Tianzheng to deal with, but the second household's people were not completely dead yet. Second Shin must be very sad to know that second older brother was beheaded. Shin Miao said softly, "Is not second Furen crazy?" Guyu was surprised when she heard that, if one is crazy one would not have a mind. Listening to the people in Kaiyin Yuan, second Furen cannot even recognize people now, so how would she know about the matter? Crazy? Shin Miao shook her head. That might not necessarily be the case. When a person was in pain and despair, they would use crazy to escape the reality that they could not face. Ren Wanyun's most painful thing was that night in Wulong Temple. Her inaction made Xinqing walk step by step to the final ending. She was powerless to change anything and could only watch helplessly as Xinqing died. She was unable to face Xinqing's death and was also unable to face herself, so she finally went crazy. Now that Xin Yuan's death was spread back, one think that she would go crazy even more because she was still unable to help with Xin Yuan's matter. In fact, Ren Wanyun's time of madness was not long. Whether she would choose to continue being crazy or not, it would depend on whether she could gradually accept the facts. One think that Ren Wanyun would wake up soon because she still had Xin Yuan Bo, and she was afraid that Xin Yuan Bo would fall into Wan Yinyang's hands. Shin Miao wanted Ren Wanyun to wake up in advance. What she wanted to deal with was never an individual but the entire family's lifeline. Since she chose the second household, how could she stop moving forward after losing a pair of children from the second household? What she wanted was for Xin Gui's third generation to end. Chapter 348. 3 days later, the case of Xin Yuan accidentally killing Sun Kainan ended. Sun Tianzheng had the heart to take revenge for his only son's tragic death, and Xin Yuan was executed at the Meridian Gate. Countless commoners spread the news, and all of them wanted to see how this young genius who originally had a bright future would end up like this. Some people felt sympathy for Xin Yuan, and some people scolded Jing Chu for being a femme fatale. The noise was actually very lively. Xin Yuan probably never thought that he would have such a day. He was proud and arrogant, wholeheartedly wanting to climb up, wanting everyone to see his achievements. But now he was being pointed at by the lowly commoners in his eyes. He probably felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Even more people threw vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at Xin Yuan's body. The foul-smelling things covered Xin Yuan's body. Without thinking, it must be the Sun family's people. Xin Yuan knelt on the execution platform, and beside him was the executioner. Originally at this time, if the death row prisoner had a family member, they would be able to send the death row prisoner on his last journey, feed him food and drink wine on his way, but today no one from the Xin family came. Needless to say, Xin Xan was already like fire and water with the rest of the Xin family, so why would he come over? Xin Gui had always sought advantages and avoided disadvantages, and Ren Wanyun was even crazier. Old Xin Furin's legs were inconvenient, but even if her legs were nimble, one feared that she would not come. The only strange thing was that the usually gentle and righteous third branch did not show up today. It seemed that he had to choose between being tactful and offending the Sun family for a long time before he made this decision. In the eyes of others, they could only sigh when they saw how the Xin family was behaving. Xin Yuan raised his head, and the scorching sun shone down on the Ding capital. It was obviously the new year, and the cold of the winter sun made the golden sunlight as dazzling as the summer. It was already noon. The executioner spat out a mouthful of wine, raised the ghost head broadsword, and chopped down. The saber fell. The crowd burst into cries of alarm. The women were so scared that they covered their eyes. The head rolled down the stage and into the crowd. After a while, blood spilled out. On the ground, Xin Yuan's eyes were wide open. He seemed to be a little confused, as if the head that had been separated from his body would say something in the next moment. Someone saw this and quietly turned around, disappearing into the crowd. At this moment, there was dead silence in the Xin residence. It was not that it did not happen if one did not mention it, but Xin Yuan's death had greatly damaged the Xin residence's vitality. Speaking of which, the Xin residence's heirs were not considered to be prosperous, and Xin Yuan was one of the best of the best. Such a rare person who might be able to support the Xin residence in the future died under the executioner's ghost head broadsword. At least the people of the Xin residence were not sad. Xin Yuan was sitting in the room when a manservant ran in and said, "The execution has been carried out. The people at the execution ground have already sent second young master back." When the Sun family finally agreed to return Xin Yuan's corpse to the Xin family, it was already a huge concession. Even though they did not openly fight with Sun Tianzheng and the matter of Xin Yuan was handled according to Sun Tianzheng's wishes, everyone knew that in the future, the Xin family and Sun family would have enmity. It all depended on how big the enmity was. After I bring him back, there's no need to stop the coffin. I'll bury him in a few days at the earliest. Xin Yuan sighed, his thoughts heavy. "Master, are you still worried about this?" Qin Roqiu walked over and said gently, "Yuaner, we are also powerless in this matter. After all, the Sun family is not an ordinary family." "I just feel that." Xin Yuan shook his head, "Everything is not right. Did you not discover it?" Xin Yuan said, "Recently the Xin family seems to have some bad luck, one after another mishaps. Could it be that there is something unclean?" Qin Roqiu's heart was shocked. Xin Yuan was startled. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chapter 349. Qin Roqiu quickly said, "I am just speaking nonsense. Master must not be offended." She was somewhat vexed in her heart. Xin Yuan hated these strange matters the most, and with her unintentional words just now, she feared that Xin Yuan would be unhappy. She opened her mouth to echo Xin Yuan's words, "Speaking of it, but it seems that it is second older brother's family who have mishaps. First it was Qing'er, then second sister-in-law, and now it is Yuan-er." The more Qin Roqiu spoke, the more uneasy she felt. Even though she previously looked down on and was jealous of Ren Wanyun, but after Ren Wanyun went crazy, there seemed to be no one in the residence who could stand on the same line as her. Luo Shuiyan? Shen Xan and Shen Wan did not crawl out from the same mother's womb, so how could it be sincere? It is exactly so. Shen Wan said, one do not know whose second older brother had enmity with. Now that one look at it, it seems that it was planned beforehand. It is inevitable that second older brother will offend some people in the officialdom tomorrow. Qin Rochio said, but why did it have to happen this year? Thinking about it, it seems that ever since Fifth Lady woke up from falling into the water, things have been happening one after another? You would not say that it was done by Little Five? Shenwan found it funny. If Little Five had that kind of ability, one fear that the world would be in chaos. He patted Qin Rochio's hands comfortingly. I know that these days you have been working hard. Do not let your imagination run wild. How would Little Five, a young lady, have such ability? It is said that eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law taught her, but eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law would not use such a blunt knife to grind meat. They have always been straightforward. Shenwan said, I will pay attention to this matter. You do not need to think too much and pay attention to Yuer's marriage. Seeing that she is at the age to talk about marriage. Once Xin Yu's marriage was mentioned, Qin Rochio suppressed her suspicions about Xin Miao. Shen Wan valued heirs more than Xin Gue and had never despised Xin Yu for being a daughter for so many years and truly loved Xin Yu. Qin Rochio smiled, I will listen to master. In the western courtyard, Xin Miao was putting on her clothes as Jingzhe helped her tidy up her hair. Second young master's coffin has been brought back and one heard that it will be buried soon. Even the funeral will not be grand. In the Xin family, other than the first household, there were some who loved to put up a front. Just like how old Xin Furin's birthday celebration was known by the entire city, Xin Yuan, as the eldest son of the second household, did not even do the funeral after his death. It was indeed somewhat cold. Part of this was to cover up the scandal, but more importantly, there were not many people in the court who were willing to offend Sun Tianjing for Xin Gue. Even if there was a funeral, there would not be many people who would come to offer their condolences. Instead, it would be a joke. Second master has not been in the manor these past few days. Guyu also said, even if they return they will rest in Wan Yinyang's courtyard. What kind of time is it now? In any case they are one's own flesh and blood to be so heartless. Xin Miao smiled. During the day he is busy winning over the estranged ministers, and as for the night, if he does not rest in Wan Yinyang's room, could it be that he is sharing the same bed and pillow with second Xin? She originally wanted to take the opportunity to reprimand Xin Gui's heartlessness, but when Xin Miao said the words sharing the same bed and pillow, Guyu was somewhat embarrassed. She did not know why Xin Miao was so bold now. It was obvious that there was nothing wrong with her etiquette, but why did she not know how to be shy in matters between men and women? It was also good to put on an act, otherwise in the future when males see her, they would only be surprised by Xin Miao's valiance and who would dare to approach her? Xin Miao did not pay attention to Guyu's expression. Thus she did not know that Guyu had so many thoughts in her heart. She only said, how is the news that was sent to the Sun family's side to inquire? The Sun family hid it too tightly and the servants know very little. Jingzhe quickly said, one only know that Biao young lady's days are not good. Heard that on the first day. She could not continue. Chapter 350. What about the first day? Xin Miao turned her head and looked at Jingzhe. Jingzhe stammered, one heard that on the first day Biao young lady and the horses in the stables were fed with medicine and let them. At that time, old master's son even let all the servants watch from outside the stable. Guyu almost choked on her own saliva. Man and horse? Jingzhe's face turned red in an instant. Guyu was still asking, that Sun family's people are all abnormal. Jing Chu was in so much pain when a human and horse intercourse. This was not only physical pain, when so many servants saw her unbearable scene, one feared that her heart would rather die than live. Seeing that Guyu was still relentlessly questioning, Jingzhe was somewhat annoyed. He originally thought that these filthy things should not be said in front of Xin Miao as to avoid dirtying Xin Miao's ears. He did not think that when he turned his head over, he saw that Xin Miao's expression was calm. Not to mention shyness, there was not even a little bit of surprise on her face. Instead she spat out a sentence that made one's teeth fall off. She said, Sun Darren is too benevolent. Actually one can use an ox. Young lady. Jingzhi's mouth was wide open. Shen Miao glanced at her. What is there to make a fuss about? In the inner palace, this move was often used to deal with disobedient females. She had not used it before, as Shen Miao was used to directly bestow death and was not willing to create more complications. But one had seen Mei Furan punish a palace maid who was eating with the eunuchs. She let someone feed her the aphrodisiac of a bull and threw that palace maid into the cow pen and tortured her to death. Thus, he was not surprised by Sun Tianjing's methods. He did not know how shocking his actions were in the eyes of Jingzhi and Guyu. After a long time, Jingzhi then found her voice and said, "Where does young lady want to go now?" "Let's go to Kaiyun Court." "What is young lady going there for?" Guyu was surprised. Now that second master is not around, is young lady going to look for Wan Yinyang? Shen Miao shook her head. "I am looking for second Shen." "Second Foreign has gone crazy?" Guyu reminded. "Not necessarily." The Kaiyun court had been turned upside down. In fact, in just a short few months, the entire Shen residence, or more accurately the second household of the Shen family, which was Kaiyun Yuan, had undergone earth-shattering changes. The second madam, who used to be in her prime, was now a lunatic. The generous and intelligent eldest young miss had become a slut who committed suicide in prison and had an illicit relationship with another man. Even the outstanding second young master became a prisoner in front of the people of the city and died under the executioner's machete. Life was like a drama, and Kaiyun Yuan's drama was too tragic. The only consolation was that second foreign Ren Wanyun still had a second son, Shin Yuan Bo, but Shin Yuan Bo was raised by old Shin Foreign's side. If Ren Wanyun was not crazy with Shin Yuan Bo, she would be able to temporarily sit firmly in the position of the main household. But it was only temporary. Who knew? Would Shin Gui still take concubines in the future? After all, Shin Gui had always been lustful. It was not impossible for him to have a son. Compared to Ren Wanyun's bad luck, Wan Yinyang, who had been deserted for many years, seemed to have ushered in spring. After being submissive for so many years, even her own daughter did not see the light of day for so many years. One did not expect that this time it was like she had the help of God. Even though Shin Gui was indifferent to kinship, he treated females well. As long as Wan Yinyang firmly grasped Shin Gui's heart and regained his favor, Shin Dongling's status would only rise. "Dongling, let master change a courtyard for you in a few days." Wan Yinyang was sewing as she smiled at Shin Dongling. Most likely it was because Shin Yuan was already dead and Shin Yuan Bo was still young, thus Ren Wanyun was no longer a threat to her. Wan Yinyang's brows were filled with joy, and there was a trace of joy in her words. Chapter 351. Change what courtyard? Shin Dongling, who was reading behind the screen, looked up. "You have been squeezing in the same courtyard with me. Other young ladies at your age have already arranged their own courtyards, so you should also move out. This place is after all a little crowded." "They are D daughters and I am a Shu daughter," Shin Dongling said calmly. Hearing this, Wan Yinyang's heart ached. Shin Dongling's birth was a fact that she could not change, and it was also something that she was brooding over. She thought that Shin Dongling was not worse than Shin Qing and Shin Yu, but for the past 10 over years she could only make Shin Dongling compromise. It was not easy to make it out, so how could she watch Shin Dongling continue to be so cautious? Wan Yinyang said, "Previously eldest young lady had a courtyard that was vacated, so you do not need to sleep in her room and sleep in another room. Eldest young lady's courtyard has a good orientation and the scenery is beautiful, so it would be a pity to leave it empty. Now that master treats us well, one think that this request would be agreed." "No need, Yinyang." Shin Dongling rejected her suggestion. Now is not a good time to stand out. One have endured for more than 10 years and there is no need to rush for a while. Even though father treats us well now, Yinyang also understand what kind of temperament he has. It is better to wait for things to settle down before discussing this matter. Wan Yinyang still wanted to persuade further, but suddenly saw her personal maid Lu Hua running in and hurriedly said, "Yinyang, fifth young lady came to our courtyard." "Fifth young lady?" Wan Yinyang suddenly stood up. "Why did she come to look for me?" Shin Dongling also looked at Lu Hua. Lu Hua shook her head and said, "Not to look for Yinyang. This servant saw that she went to the room where second foreign is recuperating." "Fifth young lady went to see second foreign." Wan Yinyang's voice suddenly rose. "Why did fifth young lady look for second foreign?" "Second foreign has already gone crazy. This servant wanted to secretly eavesdrop, but fifth young lady brought along a few maids to block it." The rest of the people were far away from the room and could not hear or see. Lu Hua asked, "Yinyang, what should be done now?" Wan Yinyang walked around the room in bewilderment and muttered to herself, "What is going on? Could it be that fifth young lady went to see second foreign?" But second foreign and fifth young lady previously had many disagreements, so how could fifth young foreign be so kind? She looked at Shin Dongling. "Dongling, what do you say?" Shin Dongling lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "Since one cannot eavesdrop, then stay here obediently and do not ask. Fifth younger sister is not a simple person. Since she has done it, she has made thorough preparations. No matter how many methods we use, I think we won't be able to find out. Could it be that this is over?" Wan Yinyang was somewhat unwilling. What if she conspires with second foreign to do something? Second madam and fifth younger sister are not the kind of people who would forget enmity with a smile. You and Shinling Shin, second Shin, and the Shin is Shin the Ling Fu Yang Shin Fu. Outside you Dong and Shin. Shin Ling Yu and Shin outside of Kai Yin Yuan, Guyu Bai Lu and Shuang Jiang stood a few steps away from the house as Jingzhe followed Shin Miao into the house. The rest of the maids in the courtyard were doing their own things in a well-behaved manner. Ren Wanyun had already gone crazy, so the servants naturally did not need to fawn on her and rush to please her. People were like this, stepping on the weak and fawning on the strong. Moreover, Ren Wanyun's methods of treating the servants were harsh, so compared to Ren Wanyun, they were more willing to fawn on the gentle and virtuous Wan Yinyang. Thus, facing Shin Miao, who had the support of the first household, these maids did not stop her at all. But not everyone was like this. Ren Wanyun had her own confidants for so many years, and that was her personal maids, Xiang Lan and Kaiju. At this moment in the room, Xiang Lan and Kaiju were staring at Shin Miao like a tiger watching its prey. Chapter 352. Facing both of their fierce gazes, Shin Miao did not know what to do. Since both of them were not willing to go out, there was no harm in them hearing. On the bed, the foreign was wrapped in a blanket as she sat in the corner. Her eyes were lax and her hair seemed to be combed but messed up by herself. There was even saliva dripping from her clothes. Her lips were slightly moving and she did not look at anyone but only looked up at the sky, not knowing what she was saying. "Fifth young lady, now you have seen that our foreign's health is not well, and if you disturb like this, it will only worsen foreign's condition," Xiang Lan said. "Today I am here to tell second Shin about a matter." Shin Miao smiled gently. One think that second Shin already know about it. Even though she is ill, the news should still be sensitive. Second older brother was executed at noon today and his body is lying in the coffin and will soon be buried. Fifth young lady, foreign is already ill. One cannot listen to these words. Kaiju shouted sharply. It was just that even though Xiang Lan and Kaiju had a stern expression, they really did not have the guts to make a move on Shin Miao and forcefully throw her out. Now they knew that Shin Miao was not a person that was easy to deal with. For the second household to be in such a situation, a large part of it was because of Shin Miao secretly adding fuel to the fire. Shin Miao could almost be counted as the second household's enemy, but now not only was Shin Miao scheming, she also had Shin Xan and wife backing her up. In this second household that was getting fewer by the day, no one dared to go against her. Shin Miao did not even bother about the two maids and looked at Ren Wanyun with a smile. One think that second Shin also know that when second older brother was executed, there was no one in the residence to visit. Second Shu, third Shin, old foreign, not a single one. She looked at Ren Wanyun. I think that if second Shin was not ill, she would definitely go back to send second older brother on his last journey. Now on the road to the netherworld, second older brother would be alone. How pitiful. Fifth young lady. Xiang Lan could not help but shout again. What are you afraid of? Shin Miao's lips hooked up. Second Shin is now ill and would not understand my words. Could it be that you are afraid that I will agitate second Shin? Naturally not. Xiang Lan quickly denied. Then you better stay obediently and shut up. Shin Miao raised her brows. Otherwise I have ways to make you never to serve your foreign. Xiang Lan and Kaiju were shocked in their hearts. The certainty in Shin Miao's words actually made them feel a chill run down their spines. Before second brother left, second aunt fell ill, so she didn't get to see second brother. I think second brother must be very sad in his heart. It's really sad that he didn't even get to see his parents when he died. Ren Wanyun was still staring at the ceiling with an infatuated look on her face. However, the fingers of the hand that was placed beside her bent slightly. A few days ago Wan Yinyang came to look for me. Shin Miao smiled. It seems that she is anxious to build a good relationship with me. If in the future I speak a few good words for her in front of old Furin, then the possibility of second Shu supporting her as a Ping Fei would be much higher. When these words came out, Xiang Lan and Kai Ju's complexion turned pale. Everyone knew that Wan Yinyang of the second household had regained favor. In the past, Ren Wanyun had forced Wan Shi to endure silently, and when Wan Shi gained power in one day and was even promoted to be the equal wife, would she not take revenge? She had already separated from Xin Gui and was also disliked by old Xin Furin, so how miserable would Ren Wanyun's days be in the future? Naturally I am not willing. Shin Miao tilted her head and thought about it. Second Shin is the main household in the residence, so naturally I will stand on Second Shin's side. But Wan Yinyang looked like she was not reconciled. Moreover, now seventh younger brother is still in front of old Furin, but when seventh younger brother grows up, Wan Yinyang would be promoted as a Ping Fei in Second Shin. You are still ill. Wouldn't seventh younger brother be raised in front of Wan Yinyang? TSK for Wan Yinyang to build a good relationship with me, is it because of this consideration? Chapter 353. You dare to have any ideas on my seventh older brother? I will definitely make you wish you were dead. In the corner Ren Wanyun roared. One did not know why her voice was so rough and unpleasant to listen to. And that pair of eyes that were staring at the sky from the moment they entered the room had unknowingly locked onto Shin Miao's body. There was a fierce glint like that of a vicious wolf. Why would I have any ideas on seventh younger brother? Shin Miao gently smiled. If second Shin do not believe, I can swear that if I have any ideas on seventh older brother, then let the heavens strike me with lightning and die a horrible death. When the words were spoken, there was some surprise in the eyes of the few people in the room. Jingzhe, who had not spoken all along, was somewhat anxious. How could Shin Miao make such a heavy oath? They had always regarded oaths very seriously, and Shin Miao said it so calmly that she did not even have the chance to stop it. Ren Wanyun did not relax her vigilance against Shin Miao because of this and sneered. You tried every possible means to come here and say all these provocative words to see if I am crazy or not. It would not be just to make this poison oath, right? She said, Shin Miao, I cannot win against you. It is me who have underestimated you. If I can redo it, I will definitely kill you before you have grown to this age and will not be soft-hearted. Second Shin really knows how to joke. Shin Miao said, when have you been soft-hearted towards me? You have already forced me to such a point, and Qing'er and Yuaner's mishap is not unrelated to you. If it was not for seventh older brother, I will definitely perish together with you. Ren Wanyun gritted her teeth. I know that second Shin is also not willing to perish together with seventh younger brother, so I also know that second Shin will not be sick for long. What exactly do you want to do? Ren Wanyun stared at her. What other means do you have? Do not hesitate to use them. Shin Miao smiled warmly. Second Shin need not be so unreasonable. I came here to give you a way out. Way out? Ren Wanyun said sadly, since it has reached such a point, what way out do I have? Could it be that Second Shin thinks that the current situation is the worst? Shin Miao was surprised. Second Shin has always been intelligent, how can one be so muddled? What do you want to say? Ren Wanyun's face sank. It's simple. Shin Miao smiled. Now in the courtyard, Wan Yinyang is coaxing Second Shu until he is happy. Second Shin had never thought that if Wan Yinyang gave birth to a son for Second Shu, what should seventh brother do? Ren Wanyun's body stiffened. Second Shin is also well aware of whether Second Shu values Wan Yinyang or Second Shin. Thus it is unknown whether Second Shu values Wan Yinyang's son or seventh younger brother. If there was a day when Wan Yinyang was promoted to be a Ping wife, this second household would have 2D sons, but these 2D sons are not biological brothers. You guess, Shin Miao lowered her voice. Will they kill each other? Ren Wanyun's heart jumped when she heard this. That one has Wan Yinyang's protection, seventh younger brother has Second Shin's protection, but Second Shin at that time, will you still be able to speak in the second household like before? Shin Miao's words stabbed the heart, and Ren Wanyun could not help but retort. That slut did not give birth to a son before, and it is even more impossible for her to give birth to a son in the future. Second Shin is indeed smart. Shin Miao sighed. This is what I want to say. Could it be that Second Shin thinks that other than Wan Yinyang, Second Shu will not have any other woman? She was so magnanimous in discussing the matters between men and women of the elders, and her composure made one gasp in amazement. Ren Wanyun was surprised by Xin Miao's words. That's right, she was clearer than anyone else about Xingui's conduct. How could Xingui only have one woman? When she was still the matriarch, Xingui would bring concubines into the house one after another. If it was not for the fact that she fed those foxes the broth to end their offspring, one feared that the second household would be overcrowded. You see, one can guard against it for a while but not for a lifetime. Even if one can guard against one yin-yang, there will still be other yin-yangs. There are innumerable women in the world that can give birth to children, and there are also innumerable women that want to enter the second household. Unless Second Shin can still control the inner courtyard like in the past and feed all of Second Shu's women the broth to end their offspring, but does the current Second Shin still have that ability? Even if there is, that year Wan Yinyang still gave birth to third older sister. In the future, will there be another Wan Yinyang? There was a little panic on Ren Wanyun's face. Xin Miao's words were stabbing a knife into her soft ribs. The only thing she could rely on was giving birth to a son. If she did not even have this, what would happen in the future? Second Shin, could it be that you want to see the family that you have worked so hard to manage, the money in the residence, in the end not be obtained by second older brother or seventh younger brother, but by another woman's son? Second older brother is brilliant and outstanding. It was obvious that everything in the second household should belong to him, but now someone else came into the house and made wedding clothes for others. Are you willing? Ren Wanyun stared at Xin Miao. What do you want to say? I will give you a way out. Xin Miao smiled gently and took out a bag of things from her sleeves and placed it in Ren Wanyun's hands. Infertility medicine for males to use, she said softly. Chapter 354. Infertility medicine for males to use. Ren Wanyun lowered her head and looked at the paper bag that Xin Miao placed in her hands and could not help but tremble. How is it a good idea to give any yin-yang an infertility medicine? Even if one cannot give birth to a son, there will be a second one and a third one. Second Shin, you will not be able to guard against it all. Xin Miao's words seemed to be slightly bewitching, and when it landed on one's ears, it was pleasing to the ears. Why should I believe you? Who knows if it is arsenic inside? Ren Wanyun said contemptuously. If Second Shin does not believe me, naturally one can let the maids bring some out to ask the physician or find an animal to feed it. If it is not possible, one can throw it away and buy it yourself. I am only pointing the way, and Second Shin has to be willing to do it. Why do I want to do this? Ren Wanyun stared at Xin Miao and said coldly. What? Xin Miao thought for a moment. Most likely if Second Shu does not have the ability to bear children in the future, then seventh younger brother's D-son position would be stable. Not only that, as Second Shu's only successor, seventh younger brother would definitely be able to obtain Second Shu's favor. Things are precious when they are rare. Ren Wanyun smiled. Do you think that I do not know what you are planning? Xin Miao, I have underestimated you. You want the second household to have no descendants. Words cannot be said like this. Xin Miao pretended to be surprised. How can the second household be considered to have no descendants? Isn't there still seventh younger brother? But could it be that Second Shin thinks that in the future there will be another child with Second Shu? She jokingly said, even if Second Shin has this ability, it would also depend on whether Second Shu is willing or not. Presumptuous. Xiang Lan angrily rebuked. You do not know shame. Ren Wanyun was so angry that her face turned red. Xin Miao's words were clearly ridiculing that she was old and that Xingui, that kind of person who lusted after beauty, was dismissive of her. But Ren Wanyun also understood that after so many years, Xingui was no longer as gentle to her as before. Her face was not attractive to Xingui, and it would be difficult to have another child. Be it shameless or presumptuous, one is after all thinking for you. Xin Miao smiled gently. I have already given Second Shin a way out. It is up to Second Shin to choose whether to walk out or block the road. She stood up and seemed to have thought of something. She tilted her head and said, of course, second aunt can also tell second uncle about this. After all, you are a family. However, I have to remind you that my parents and old madam have already fallen out with each other. They've already shed all pretense of cordiality, so I'm not afraid of anything else. Ren Wanyun sat down and did not speak as Xiang Lan and Kai Ju stared at Xin Miao vigilantly. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. Xin Miao smiled and walked out. After Xin Miao left, Xiang Lan stepped forward and looked at Ren Wanyun to ask, Furin, really want to listen to fifth young lady's words? Fifth young lady definitely does not have any good intentions. Kaiju echoed. Her doing this is obviously to deliberately go against Master. It is going against Master. Rin Wanyun said in a low voice, but now Master and I are no longer on the same line. Madam means? Xiang Lan's eyes widened. Rin Wanyun lowered her head and said, let me think again. In the eastern courtyard, naturally there were people paying attention to every move at this end. When Xin Miao and Jing Zhi just stepped out of the door, they saw an unfamiliar maid coming over with a smile. Fifth young lady, Wan Yinyang heard that you are in the courtyard and would like to invite you in for a chat. There are still some matters. Another day. Xin Miao did not give any face at all and directly refused. That maid was somewhat embarrassed but was helpless and could only watch Xin Miao and entourage walk away before turning around to report to Wan Yinyang. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.